Good evening. Happy Sunday. Last day of February, just before the beginning of March. So we're here hanging out on the channel, the usual thing. You can see a couple of you are showing on there on the screen. So if you're around, feel free to throw a comment in there. All right, so it looks like we got the little delay in there. So good evening, Hockey Guy. Yeah, I added the little countdown thing a little while ago. I haven't used it every single time, but it's a nice way of giving me just a sec before I get started to actually make sure it's live. Because there's always that little delay where you're not sure if you're live or if anything's actually playing. So that gives me to make sure that it's actually working on the screen. So I've got you guys in the other chat window as well, just so I can see it. So it's a nice little add-on just to make my life a little bit easier as well. So good evening, Bobby Burrell. Good evening, Jeff. Good stuff. Well, it looks like the delay on the chat isn't so bad this time around. So how are you guys doing? How was your Sunday? Just while I'm waiting for the chat to come in. I did realize actually when I was looking at I took it kind of easy on the weekend. The week was a little bit long this week, so I decided to take it easy on the weekend. But one thing I noticed is that I did the usual Friday pickup video, and in the midst of doing the Friday pickup video, I realized not long after that for some bizarre reason that I can't quite ascertain, not sure why, I realized after that I had completely sorted out the all the non-Mike Modano cards. There weren't a lot, but I did have a handful of cards that I actually did have, and for some reason it completely slipped my mind. It was a bit strange, but nonetheless. So what I'll do actually off the top is I'm going to quickly show the cards that were not related to the Modano collection that I did pick up in the mail this week, just to get that kind of closed off, and then these will go in the boxes where they belong. But I did find it funny that it completely slipped my mind. But it was because I sorted them in the wrong pile. But anyway, first one was actually kind of it wasn't a gag, but at the same time, it was just something I thought was kind of funny. I decided to do it just for fun. I went and picked up a copy of the Brendan Shanahan Rookie, and I did that on the heels of that record, Brendan Shanahan Rookie sale that I talked about on the live stream not that long ago. So good evening to Jeremy as well. So I ended up picking up a copy on eBay. I picked up a glorious PSA 7. And I picked it up, got it for a pretty reasonable price, actually. Fairly cheap. Even with shipping, I think it was about 10 or 12 bucks with shipping included. So not too bad as far as that's concerned. Also picked up a Juan Soto Topps Gallery rookie. So that's probably in my opinion, probably one of the least attractive Juan Soto rookies there are. He looks like he's probably he looks like he's in his early 40s. He looks a little bit less Juan Soto, a little bit more Julio Franco in that one, but nonetheless, it was one of the few rookies that I needed, so it's all good. And then last one was a 1963 Fleer Bob Gibson. So that was a PSA 7 that I picked up for that set that I'm working on. It's actually a pretty decent copy of the Bob Gibson. So no complaints there. Pretty good. You know, it is what it is. What are you going to do? So good evening to Steve. Yeah. Yeah, Juan Soto is Grumpy Cat. Exactly. I don't know. I'm really not sure what the deal is for that. It was actually very funny for me. Somebody thought it was a good idea, though. It's, the artist decided to portray Juan Soto as, I guess, older Juan Soto. So I don't know what the deal is with that card. It is what it is. So let's see here. Yeah, Paul is very much. I'll touch on this briefly. Actually, I'll do it right now off the top. I did laugh because Paul messaged me on Instagram, was talking about, this egg card. And to be honest, I had forgotten about it. But then when he referenced it, he was talking about the 2019 Allen and Ginter. There was a card for egg. And the egg was related to, I think it was related to social media. I think it was a social media egg. And the thing is, I remember when it came out, it was just a silly gimmicky card. Kind of a meme, meme fodder. But the thing is, it became a thing again when there was an Instagram account that became the most liked picture on Instagram ever. And it was of an egg. And it's, I'll see if I can find the Instagram specifically, but I did laugh about it. But I thought the thing that was more interesting, in the usual way that I like to do it, I'll take that, but I'll go a step beyond. And bonus points for the pun. Bonus points for the pun, Hockey Guy. I figure I'll humor Paul. Paul is loyal enough to the live streams that I figured I'd give him a moment here, especially since he was so keen on it. But what I did think was interesting, going beyond the basic general silliness of it, I thought it was interesting that it came up on on the crossover, and then also apparently there was a little that discussion was precipitated by apparently it becoming a bit of a thing on Clubhouse, which is something I hadn't really explored. I was familiar with Clubhouse a little bit. I'd heard a little bit about it, and I've noticed it kind of cropping around a little bit. So I did try to add myself to Clubhouse, and Carvin was nice enough to, I don't know if it's like verify or whatever it is. Like you do like an invitation right now. It's like an invitation thing. But then that expedites the creation of your account or whatever it is. But either way, he was nice enough to do whatever that is. So now I have an account, and now I can try to figure it out. I've literally just had it for a couple of hours, so I haven't had the chance to really play around with it much. I've added some people to follow, and I'll report back on kind of how that works for me. It looks like a pretty simple rudimentary. Have any of you had the chance to play around with Clubhouse at all? Any familiarity with it, or any experiences trying to use it? It's kind of I guess it's kind of a video, a voice chat platform where you can create these rooms and then have these, I guess, open forums where anybody can kind of just drop in and listen or potentially participate or whatever the case is. Like I said, I have some familiarity with it, but I really haven't played around with it much. But I do know that there's a bunch of hobby folks that have been kind of playing around with it and been on there. And then there's celebrities and stuff like that too, if you're interested in that. So I'll have to kind of see what, if anything, it is as far as, I guess, a supplement to other things that I look at. So there you go. So there's your egg talk going into a little bit about Clubhouse. Maybe there'll be more to talk about later on going into it, but that's really all I got at the moment. Yeah. So right now you're a couple of weeks ahead of me, but I really haven't explored it much yet. But it is interesting in the sense that there are at least some people that are on it. So I'm kind of curious. And I think at least in the initial conversations I've had with some folks, it seems like a couple of them are going to try to utilize it for some stuff. So we'll see. It's just kind of another avenue for content, maybe, I guess, is maybe the best way to put it. But it's one of those things. Exciting rock hits. I don't know. Not sure what you're referring to there, hockey guy, but I guess that's for Jeremy to answer. Not so much me. But anyway, second thing that I kind of wanted to talk about that kind of let off of that is that Jeremy did leave a topic in there that I thought was kind of interesting that I did want to talk about, and that's going to be the 1966 Topps Bobby Orr rookie that went off at Heritage Auctions the other day. But I think before I get to that one, there is one more that I wanted to talk about briefly, just because it did come up on social media. I was making the rounds of social media just a couple of hours ago. So I want to show it to you, and I'll do a little screen share thing. So let's do that. So we've got here Shine 150 on Instagram. And they actually put up a post where they showed the invoice, a check that they filled out. Basically, they closed the deal for a one-of-one 2018-2019 National Treasures Luka Doncic autograph logo man, one-of-one. And basically, the end result on the deal was they came to terms on $4.6 million for the Luka Doncic. So we'll get to that in a second. So apparently, these are the guys here that did the deal, him and his business partner. And this is the related paraphernalia to the sale. The overall invoice was for over $5 million, almost $6 million, but the end result was for Luka Doncic was about a $4.6 million sale. So that's kind of an offline sale that's a little bit interesting. Not much more to say about it than that. Just another big sale in the hobby as far as that's concerned, as a part of a private sale. But of course, they disclosed it. You know, what's the point of spending almost $5 million on a card if you can't tell people you spent almost $5 million on a card? On social media, of course. There is actually something else that I want to kind of allude back to that for, but I wanted to lead off with that just to start off with, because I'll come back to that in a moment. But I wanted to just share that with you since it's starting to make the rounds a little bit on social media. Another big basketball card. So 4.66 million definitely puts it right up there. I want to say that's probably the second highest sports card sale right now, behind the $5.2 million 52 Topps Mantle. 52 Topps Mantle. So that's kind of a big one. It is what it is. It's one of those ones. So, yep, we're going to get to the Bobby Orr right now, Bobby. So we'll get there. Yeah, exactly. It is kind of an interesting decision. Luka Doncic has a lot of potential. People like him in the hobby. He's a big name as far as the basketball side of the thing goes. It's kind of a bit of an ask for a guy who's only in his first couple of years playing to almost shell out $5 million for a card. So it seems like they're really hoping the sky's the limit with Luka, or at least that the money will keep flowing in that section of the hobby. I did appreciate though in the memo they were nice enough to include it was for the Luka 1 of 1 in the memo of the check that they signed off on. But anyway, so that was one thing. So now let's talk about this card. So I'll put it up on the screen here for you. Bear with me a second. Okay, let's just take a look here. Okay. So I'll show you the screenshot that just so you can see the card we're talking about. Then we'll talk about it a little bit more. Okay, so that is the card there. That is the 1966 Topps Bobby Orr rookie. And it is specifically the BVG Pristine 10. So this was under Heritage Auctions. Now I can't see the total there because you have to have an account or sign in. I did actually have a Heritage account at one point, but I think they wanted me to do like the validation or whatever. But the truth is, I was never going to bid on anything for Heritage, and honestly, I forgot about it. And then I think I think after a while they block your account because if you don't reply back after a while, which is fine, that's okay. But if you do sign in or create an account, it is free. You can create one for free. If you do sign in, it does show you the total. I think Jeremy mentioned in the post that he included where he mentioned it, he reminded me about it because we had talked about it a couple of weeks ago. I think he mentioned that it basically sold for about 300,000 thereabouts. Obviously far short of, I think, what a lot of people would have expected given the type of card. But what that led me down the path of thinking about though, when it came to this, and what I thought was interesting about it is that, yeah, it is a little surprising that it didn't sell for as much as one would have thought, given the way the market has been going. But with that said, then kind of I thought about it a little bit more. And then I thought, okay, so there's three main threads that came to me almost right away when I was thinking about this card and why it potentially wouldn't have sold for as much. So number one, you could say, well, this one has a little bit of a question as far as it's concerned, in the sense that more than likely, and I would say the probabilities are pretty high, more than likely it's a sheet cut card. So the question is, does that stigma hurt the price of the card? And the answer is probably it could very well hurt the stigma. The stigma could hurt the price of the card for sure. But I guess my only pushback on that is that, so then we're saying that in this instance, on this card, suddenly the card in the holder matters. Where we've had the conversation about the Jordan rookie and a lot of those other things where we talked about, it's like, well, why did the Jordan rookie suddenly bump up so fast? But then, Golden is so much alluded to as much, and the conversation is circled around is that some of these buyers throwing out this big money don't really care about the card in the holder. They're not really paying attention to it. When the Gretzky rookie sold, the PSA 10 sold for the big money. People looked at it and go, well, is that really a PSA 10? Again, you're not really paying attention to the card in the holder. You're looking at the label. So for some reason in those instances, the label is all that mattered, and the card inside was almost immaterial. But as far as this card is concerned, well, if we go with that theory, then we're saying, okay, well, in this case, they care about it. It's like, well, we were questioning about the provenance. I've also mentioned that the first, the T206 Honus Wagner, card number 1, the most famous one, the PSA 8, the one that was sold, the Gretzky McNaw one, for all its infamy, is a trimmed card. And that's pretty much accepted in a lot of hobby circles. But if that card was to go up for auction again, it would probably sell for a pretty penny, despite the questionable provenance. Again, it doesn't seem to matter as long as it's in the right holder. So that seems to be interesting. That is a possibility, though. To be fair, that is a possibility that could have been a factor in this. But then it seems kind of weird that in this case, we care about the card in the holder, but the rest of the time we don't care about the card in the holder. We just care about the label. That seems kind of odd. So that leads me to question a possibility number 2. And by the way, it could be any of these three that I'll throw out, or it could be a combination of the three, or it could be other things that I'm not even mentioning. It could be a variety of different things. Possibility number 2, it isn't a BVG holder. BGS has had its problems. Maybe that hurt it a little bit. One thing that I guess pushes back on that is that the Pristine, the 10 Pristine generally has been pretty well protected. So, BGS 10s for the most part do pretty well. Even taking a card that is pretty common, like the 1990-91 O-Pee-Chee Premier Medano that has gone up recently with those other O-Pee-Chee Premier cards. That card was available all day long, cheap for a long time. And recently it had that little bump where it went up, it pushed $200. I still think one of them sold recently for like $140. So it's still much higher than it was not that long ago. But the BGS 10 variant of that, the last one that sold for $800 or $900, almost $1,000. And a couple of the recent ones sold for $1,000. So the BGS 10 still holds a premium, even if BGS itself has had its problems. So this is a legitimately rare card, a population 1. There is no PSA 10 equivalent. There's only a PSA 9 in the pop report, to my recollection, I believe. So the PSA 9 would be the highest PSA graded card. The Pristine 10 has been pretty well protected. So again, we're back to, okay, so the card is legitimately rare in the grade. If the sheet cut thing is hurting it, well, then that seems kind of weird that in this case, I guess, questionable provenance is hurting it. Is it the BGS BVG connection? Maybe. But then again, the Pristine 10 usually holds a pretty good premium, so that should seem like it would still not cause too much trouble. But then that leaves us with a third option as well, in addition to any other options you guys can think of. Another option is just the fact that it's with Heritage. Heritage maybe isn't getting as many eyeballs on it. But I guess my pushback on that is that they sold a Wagner as part of the sale as well that sold for over 2.5 million. So Heritage can get $1 million sales in high profile cards. So it's not like Heritage is this super obscure website. Again, it doesn't have the hobby attention right now. Like, if I would say if this was sold in Golden Auctions, he would promote it very well and probably would do better. The question is, would it hit seven figures? Because it felt like the way the momentum was going in a lot of these cards in the hobby, especially cards that actually have some rarity, you would think that it would sell for that. And for some reason it didn't. And that's kind of the open question. So that's kind of how it works. So it's the way it goes. That's just one way to kind of consider it and think about it, but that's kind of the way I like to take it. So let me grab a couple of these here. And I saw one of the comments here, so I'll grab it. So good evening, Max. Yeah, Paul was having some fun with that. It's like, and I got him with the shell thing as well. So this one for Franco. I assume it's the usual Franco. So yes. So I love this comment because it's like, well, typical Franco. It's like, yes, Franco, that's literally what I do. If it's typical, yes, that is what I do. Maybe they reach a value because it's a hockey card. No, that's stupid. Because the PSA 10 Gretzky is also a hockey card. And it's sold for over $1 million. And the Bobby Orr is one of the, there's 4 cards on what's considered the, on what PSA itself dubs the Mount Rushmore of hockey cards. Gretzky Rookie's 1. Bobby Orr rookie card is 1. The 54 Topps Gordie Howe is 1. And the George Vezina pre-war card is 1. That is one of the 4. If a hockey card is going to go for over $1 million, the Bobby Orr is one of them, especially in a high grade. So that's just a stupid comment. On several levels, actually, and one that you're just not paying attention. But thank you for pointing out that it is typical, because yes, that is literally what I do every time. But good that you're paying attention. I'm usually pretty tolerant of Franco's stupidity, but that was just dumb on several levels. But anyway, as far as that's concerned, I'm curious if any of those play into it. The most likely is probably the likely sheet cut part of it, but at the same time, like I said, people don't seem to really care what's in the holder, as long as it's in a holder that's a high enough grade. If it's a conditioned scarcity, then I guess it doesn't matter, regardless of sport, regardless of card, regardless of whatever. But I guess in this case, there's something went wrong in the junction, I guess, that just, it didn't draw the attention, even though it had plenty of time. Or it could just be that, for whatever reason, the Orr card just isn't being seen in that light, which is kind of interesting. But I guess the test would be, if the PSA 9 came up for sale, because the PSA 9 doesn't have necessarily that stigma. It would be the highest graded PSA, but at the same time, is that good enough? So let me grab Jeremy's comment here. People with that kind of money realized the card was not pack pulled. I can see that theory, Jeremy, but it's like, does it matter? You say people with that kind of money realized the card was not pack pulled. Yeah. No, that's totally true. But again, people with that kind of money, are they necessarily that savvy? We've already covered that. There are people literally that spend good. The PSA 10 Gretzky is not a PSA 10 card. According to you, it matters. If the person has a lot of money and they don't care, then they don't care. Again, the card in the holder. I'm not completely convinced that a PSA 10 Gretzky rookie that had Brent Gretzky in there wouldn't sell for a lot of money. It's like, look at it. In theory, like I said, I've seen enough money thrown around for cards that do not warrant it, that as long as it's in the appropriate holder, for some people it's those.
I would bet you if you surveyed a lot of people who have the money, again, it could go back to the interest level. Maybe they just don't care about the ore. It could just be that they don't care about the ore. But if they have enough money, I don't think it matters what's in the holder. It could have been a, it could have been a what's it called? One of those. It could have been backwards, upside down. It could have been torn in half. If it said PSA 10, it would sell for $1 million. Doesn't matter. I just don't buy the idea that suddenly they're savvy in this instance where they're not savvy in any of the other high profile cards. They're just, what does it say on the holder? Absolutely. Yeah. No, that part, that section there that sat at the expo for years at 250,000. You're right, but the Gretzky wouldn't have sold for years ago. Wouldn't have sold for 250,000 because that market wasn't there. Yeah, and the PSA 9 again, but now you're saying it's the holder again. So it works out. I'm not buying any of them. It doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not it doesn't make any difference to me whether it was sold for $1 million or 500 million. But my point is that the idea is if these people with money are supposedly so savvy in this instance, it seems interesting to me that now suddenly they care about that nuance. It's like a sheet cut or not, whatever. What does it look like? What's the holder say? I literally just covered that, but thank you for keeping up. Yeah. I'm gonna agree to disagree with you on that one. I don't think it matters that much. Especially since a lot of folks don't really seem to care about what the actual card looks like. But I guess if somebody got in their ear and said, "Well, it's scary, it's sheet cut." Okay. Sheet cut. Yeah, different situations than simply saying investors only care about the holder. It's like, well, yeah, no, but that's my point. Is that the BG? I guess maybe it's the difference between BVG and BGS because the BGS tens, the pristines, are holding up pretty well price wise, even if it's from Beckett. Maybe the BVG is a bigger issue than the B. Maybe if it was a BGS 10, maybe it would do a little bit better because BVG has a little bit of a stigma as well. Because like a BGS 9 is not treated like a PSA 9. We know that. And a BGS 9.5 isn't treated like a PSA 10. It's probably treated closer to like a 9. But the pristine 10, for the most part, has held pretty well. But yeah, I'm still, like I said, I'm not buying the savviness of investors in this one glorious instance that I guess they finally figured out that the card in the holder matters this one time. But like I said, to your point earlier, the PSA 9 might be interesting to see if that makes a difference. Yeah. So good evening, Justin. Yes, that is very right, Jeremy. But you're assuming the bidder knows that. Non-pack pulled again, and you're also assuming they care this non-pack pulled versus pack pulled. Do they know? I don't know who the bidders are. I guess the only way really to answer that question would be to ask them. It's like, do you know that this is a non-pack pulled card? Because maybe the high bidder doesn't know. Maybe the high bidder shouldn't have even bid the amount they did. Maybe the card should have sold for $150. Who knows? I guess the question then is, how much further down do you think it should have been? Should it even have gone up even as far as it did? Should it be a $5,000 card, a $2,000 card, a $100 card? I don't know. I guess it depends on how badly you want it, if it's interesting to you. So that'd be kind of my question. But anyway, as far as that piece is concerned, that's really all I've got on that one. Not too much I can add. Good evening, Lowell. I'm actually impressed. The chat's actually going pretty quick. The delay isn't so bad the way it usually is, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so I wanted to just quickly check my little list here. Yep, talked about the Bobby Orr one. Done with that. One other thing I thought was interesting, and I'll play it into the other piece that I wanted to get to, is that Golden is making the rounds now with his copy of the T206. I mentioned a little earlier that for Heritage, they actually sold an authentic Honus Wagner. They got it for 2.56 thereabouts million. So it did pretty well. What I thought was interesting though is that So now on the heels of that, so Heritage sold that sale, did pretty well with it. And then what I thought was interesting afterwards is now Golden is making the rounds with a PSA 2 Honus as part of his social media thing. But what it goes down to now is that with that card coming up, he's pitching it as like a $5 million card, which might not seem like actually that's that crazy. It might be in the ballpark. So I'd be kind of curious to see if what that one ends up looking like, especially since he's going to put the full promotion machine behind it. He's flying with the card, taking pictures with the card, doing all that stuff. So let me take a look here. Okay, let me grab a couple of these comments here. Yeah, Bobby Orr is just mainstream as Gretzky. Gretzky, but was considered the GOAT. Franco, do you know anything about hockey? There's a generation who considers Bobby Orr to have been the GOAT pre-Gretzky. Now, Gretzky has become considered the GOAT. But anyway, okay, tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help you out. Since you love the channel so much, why don't I just do this? I'm going to hide you, and you can sit quietly in the peanut gallery. My patience is at its end with Franco. He doesn't really contribute to the conversation, so he's done. It's rare that I even have to bother using that, but now you can sit quietly in your corner. So, yeah, I think it's a reasonable number, but the thing is, okay, so let me take the second sentence. Fact is, sales lower tells me the bidders knew it was tainted. I'm not going to go that far. I don't know what the bidders knew. As far as I'm concerned, they don't know anything until proven otherwise. I'd have to talk to one of them, and I'd be curious what their rationale was for the price they thought was interesting. Again, I'm not saying your theory is wrong, because it very well could be the case. I'd be curious how many of those bidders were thinking about that or even understood that or had that idea in mind. I think you're giving them a ton of credit just because, well, they have a lot of money, so they must know things. It's like, well, no, there's a lot of people who have a lot of money who don't know anything. That's just the fact of life. Yeah, it's based on an assumption. Yeah. The thing is, it's a reasonable assumption. I think most of us have that suspicion. We're pretty sure it's sheet cut, like, especially also from the source and all that. We're pretty confident on it. But I'll agree with the last part of it is that, like, unless you definitively know it's sheet cut, it is speculation. But then I'm back to the T206 Honus Wagner that literally Master has admitted he trimmed. But if it went up for sale today, it would go for a lot of money with people pretty much knowing it's trimmed. So then the question, I guess it would be an excellent test to see, is like, well, how much do you care? If the guy who was likely responsible literally told you what it was. So we'll see. So good evening, 90s Hockey Collector. So I guess a lot of it really comes down to, do the people with money, do they do their due diligence? Or is it a situation where right now there's been a lot of people who do throw out a lot of money and do seem to kind of throw caution to the wind on it? That's kind of a question. I don't really know. I'd be curious to see where that plays into it. But yeah, it's one of those things where you'd have to see what it would turn over. And one thing we're confident in, at least reasonably, is that if it went to PSA, there's a good chance they would probably ping it, because it's a little bit difficult to believe that the 66 Topps came out in that condition. That's the way it is. But going back to to that Honus Wagner card, that, yeah, and Justin's point here is basically the problem. It seems very difficult to believe that whereas the Gretzky is plausible, the Bobby Orr coming in that kind of condition seems really unlikely. It's really hard to consider that would be true. It's possible, but again, it's a long shot. So that's where I think the suspicion will always be there, especially for that card, regardless. And it's one of those things where, like, I don't know. This is where I would disagree with the general concept that Jeremy was throwing out. Let's say they cracked it out. They went like, oh, I'm gambling. I'm going to go for it. They sent it to PSA, and for some reason, let's say it is sheet cut. Let's say PSA for some reason doesn't catch it, and it ends up in a PSA 10 holder. Now you're good to go, right? Same card. If it's somehow bypassed, somehow like the PSA graders had a really bad day, they completely missed it over, and decided to put it in the PSA 10 holder, well, then it would go off the charts. And I can see Jeremy's comment here. The first part of your sentence prior to the comma is the key piece. If you know. I'm questioning if that type of research was done by the bidders. I don't know who the bidders are. If you know who the bidders are and say they've done their due diligence and came to that conclusion, well, then fine, I accept that. I'm just not that confident in it. I don't believe that they've done it. I don't care how much money they have. That makes no difference to me. I think the idea that people with money are intelligent is there is a connection between people who are intelligent and have money, but they're not always the same thing. Sometimes people have money just because they're born into it, or they luck into it, or they make money in another avenue and just decide to enter into this world and throw money at stuff. In this case, obviously it didn't happen for the ore, so fair enough. And the fact it didn't happen for the ore could lead credence to your idea that, well, suddenly everybody got smart and figured out this one card. Well, I guess great. They don't know how to grade, but they know how to figure out what a sheet cut card is. So I guess congratulations to them on that one. Now, the quick thing that I wanted to ask as well, this is just a quick question. I mentioned the Luca. We talked about the ore. We talked about we've seen all the big sales recently. And I mentioned quickly that Heritage had a Honus Wagner that sold. And I also mentioned that Golden is right now selling a PSA 2 Honus Wagner, which will probably go for good money. He's pitching it, like I said, as a $5 million plus card, which it could be. Right now, with the amount of promotion he'll do for it, it's got a shot. My question is this. Given all the big numbers we're throwing out, this could be the case for some of you, maybe not for some others. Have you reached the point where you've lost almost where there's almost a disconnect? Are you almost not noticing or feeling the big numbers that are being thrown out anymore? Like if I said to you next week that a X card sold for 10 million, would it shock you? Has the shock factor, have you become desensitized to these big figures in cards yet? I'm just curious. Just in general. If I said card X sold for 10 million next week, would it shock you? I guess it would depend on the card, but I'm just saying in general. Would a card selling for 10 million next week shock you? Just something I was thinking about as more of these cards are coming up at these bigger and bigger numbers. The Luca sale off, the private sale for the Luca for almost 5 million is just the latest. And these offline sales always leave the potential for the big sale, because right now the biggest two sales that I'm familiar with in the PSA 9 52 tops, and this Luca are both not an auction. So it's like, do we even notice? Does it even register the way it did earlier when $1 million sales, like, oh my God, this card sold for $1 million. Oh, the Trout Super Factor sold for $4 million. Oh my God. I don't know if it quite hits that way. Yep. So for Steve, it's nope. Fair enough. 56 pack opening. Yep. So someone who has a pack of 66, not so hard to consider. Let's see here. No, the condition part, it's like I said, it's possible, but not plausible. And that's the thing, is that it's just difficult to consider that the card would have lived that well preserved for that long, but not impossible. Certainly not impossible. It just seems improbable the longer you go. So that's kind of the idea. Yeah, so that was kind of the question I wanted to ask Lowell. So that's why I was curious. I was a little bit desensitized fairly early on, only because where there's money available, I can see people throwing stupid money at all kinds of stuff. I guess the Trout Superfractor maybe was the last one that was surprising to me, just because it seems silly. And it still seems silly, to be honest with you, the Trout Superfractor one. But what number would shock me? We'd have to jump to like 25, 30 million now. Like, you tell me 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, whatever. Now you say 25, 30 million. Right now, that would probably be shocking a little bit, only because it's such a quantum leap over what the highest number is right now. But it would take something like that. That's why I threw the 10 million number out there. The 10 million number is about double what the 52 tops Mantle did. So it's not so far, but that would be the question. I guess the PSA 10 Mantle is a possibility for that. I'd be genuinely curious what the PSA 8 Wagner would do. So that's kind of what it would do. Yep. So Jim Oz is not desensitized yet. Might be by the end of the month. That's fair. Yeah. Mickey Mantle say would probably do it. The numbers coming in half of what they were would shock. Yes, that's true. Although a major correction is very plausible for some of these cards. Like, we'd have to see. The candidate for me is the Jordan, just because the Jordan shot up so fast that if the next Jordan came out at like 200,000, that would be a big drop. But That would still be a really good number compared to what it would have been like a year ago. So it's all relative, right? Um, you'd still be comfortably into six figures where we hadn't cracked six figures up until recently. So yeah, Justin makes the point here. I think I think it would be less defended as much as if the number suddenly dropped, I think a lot of the other sellers would suddenly like not be willing to move the card. Like they would that would be the defense. It'd be like, yeah, I'm not selling the card for below X threshold. Where before, if I said a year ago, oh, I'll give you 100,000 for the Jordan rookie, all of them would have lined up to like sell the card. A lot of them would have because there were a lot of them available. But now, if you say 100,000, they laugh in your face. They're like, "Oh, 100,000! I'm not selling my Jordan rookie for that. My Jordan PSA 10 specifically for that. Like, are you crazy? Maybe a 9, but not a 10." But I think that's fair. I think that would be kind of the area. So I just wanted to get a bit of a gauge on the how sensitized or desensitized we are to it. I just feel like we have been throwing a lot of big numbers around for a while now. So it almost seems like it's become almost routine. What is the big sale this week or this month or whatever the case may be? And the Luka sale just coming up, I thought pretty much was a perfect case study in that, just because it was just in the last couple of hours, it's making the rounds of social media now. So Bobby says the 54 pack he opened his booth for, the 6 cards came back undersized. Yep. Some of the graders got where the cards were trimmed. Yeah. That tends to be, though, the way it's like a pendulum. I think that when it comes to third party grading, the pendulum swings. If something feels like it's almost too good to be true, because again, when it comes to the grading, it feels like it doesn't bear repeating, but it does. It's an opinion, right? You know, you can say, oh, they're experts. It's like, well, they're experts, maybe, because they've presumably been trained. Hopefully they've done their homework. Hopefully they've learned what these issues are, what the condition sensitivities are. Hopefully they've learned what the manufacturing tolerances are. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the trimming and, undersized. What are the manufacturing tolerances in that era? In 1954, using your example, what was considered a reasonable range for a card, right? And it just depends on how good the manufacturing was. I like to go back to make fun of the 1990 Pro set. I opened packs of Pro Set. The cards sizes were all over the place. I saw cards that would have been quote unquote trimmed out of the pack. Now that was just because Pro Set was just printing cards like crazy and just cutting and printing and cutting and printing. They were doing so many that like any reasonable person would think like, well, this has to be trimmed. It's like came out of the pack that way to your 54 pack point as well. Yeah, low-cost manipulation sale by a smart fund to create new buying opportunities. Yeah. The thing is, manipulating sales data is very plausible now, especially at some of those levels. Because if there's enough money available to you, you can arrange for a couple of sales. You just need some legitimate comps, and it adjusts the market. It adjusts the psychology of the buyer that wants to get into it. So it leaves you a lot of room for potential movement in terms of the pricing, the market. And as far as going into that portion of it. So that's kind of it's kind of some of the main overarching thoughts that I had on a couple of the recent sales, a couple of the recent possibilities, and a couple of the recent topics. But it's one of those ones. Yep, pretty much. Sounds about right. I think this might be the first time that the comments are actually quicker on the StreamYard than on the other one. Interesting. Okay. Actually, you know what? I think I see the problem here. Let me do this. This might help. Yeah, here we go. No, I agree with you, Bobby. That's the only reason why I use that Honus Wagner card as an example of a card that is still a notable card that's still sold for good money on Heritage. That's what I'm saying. I'm not comparing the Golden marketing to the Heritage marketing because the Golden marketing is better. I'd be curious, though, to see what would have been the difference. If we take Jeremy's previous point into consideration, then if Golden was the one promoting it with his promoting machine, would it have gotten a slightly better price? Double the price? Would he have been able to get it to $1 million? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'd be curious then to see if he gets his people's eyeballs on it, if that would have been enough to push it above that threshold. That's the question. I agree with you, hockey guy, but the thing is, If the grader doesn't know the issue and doesn't realize that the manufacturing tolerances are off the charts, I would laugh, but wouldn't be surprised if an inexperienced grader would send you back a Pro Set card from that year and say, yeah, like undersized. You have to see like how bad some of the packs came out. Like some of the cards are literally you stand them beside each other and you can see these big gaps in terms of the size of one card versus another. And it came out of the pack that way. And I just laughed. Because that stuff was the definition of junk wax. You just open it for fun. And you go like the tolerances on this thing are off the charts. They're not even close, some of these cards. It's ridiculous. That's what made it funny. I think some of them were bad enough that KSA would have sent it back to you as trimmed. That's what would have made it funny. But that's the way it came out of the pack. Oh, I can promise you some graders are not qualified. And that's not a slight on the third party graders. It's like, what constitutes qualified? Like, I guess maybe this would be a question. Maybe this would be a kind of an interesting question. Like, what constitutes qualified? Because nobody knows every issue, right? There are certain issues that have certain nuances. And as you get more experienced, see more cards, especially for certain issues, you're going to quickly become aware like, oh, this is a thing here. This is a thing here. There's a certain amount of training that goes into it that where hopefully a senior grader supplements it. You have the ability to create these resources for yourselves that give you this database of knowledge that you can draw on. If it's a more obscure issue, you're going to need certain specialized knowledge. I don't expect the common ground grader to be doing that all the time, but you have to know that some of these sets have a little bit of have certain, these ranges that you have to be aware of. And if you don't know that, well, then you're going to have a lot of trouble. Yeah, exactly. The second part of it makes up for a lot. If you happen to know, well, then great. But if you have access to enough information of sets that have sizing issues, then you can then between those two things, you can figure out what you need to figure out. I don't know. And one of the key pieces is that with the backlogs the way they are, one of the things that the third party graders tell us is that they're trying to hire more graders. Well, the more people you get in, whatever workplace you're in, you bring somebody in who may not already have the experience and you're trying to train them up, there's going to be a learning curve there. You have to give them something to do. Otherwise, they're not helping to clear the backlog. But do they have the knowledge to be able to do that? For some series, it's going to be fairly straightforward. But there's going to be some that are going to be a struggle. Some of them are easier to grade than others. Some of them have a lot of information. But other ones they're going to have some nuances. Well, part of that, Justin, is because Bobby loves picking your cards apart because he has fun with them. And to be fair, he's picking apart predominantly the one piece that is the easiest. Centering is the one you have to get right on a lot of these issues. You really do have to get the centering right. If the centering's off, you should bring down the grade traditionally. Yeah. And that's kind of the challenge that I think all these graders are going to have, by the way. All of them. The new graders and the old graders, the HJs, the C. I keep getting the acronym wrong. It's isn't it like the new CGC one, the one based on the comic guys, and the initials completely skipped me. I was done. I completely forgot. So I apologize. I completely keep forgetting what the grade is. I'll have to look it up. I keep forgetting what it is. Yeah, 51 Parkhurst are bad. Yep. 1910 C series. Very true. So good evening, Victor. So hello, Carlos. I was wondering if the Golden does to promote so well. Heard multiple times, multiple people. Okay, so what it really is, okay, perfect. Paul's got it there, CSG. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. I know your comment hasn't come up on StreamYard yet, but I can see it. So Victor, first of all, welcome. Secondly, I did get a chance after the fact. I actually saw it this afternoon. I got a chance to watch your interview discussion with Jeremy. Excellent work. I enjoyed it. Good conversation with you guys. I thought it was very interesting. I enjoyed it for what it was. So to answer this question, I would say it's not that he does anything particularly special. I would say is that Ken Golden has a good understanding of how to utilize social media to a much greater degree than a lot of the other auction houses and sports card folks. They're just starting to catch on. Whether it's Ken Golden himself or whether it's people that he's working with who have an understanding of social media, they have learned that content, because in reality, what Ken Golden is doing is he's creating these Instagram lives. He's doing all these things. And it's enhancing what he's already got. Because Hockey Guy's mentioning here, does he have a huge mailing list of verified buyers? Well, he's definitely got a long list of verified buyers, and that's a big part of it. Let's not ignore that. But what I'm going to touch on here is that they're supplementing that with building a social media presence. And what I mean when I say that is he's, in a sense, creating content. Because when he creates an Instagram live, people are watching. Because some of his Instagram lives are him opening packs with his kid. That doesn't necessarily promote Golden Auctions, but it sort of does. Because as people follow Ken Golden because he does all these different kind of things, then when he's in his office opening up new lots that are going to be in his new auction, people are watching that. You might not be a specific buyer for it, but the more attention that gets, the more attention it draws, he becomes more and more associated with this high-end market. Oh, look at these amazing cards Ken Golden is bringing in to commission. And it feeds on itself, right? You get this attention, you start making these big sales, and then the big sales create the additional advertising, get more consignments, get bigger cards, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. So that's basically in a nutshell. But it's really comes down to utilizing that social media effectively in addition to what he's already got going as far as his verified buyers and his mailing list and all that as well. So like I mentioned, Paul had CSG. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. So Jeff here. Good evening, Jeff. I would assume there's technology to analyze the cut. You definitely can utilize it to a certain degree under high magnification. I can tell you that HGA says they use quote unquote AI. I don't know. The owners talked about it a lot of different times. I don't know the extent of what AI they're using, but you can definitely utilize, you can use guy scanning and enhancement to help you figure out, how the cut looks. You could also use it to help you with the centering and stuff like that. I would say there's definitely, we've got the technology now. High resolution scanning can help you with certain types of flaws and definitely enhance the grader's ability to be able to see it. So I think that's definitely a thing. Yeah, I think it's CSG. I think you had it right the first time, Paul. Yeah, so that was Hockey Guy mentioned about the huge mailing list. Absolutely true. Yep. That's all good. We've all got life to keep up with, Justin. It's the way it works. Got to do what you got to do. I've just been tired the last little while, so watching the live Saturday night stream after watching live Friday streams. I try to catch the crossover, but usually when it's happening on Fridays. That's usually what I try to catch. But it's, yeah, I don't want to do late night, although I have traditionally, but I think the last little while, like, I think I'm going to turn Saturday into just relaxing and kind of doing my thing on my own time, and then getting caught up after on the replay, like I did for Victor's. So that's what I said. Again, congratulations, Victor. Good show. And Jeremy, good show as well. I did enjoy catching it after the fact. And the rookie card discussion, even if I'm not going to indulge in that again for quite some time. I don't want to be playing that. Not going to do it. So this Hockey Guy is an interesting thing because this was, I want to say it was Karn who did research. He commissioned a research project and trying to figure out what kind of technology they could use, and surfaces and stuff like that was one of the challenges they found. But this HGA guy basically claims that they've been able to crack the code. And I find that very interesting. Doesn't mean they didn't, but I don't know what kind of scanning or whatever you could do that would effectively scan the surface and help you. Maybe it's just digital enhancement to help you see certain flaws on the surface. But again, depending on the type of card it is, it would be like all over the place. So Dave chiming in. Good evening, Dave. Yeah, I would say Allen Iverson is probably the more likely. If they're using some good Allen Iverson. Now, unfortunately, Allen Iverson's not into practice, so I don't know if that's going to help as far as the grading is concerned. So maybe they haven't practiced. Maybe they just go straight to the game. If you know that reference. Yeah, we're not touching the Ally for 80, Paul. I see your comment. I haven't clicked on it yet, but I see it. Yeah. But whenever they talk about using technology, I think you can definitely use technology. Thank you, Lowell. You get it. Thank you. But as far as that's concerned, but the reality is that you can use technology. It can help you. It can enhance what you're trying to do. And you can, of course. So, and I'm a technology guy. I work in IT. So I'm, of course, going to be in favor of it if you can use it effectively, if it'll help you, if it'll get you where you want to go.
but there's limits to what it can do right now. Right now, it can assist a person who's trying to do the grading to help them do their job better. And if that's what's happening, then I'm in favor of it. Of course, I'm in favor of it, big time. But I don't know what that's going to look like. It's one of those things where it's cool to say it. It's like the buzzwords. Oh, we're using AI. It's like, well, how? In what way are you using AI? Is it helping you figure out the centering? Is it helping you figure out the surface? Have you figured out have you cracked the code on the scanning piece? That was a challenge before. Do thicker, memorabilia cards cause a problem versus regular cards? Maybe, maybe not. How about refractors? How about the chrome cards? How about all these other, different edge cases and issues? Acetate cards. What about those? Cards that don't have borders. Do any of those cause you problems? Are you just using the same machine? Because they acknowledge as part of when the HGA talks about their stuff, they mention, oh, well, we've got, human quality control as well. And I'm like, well, so basically human quality control is the final word on whether this grade is accurate? Because in which case, how is that, other than you've started off with the scanning technology, how is that any different than what PSA, SGC, and the other one are doing? What I will say is that they cap the amount of submissions they take. So that is kind of smart. Totally get it. But that's just how it is. So let's just see here. Yeah, good luck with that. A lot of late hours and a lot of this content. Jeremy's got a Saturday going late content, and then usually we'll go late Sunday. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if we make it into March. We'll see how today's episode goes. Then. You gotta love the generic comment. Good old leave comment in chat. That is a profound statement right there. This is still my favorite comment of the entire show. Lowell got it. Lowell understood. Yeah. Use AI and blockchain technology synergy to make them take deep dive into grading while streamlining the process. I love the amount of buzzwords used in there. Beautiful work, hockey guy. Beautiful work. I like it. I like it. But that's one of the things. Like you say it in the joke by including all the keywords, the buzzwords. But it does feel a little bit like HGA is using the buzzwords. Although I'm not going to knock them too much because I think the holders look nice. I haven't talked too much about HGA because it really hasn't. I don't feel like it's time yet to go into a deep dive on talking about them too much. I will say I like the holders. I think what they came up with is interesting. I do think capping the amount of submissions they'll take is probably smart because it keeps them from getting absolutely buried. So it means they've got a shot at meeting their return times. And the early sales data on some of their stuff has been favorable so far. But how well they're able to do that long term, that's the question. Because as they keep trying to ramp up, it's going to get trickier and trickier to keep those return times under control with the way the stuff. Because now you're like capping off the amount of submissions you're taking, but like the demand is way, way, way in excess of supply. Absolutely. Always good when we can get a little synergy in there. Always good. Actually, it's all but confirmed because I've seen it in enough places. Do you guys have any thoughts or comments on PSA likely doing the increase in the an increase in the charges basically coming up? I think it's supposed to kick in basically at the beginning of March here. So I don't know if they've announced it really, but it's been kind of out there. So I'd be kind of curious to see if you guys have any thoughts on what that would do, if anything, to PSA as far as increasing the rates. I've got a couple, but I'd be curious if any of you have any thoughts on it first. Yeah, previous Curious Synergy was a buzzword for creating problems where there were none before. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it looks like Victor has a comment in there. See, now I'm waiting for this delay. I like this. So here we go. Perfect. And I'd agree with this. To be honest with you, until they have more of a track record, I wouldn't be touching HGA yet. Like, why would you? That's kind of the key to it. Okay, so hockey guy here. Now, this is interesting because we don't know. Because realistically, if you're going to do an increase in rates, you're going to have planned that out ahead of time. So more than likely. Now, here's the thing, though. With that said, while they were finalizing the deal, and I believe it was this past week where the deal was like final. Like now it's done. There is a scenario in which you would want to do it. And I'll touch that on in a second. But
It is a great question, hockey guy. Hockey. You're definitely asking a legitimate and valid question. I don't want to mix you up in hockey guy. I'm sorry. You're back to back, so I was getting confused. So that was hockey 99 with the question. Very good question. They hope to be the next generation move the needle worth grading by using the big data from their eye. Yes, absolutely. So Dave is touching on the key here. If return times are better, sure. If not, they're pissing in the wind. Yes. Now here's the thing. If you do the price increase, then, and I'll touch on Jeff's comment here as well, but if you do the price increase and it discourages the bulk submission of those low end base cards that are basically just hoping to bank on the, well, this is like a $2 base card, but if it comes back a PSA 10, maybe I can get $60 or $70. If it cuts down on that, it would potentially, not at first because you got a backlog to cover first, but it would potentially get you more in line with being able to get the cards back a little bit quicker. That isn't a guarantee, but it would help to not have those low end cards get submitted first to reduce that. Because if those low end cards are being submitted in less numbers and people have to at least think about it a little bit more, it might help as far as that's concerned. Now they would potentially lose some revenue, but then they would gain it with the price increase as well. So it's a little bit tricky. I haven't heard what the exact structure is, Jeff. I just heard from enough people that this increase presumably is coming. I would love to see what it is, and I don't know which categories are going to get affected. But I've just heard it enough times that I'm pretty confident that's probably going to be the case. I'm reasonably confident that they're going to do it. I'd just be curious what the exact numbers are, the same way you are. Yeah, more surprised if PSA went to a first in, first out policy. I doubt it. There's too much money to be made for those accelerated rates, though. It's too much money to be made. I'd love to see them try it, but I don't think at this stage. I think it's too far down the line now. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So doesn't surprise me at all. Questionable grades have been posted on Twitter. Yes, that's the thing that's going to be with any new company. You're going to ask yourself the question: are you going to be consistent? Because you're trying to get market share, right? So are you going to give good grades because it makes more people want to submit with you, or are you going to give some harsh grades and try to establish some credibility so that potentially there is some value to your holders? It's a bit of a delicate balance when you're getting started. Yeah, synergies are good for boards and shareholders, not the common man. Fair. Yep, mission critical, yes. We do love our corporate buzzwords. There you go. Only if you do understand the business first, then it's a win. Yep. Slow down on basis emissions, yes. That's the piece that I'm going to be curious about. Because if they do raise the rates and it does slow that down, it can have a positive impact on the backlog. I'd be curious to see what the numbers then do as far as revenues, because you are reducing the amount of submissions then. You would be. Yeah. And right now, and the thing is, technically, Hockey Guy, you can do that now. If you pay for one of those higher end ones, well, they're going to push your stuff to the front of the line. The bulk submissions paying that low rate. That's the reason why it's taking 6 months, a year. Big time bulk submitters can get a little bit of favorable service just because of the sheer amount they're submitting. But most of the time, if you pay more, you get a better service. You get faster service. You get pushed to the front of the line compared to the other ones. So that's kind of the question. Mailing cards grading, slow processing, COMC star stock will lead to the demise of wax and rise of NFT cards and digital cards. It's possible. If you create enough friction, you make it difficult enough. Now, I guess, though, in fairness, it will be a rise in a certain demographic. Like, there's a certain demographic that just isn't going to be interested in NFT cards and digital cards. It doesn't matter how attractive you make it in terms of the amount of friction. A digital card just doesn't have the same appeal for a large chunk of the collector base. So that's going to be kind of thing. So I'll address Hockey Guy's counter to you in a second. Yeah, PSA Canada gets a good return time. I think it's partially because they have established that reputation and rapport with PSA, where I think they understand that, like, there is a benefit to getting those cards to them, still not fast, but in a reasonable period of time, especially considering the current. But that's kind of the question. So I'll touch on this. So hockey is kind of coming back with it. But the thing is, wax sales, this is the interesting thing. Okay, so let's touch on this, the wax thing, since we're talking about that. And then we'll come back to the NFT thing in a second. The thing with wax is that right now, wax is through the roof, and retail isn't a good example of that, but it's through the roof because there is money to be made. as long as there's money to be made, there is this draw to go and take everything off the shelf and then resell it. If enough things happen that demand drops, the resale drops, and these people are stuck holding some of this retail, then retail will magically reappear on the shelves. It's just the nature of supply and demand. The demand is there right now. The supply is seemingly limited because comparatively it is. But then you've still got these people who will still buy into it. They're still paying for it. And predominantly it's collectors who are paying that price because they just want to open their retail. They want to open their wax still. But it's one of those things where the bottom point here, rise of NFT cards and digital cards, I think it's going to be based on a largely non-collectors because it's not really collecting. Digital cards are sort of, they're a concept of collecting, but I don't really consider them collecting the same way because it's just not the same. You're lacking the tangibility. So for that piece, I'll agree with Justin on that piece of it. And you're making the point you're making, hockey. I'm generally in agreement with the concept here. The process of sending through customs grading, it is a pain point, but for some people, that is the price of doing business with a physical good. So here, I like this. So it took a while for debit to truly take over until it did. Yes, but here's where you're different on this. Debit took over because carrying money was a hassle. I don't like carrying cash. I'll still have some, but it's a pain to deal with cash and change and all that. But you're not collecting that cash. When you get paid your paycheck, whether it's cash or whether it's digital or whether you're using debit cards or whatever the case may be, at the end of the day, you're getting the money so that you can then spend it or invest it or do whatever you're going to do with it. Doing it digitally is more convenient. It did take over because it was more convenient. It's easier than having to count out the cash, just, tapping a card in this case now. That is a different thing. But if you're a collector whose collection is the physical good, replacing the physical good isn't actually a replacement. You're actually not replacing the thing that you wanted. Cash is actually kind of an annoyance because it's a means to an end. But for a collector of cards, the cards is the end. It's not the means to the end. So then replacing the friction and saying, okay, we've replaced the friction. We've made this easier. You can get digital cards and you can get them instantaneously. And I'm like, cool, but I don't want digital cards. So you didn't actually fix my problem. My problem was the things I had to do to get the cards, but what you did is you eliminated the cards. So it's like, I totally understand the point that you're trying to make with this. And I actually think it's an interesting way of approaching the problem. And I don't disagree with you for some people. But what's going to be interesting is that it didn't actually replace the thing. You did remove the friction, but in the course of removing the friction, you actually removed the product. Because to me, NFTs and digital cards are a different product. It's a digital product, but it's a different product. It's not the same thing. It's like saying, well, it's too hard to buy furniture, so here is digital furniture. I'm like, but I can't sit on a digital chair. It doesn't actually work. It didn't solve my problem. But I like the idea. I still like the intellectual exercise. So I appreciate you bringing it up. Yeah, cards are not currency at the end of the day. Good evening, Brian. I'm doing well. How are you doing right now? Hopefully you're doing well. But yeah, I think it is an interesting discussion to have, though. I think there is a little bit of it. But that's kind of what it works to. Yeah, trading cards, trade pressure, put you down for the first. Totally fair. Yeah. Well, I thought the furniture would help kind of clarify the idea. Is that, imagine, like, it is actually a hassle to order if you try to order furniture. I just use it as a silly example, but like it is a hassle, right? Oh, you got to get it. Maybe you got to get it delivered. Like, is it the right size? Did you get the right color? All these different things, right? There's all these potential hassles and, downstream problems, getting it delivered, getting to bring it in or whatever the case may be, maybe having to assemble it. There's a lot of inconveniences potentially. But replacing it with an NFT of a chair isn't going to help me because I can't sit on the NFT of the chair. A silly example, yes, but the difference between a physical good and a digital good, even if conceptually you can purchase it more easily as an NFT. Again, just a silly example, but we have some fun with it. How do digital cards affect the hobby 20 years down the road? I don't think it does because, okay, so my theory on this has been this.
I don't think the hobby has a long term, and I guess it depends on your definition of long term. I'm saying 20 plus. If you're saying 20 plus years down the road, I don't know if the I don't know if the kids of today, unless they're exposed to it early, like really exposed to it early, I don't see the appeal for them. Cards are inconvenient. Like they're not that interesting. I don't know if NFTs are going to replace that, because it's like, well, you're replacing something that maybe I don't care about that much with a digital version of something I might not care about that much. So unless they're interested in the concept in the first place, the digital version is not going to be that much more appealing, even if it reduces friction. That's going to be kind of it. So that actually touches on this comment. So thank you for bringing that up, Hockey Huggy. But yes, digital cards could be, but you still have to have an interest in the card concept. Although, digital games, skins and like that is laying the groundwork potentially for that being more interesting for them. So to Dave's question, that's where I could see the potential economy for that down the road. That could very well be the piece. So thanks, Justin. Appreciate that. Time will tell. I agree. Yeah. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. I like to use those silly analogies sometimes just for fun. Just because it's the only way we can convey. That one is an extreme version just to convey the difference between the physical and the digital. In this case, though, if you're a kid who is playing with a tablet and digital everything early on, do you care about cards? Do you care about books? Do you care about this, that, or the other thing? That is a question. I don't know. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But there has to be like a baseline interest in collectibles anyway. And if you have that, then it opens a door. But if the idea is what is the easier thing? Yes, digital is way easier to have, to maintain, to sort, to deal with all those things. It is easier. That's very true. Very much I agree. Victor says, this is your appropriate time to try and establish NFTs. I can see him trying to see if it sticks. Yeah. I would say, just so we all separate that out, the NFT, the non-fungible token, as a concept, I think will stick around. Whether it applies to collectibles, digital collectibles, as Lowell says, I don't know. That part is a different conversation. But the concept of the NFT, sure. Yeah, I think that will be around. But I don't know if for a digital collectible, it's going to have a long-term future. That part is going to be interesting because is it as appealing? Yeah, utility purpose in the games, totally true. Totally with you. See, I know the comment you're talking about. And I think if WWE put that as an NFT, I think they would pay good money for that. Good money for that. Just saying. Yeah, I think what's interesting is I want to say it's Darren Rovell. I think on Instagram or might have been. It was probably Twitter. Put up a little mini poll. It was an unscientific poll, but it was just asking the question for people who like Top Shot. He's saying like, what is your reason for liking Top Shot? And he offered two options. And one of them was, basically I like collecting them. And the second one was like, an easy flip, free money. He basically posed it as free money. He called it that way. And when he put it down that way, he basically said, but he was like 80% of them said basically it's like free money. So it's like, I don't know if that's a sustainable model. If that's what people are acknowledging to you, it's like, look, I'm just in it for the money. That's all I really care about. I agree with the on-device video games. Yep. Laying the ground for digital in the future. Yes. That's the part where I was really seeing. That's the part where I do see some possibilities as far as that's concerned. It appears I'm old school because I never purchased devices or games or power-ups. Totally fair. You're not alone. Believe me. You're not alone. Gets your religion. Totally fair. We're waiting for that NFT. Yes. Yes. Well, maybe you could have an Insert Revolution podcast NFT. That could be the next logical monetization plan. Just saying. Yep. Logan Paul's pushing NFTs big time. Yes. Oh, and actually, Victor, speaking of the marketing blitz, Ken Golden did a live stream with Logan Paul related to Pokemon cards and stuff. So Ken Golden is getting himself out there as kind of the front face of Ken Golden Auctions. He is getting himself out there where the more FaceTime he gets on TV, on internet, on social media, it helps kind of drive more and more traffic to Golden Auctions, which is smart. That's why I say he has taken full advantage of the multimedia landscape to get his face and to get his name out there as much as possible. That Logan Paul piece was part of it. And Logan Paul is very much doing, very much pushing NFTs, without a doubt. Yeah, and Steve watched it. So there you go. Very true, very true. Every NFT is a PSA 10. It is now. It is now. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I don't think I think though we're still talking a very different era, Bobby. Like Mastro, I know Mastro got out there, but it was never like that. It was never to the degree that that Golden has gotten himself out there faster in a lot of different avenues than anybody. It's just because of the speed of the internet. It helps a lot. Yeah, Gary Vee's pumping NFTs hard. Yes, yes, yes. Well, there's a lot of ways to make some money on it. Yeah, so Brian saw some of it as well. Very good. And Dave says, Ken Golden is a crafty promoter business. Yes. And I think that's the piece that I've tried very much to give him credit for. He is a very savvy promoter, very smart in the way he has approached it. If you want to take nothing away, you may not like his tactics. You may not be interested in the person. You may not like what he does or what he's representing in the hobby right now, but you have to give him credit on the marketing piece. As far as promoting himself in his business, he's done it very well. As far as being a businessman right now, he's done it very well. You have to give the devil his due in this regard. Whatever else you might think of the guy, you have to give him his credit. He's gotten himself out there. And he's been able to make hobby headlines. So it's like, if all publicity is good publicity, he's been getting a lot of publicity. And for the most part, it's been good. For him, anyway, for his business and for his consigners. So it's not terrible. Yep, absolutely, Victor. Yeah, social media, celebrity influence, all of it. He's putting together the formula. That isn't to say it will go forever, but right now, at this moment in time, he's riding that momentum. Like, I think he understands that, like, right now he is on a hot streak, and I think he's going to ride that hot streak until suddenly he starts losing a couple of bets. But at the moment, everything he's touching is turning to gold as it stands right now. Subject to change without notice, but we'll see how it goes. But those are kind of the main areas that I wanted to hit on. So that's actually been really good. So I've actually enjoyed, that's the first segment of the live stream. It's actually been really good. Thank you all for the participation. It's been really some great comments. So thank you all for hanging out and participating. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to do the whole invite thing, but we'll do it. Quick caveat. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm going to pin it. I'm also going to put it on the screen in a second, but a quick thing, really important. I'm happy to have folks come on. Ideally, if it's folks that haven't been on before, that's cool. If you've been on before, and we've had some great conversation, by all means, feel free. Don't be shy about it. But what I want to say is this. As far as that's concerned, I really want to make sure that if you're coming on, it's because you want to chat on certain topics, or maybe you have a question or you've got a thought or a topic or something you want to add, maybe what we already talked about or something else we haven't. All that is open. I'm happy to talk about it. If you want to show off some cards, that's cool. I don't want to hear what you pay for them. I don't care. That's kind of my only ground rule. So I'm just leaving that open out there. If that's your main goal, we already established a little bit earlier with, I already forgot his stupid name. All right. Buddy was being a little bit sassy earlier on. I'm in a sassy mood and I don't mind bouncing people. I haven't had to do it for the most part because honestly, the conversation's been really good, but if you annoy me a little bit, I might bounce you tonight. So, but if you want to have a conversation, by all means. Bobby Rowell says, Ken Golden has found more ways to promote than ever before. Yes, more ways to see it. Very true. That's the point that I was making with that. It's that honestly, he's capitalized on the current technology and utilizing to its best, which is smart. You should. And again, I don't know if it's him or if he's got people around him who are very savvy in social media, but he's listening to them and it's working really great. So full value to him for that. Anyone's find COMC's ingestion time, shipping time much quicker than card stocks right now. That's bad because COMC's shipping time is terrible. And if Star Stock is struggling more than that, ooh, my goodness. Yes, Amit, you're always about a day late and a dollar short. Don't worry, somebody will fill you in. You got to keep up on it, man. Get your notifications updated. Get your notifications updated. I can't tell you everything that happens. You got to get it yourself. Yeah, Star Stock was bought all at once. Yeah, didn't have the infrastructure in place. Yep. I think though that's the case with every hobby thing though.
Like every hobby thing that is doing right now is not set up to handle the volume. So I think they're all struggling in their own way. That's why I say HGA intentionally limited the amount of intake they're taking just so they could ramp up, which is probably smart. Honestly, it's probably smart. So I'll give them their credit for that. What do you think about the recent NHL price jumps? It seems like a lot of cards have not gotten their bump yet. Oh, you mean like price bumps in the cards? I think it's following the market in the sense that right now it's people are jumping from sport to sport, player to player, segment to segment, looking for whatever is undervalued, quote unquote. Because if things keep going up, like basketball was obviously the leader in that, price wise, but then you jumped in. That's why soccer had its cup of coffee. Does that mean they can't have another run if the thing cycles through again? Of course they can, for sure. But they had the little run there, and then it went down again. Right now, football is having a little mini run. Baseball is starting to get into season, so they're having the little mini run. Baseball tends to move a little bit slower in terms of pricing action. They do jump up in price, but not as quick. NHL is a good candidate as any because you do have certain players that you can go after that price-wise you're doing it. So it's just the way it is. But it's not unusual. I think it's pretty normal. Yep, as mastered in his time, as you mentioned. Yep. And Lowell says here, they said their shipping time is greater than their inventory input time. Interesting. But I think a lot of that is going to be very interesting. Oh my God. I love it. The Scotties Tournament of Hearts. That is a reference. Curling cards. Oh my God. I can imagine there are curling cards. I think that's interesting. Okay. That's a conversation that I didn't think I would ever have, or even that comment that I would ever read. Anyone collecting curling cards? I'll get to the curling cards after I get to my bowling cards. Although in fairness, I would probably buy bowling cards. It would make me laugh. No, I probably would buy bowling cards. Curling, I can't do curling. We get a lot of that coverage in Canada. I can't do curling. It's just not working for me. But if they had prism curling, it would probably sell at this point. Honestly, it probably would. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay. All right. So here we go. We're going to do this thing here. Let me get this. I'm going to copy it. I'll do it here first. Okay. So there you go. I have pinned the link in the chat. Done that. And I've got this here. So that's cool. Yeah, exactly. Of course. It's just everything, Brian. It's just everything. It's just the hobby is so hot. So hot. There are no cards that can do any wrong. None that can do any wrong. So like I mentioned, I've got the link on there. My only ground rules are what I said earlier. If you got a topic or you want to talk about anything we already talked about, fair game, go for it. You want to bring something else to the table, please, by all means. You want to share some cards, feel free. If you want to tell me the prices, don't care. Could have been the greatest bargain of all time. That's great. Brag about it on social media. Don't care. It is a predominantly collector-centric show. We're not interested in the prices other than, the record prices that we can chat about a little bit, but that's different. If you want to give anecdotal prices on your own cards, well, that's good to know, but it's like it gets old fast. So I'll leave that open for folks if they want to play with that. Like I said, it's in the link is in the chat if you wish to use it. Totally up to you. You let me know. Yep. No worries, Hockey. I appreciate it. Appreciate your contribution as well. Some really good talk and conversational points. So I do appreciate it. And I don't blame you. Atlantic time. I think you're a little bit ahead. I believe. I could be mistaken. I forget that part of the time zone, but I think you're a little bit ahead of where I am right now. Okay. So as far as my my kind of talking points, guys, I've hit on the main ones that I wanted to talk about. I was trying to think if there was anything else. The only other thing I was thinking about, and Victor, I don't know if you're still around. I did mention earlier that I enjoyed your conversation with Jeremy, and I'm not going to rehash the whole. I'm not going to rehash the rookie card thing. We're not doing it. Okay, so here we go. Good evening, Steve. How's it going?
What's going on, Carlos? What's going on, everybody?
No, not too bad. How's the?
Not too bad, not too bad. A little tired. We did some rearranging in the house. I'm actually hoping to be back in the office starting next weekend. So it'll be a change of scenery for the podcast and
Nice.
some of the videos. But so I figured I'd share. You've been aware of the Germany purchase. What's going on, everybody? It finally showed up. You were probably the other person I thought about messaging, and I didn't even think about it.
Sure.
But I did make a purchase, a small collection out of Germany. One thing I will say, and this is even a struggle for me, and this will actually, I will pose a question to you, and you may not be able to answer it
Sure.
this evening, but hopefully you can do some digging and see maybe if you can help me out.
No worries.
So it was 60 cards. I did my audit. I sent them my checklist of all the cards I needed.
Yep.
And, you know, depending on how long you've been in the hobby, and even for us who have been hobbyists for all our life, we still have to reach out to other people
Of course.
to get information because we may not know certain cards and variations and things along those lines.
Well, whenever I have that problem, Steve, I usually just press a button, watch.
And ask Bobby.
Basically, that's what I do strategically. See, Bobby, it was a perfect opportunity where as Steve was saying that, I was like, no, I just push a button. Like, I don't know if you guys know this. I can just press a button and it works. Now talk, Bobby. Let's see if your audio is working today.
Nope.
Nope. Like, I knew it. Part of me knew. Like, it was almost 100%. You could pretty much bank it and guarantee. So real quick, while Bobby's having his fun, he's going to pop off and pop back on. So good evening, Mason. I did include your comment on the screen. I did want to make sure to acknowledge you. So good evening. So Victor, I'll come back to the point I was making. I want Steve to finish the story, and I had to have a little fun with Bobby as well. Quickly, I'll grab these comments here. Is it too early to send Bobby or a rookie to grade HGA? You know what? If you have a Bobby or a rookie and you want to send to HGA, you are a bold man, sir. So here's my honest answer. I'm not knocking HGA. I don't know if they're going to have sustainability. If your question is it too early? I would say yes. For me, it's too early. Only because I need them to build their track record. I need them to build their track record. Once they've built it up a little bit more, if they can show some consistency for a little while longer, then why not? Sure. But I wouldn't be the early adopter. I'm not the early adopter on that one. So Brian enjoyed that one. So did Victor. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, hold on. Let's try it real quick here. All right, go ahead, Bobby. Give it a go.
Is it working?
It is working now.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I don't know why the first time it never works. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, your streak got broken because anytime I was on, you jumped in and it seemed to work great. Now, obviously, we're back to where we were before.
Square one, unfortunately. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
no worries. Yeah, so quickly. Yeah, so I want to so I'll touch on that in a second, Victor. I actually will. I will. Because I did want to touch on part of the conversation you had, but I want to let Steve finish your story. Go ahead, Steve.
But I did want to show off a couple cards. I figured I'd go ahead and spoil it on your show as far as some of the cards that did come in
good.
as part of this.
Then let me quickly give Victor the response on this then, and then we'll
Go
show
ahead.
off those cards. So all I was saying, Victor, is that I actually enjoyed your conversation with Jeremy. I actually thought it was a lot of fun. You guys ended up having to kind of speed through the last part of it because once you got into the weeds on rookie cards, I laughed because we had extensive conversations on the stream about the rookie card thing. I made the video talking about some of the rookie card thing. But as you guys went back and forth and Jeremy was working through his mentality on the rookie card, it was kind of fun watching the gears move kind of on the show in real time. It was kind of fun. And I think you brought some great contributions to it. You got to say the commandments of the rookie card, which was fun as well. I enjoyed that. But I was saying, it's not rehashing the rookie card thing, is that throughout the whole thing, we came to the part where you said one of the challenges is that whenever we talk about getting the hobby consensus, we agree that like we will not have consensus, but then you want to put the onus back on the Players Association, which I understand, which I actually understood your point on that. And I have no issue with that, but I do. And it is probably something that I'll do for a separate video, is that I kind of want to push back on the orthodoxy of, I'm curious about in the current iteration, how important it really is, the rookie card itself. I love the rookie year. I love that designation.
I love the pre-rookie designation. I'm cool with all those. I think that makes sense because COMC does use it, and I think it is wise. I like it. But at the same time, and it was something I challenged Bobby and asked him about because I wanted to see like, okay, so when did we even acknowledge the rookie? When was the rookie card starting to be a thing? Period. When was it even a thing? And I was trying to figure that out. And Bobby and I talked about it a little bit here and there. And it was tough because I think the best we came to, Bobby, is maybe like in the early days of the price guide. So this would be like late 70s and maybe like the earliest references to it probably.
1980-ish.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of maybe, and this is a long shot, but this is what I was thinking about the other day. It occurred to me. Maybe there was a reference or two. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a reference to in maybe some early Kit Young catalogs or something. Something in the mid 70s. Think early dealers. That might be the earliest recorded possibility. It's a long shot. I'm just throwing a shot in the dark here. Maybe that's a possibility.
I just bought a bunch of old Beckett's to look that up. So
Yeah, but I'm saying like, you remember like the old Kit Young catalog stuff like that?
I remember. Yeah,
Like I would
They're hard
bet
to find.
maybe. Oh, for sure. I wouldn't doubt that. That would be the one that I'd take a stab at. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe that's a possibility. So I got a couple of guys here that may be joining us, but Steve, you first, please show the cards.
Oh, he's having my problem.
Oh, you muted.
No, I muted myself.
All good. Go for it.
So just a few. Most of these are going to be like the numbered, but
And these
X Factor.
these are from a German seller on eBay. Is that the case, or a German
Yes.
seller offline or eBay? Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha. Cool. And Steve is a Terrell Davis collector. Just so we're clear on the bulk of this show.
Yeah, that's what all these are. So that's the die cut jersey holofoil version.
Yep, absolutely.
Prime signatures. That's the gold proof, numbered to 50.
Absolutely.
98 playoff. This is the throwback tandems, I think. But it's Terrell Davis on one side and Cordell Stewart on the other, and the T is cut out up there.
I'm just wondering if I can fit this on the screen, Steve. You'll have to let me know if you can see it.
I can.
Nice. So it works. All right.
Score
cool.
scorecard.
I just included Steve's podcast with Irish Dave Archer on there. Just put Instant Revolution podcast on there, just so you guys know. That's the one they do.
Field Division die cut, number to 217. Most of these are all serial numbered. That's the red parallel to 199. Trying to save some of the front row variation.
Yep. So I see you, Victor. I think it wouldn't shock me. That's true. That's a fair point.
And that's the Masters 50 point gold to 150.
Yep.
And then a few jersey cards.
Nice. So one other thing, Victor, I totally agree with you about the term rookie. What I'm thinking about, though, is the term rookie card as pertains to the hobby. That's the piece that I'm trying to piece together. We'll keep working on it, though. I'm curious because that's part of the conversation I want to have about the rookie card in general. Not the definition, but something else. We'll get to that. Don't worry. I promise.
And then the big one, so to speak, that's the Chicago collection, numbered to 5.
Okay. Very cool. Is that like a show card or is that an actual parallel?
Well, they call it the Chicago collection in Beckett, and there's 8 or 10 different cards that fall into the Chicago collection, but they're all serial numbered to 5.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, and then my question, and you may not be able to answer this.
Sure.
So this is our favorite product, Pacific product.
Yeah, but I think it's private stock specific.
It is.
Sure.
Do you know what the difference between the regular and the retail?
Ooh, I love this question because it is one of the banes of my existence. I can tell you in the hockey iteration, I think they did a couple of things. I think in one they did and Dave covered what I was asking about. Sorry, this one. Yeah, Toronto Show Expo card. So yeah, so it was like a show card that they did because Beckett is starting to list some of those. That's what's making it confusing, I would say. I agree with Jeff. I think it's sometimes the foil color. I think, though, they sometimes did some weird things with the background. But I think it's generally foil color. I think usually it's the foil. It's either silver or gold. Like, it tends to depend on the year. But I think they mess with the silver gold thing.
Well, and that's what I was thinking, too. And I would have thought, gold would be hobby in
Don't
like
assume anything with Pacific.
I know.
Okay.
And then silver would be retail. The only issue is both copies that I have of that card, so to speak, are
Yeah.
gold foil. So it's
Totally with you.
like
Totally with you.
And
I know. So I referenced it in my last pickup video where I showed the example of the different premiere dates as an example of why sometimes Pacific frustrates me, because they demonstrated tremendous consistent inconsistency in things they would do. So they would do one thing 1 year and then be like the very next year, the same thing, but different. And I'd be like, is it really that difficult for you to just maintain some consistency from 1 year to another? That is all I ask of you. Just a little bit of consistency. Nope. Different fonts. We'll do this in a different way. No, let's do it a different way. Whatever. Sure. I'm like, why? Why? Seemed too difficult, I guess, apparently. Yeah.
So I see Jeff put in there gold for hobby, silver retail, and I just
Yeah.
posed the question: is that across the board for that year? Because that's 2001.
Yeah, and I think they really messed around with it. That's why I say Pacific was frustrating in that era,
Yes.
especially in that early 2000s, because, like I said, for all the cool stuff they did, they are frustrating. So,
63 rookies, yeah.
yeah, so I totally agree with you. And there are some years where this became a real problem. That's why I say, like, my work that I'm doing, my concept with the rookie card, I'm not contradicting what Victor's doing because he's trying to establish the definition. He's trying to work on the definition and trying to build that up. And I think it's a noble calling. I think it's Don Quixote chasing windmills, but it's a noble calling. I like that he's trying to do it. I'm interested in when it became a thing and then kind of working backwards from there. That's where I'm kind of curious about it, because that's a different conversation that isn't necessary. It's peripheral, but it's not, we're not trying to establish the same thing here. I'm curious about it. I like Dave's comment here, though. And who is this Terrell Davis? Did he play hockey in a past life? Why is the Hockey Oracle showing American football hockey trading cards? Totally a valid question, Dave. Valid question. True story.
Go pound some pavement, Dave.
Jeff is a fellow Broncos fan in Canada. There you go. Paul, yep. Cue the unsolved mystery soundtrack. That's legit. That's fair. So Jeff says, yeah. So you guys are got in the comments. Perfect. Awesome. All right. So here we go. So what I'll do here, I know I got a couple of guys here that want to join in, so I'll do that. So Joe, I think I can see you. It looked like you're almost there. So let me bring you on here. Joe, good evening. How are you?
Good. How are y'all? Good
Hey,
to
Joe.
see you.
Not too bad. Not too bad. How are things?
Things are okay.
That wasn't a trick question, Joe. That
Yeah,
wasn't a trick
no,
question.
you stumped me there, Carlos. It was such a
It was a profound question. I understand. It was multi-layered and multi-tiered. It is complex, but I believe in you.
I'm still, the Jeremy, Victor thing last night. I went down a few rabbit holes myself. I guess
Yeah, okay.
it's like the confessional. It's like, what does it bring up for you? But, all things said, I'm kind of moving on. Most of my creative energy right now is thinking about the different personalities in the hobby. I don't know if you saw Ken Golden on the plane on the way with the Wagner to Los Angeles.
I did catch a little bit pieces of that, yeah.
That was great. I mean, that was just awesome. That made me feel like I was in a movie theater watching like either a DC or a Marvel, movie. And I didn't know, is Gary Vee going to show up? Is Nat Turner going to like pop in? Like there's so many big time personalities right now in the hobby that it's just like you were saying last week, it's great entertainment.
Yes, it is. It can be for sure.
Sure.
And I'm in favor of it because it gives things to talk about. That's why I say like the way that I as time has gone on, the way that I've structured this more and more at the beginning is like, all right, I got a couple of topics. Like I made a list as we went in before we came in. I said, let me make a small list of a handful of things that I'm like, all right, this is what I'm going to talk about at the beginning. Whatever happens after that is whatever happens. You want to talk about the same stuff? Cool. We'll talk about something else too. I don't care.
It might be that it's the Golden Globes tonight, but yeah, I'm just thinking about the possibilities. And, I wanted to just throw one thing up there because I saw Steve showing off some of his Bronco cards. And I'm not a Broncos fan, Steve, but I did get a nice pull the other day from an optic. This is a Jerry Jeudy on-card rated rookie, numbered out of 25, purple stars.
That's cool.
Pretty cool card. On-card auto. Very nice. So anyway,
So
that's a little splash in my world. Go Jerry Jeudy. Hopefully they can get a quarterback. Are they going to get a quarterback, Steve?
I'm hoping that they go all out on Deshaun. I'm brutally honest. They've got the new GM. If they're gonna try and go hard, they need to figure out what they can do to get Deshaun Watson.
That would be bold. That would be bold.
Well, the good news, Steve, is there's 3,457 quarterbacks on the market, I think, available. Most of them were starting last year or in the last 2 years. Like, apparently everyone and their brother is available.
It's what it seems. Mariota's on the. I know. Did he start it all last year in
I think
Las Vegas?
I want to say I think he was in backup duty, but I think he had like a performance, like he played well, like as a backup for the latter half, because I think he was with Oakland, right?
Las Vegas.
Oh, sorry, Las Vegas.
I think
Sorry,
Carr
for
got-
some reason in my brain I still got him in Oakland. Sorry. So Las Vegas.
Most people do.
So, but Las Vegas, Carr went down with an injury, and then he took over in the latter part of the game, but played very well in the latter part of the game, like almost an audition for him in a brief stretch. But that's all it takes right now. Like, just show something, and you can get in there. Why not? You're auditioning for a job right now.
Russell Wilson's on a potential candidate to be traded.
So maybe you get Russell Wilson as your starter and have Deshaun as your backup, and then get Steve Young as your third, and like just have 86. Go from one extreme to another. No quarterbacks to every quarterback that has ever played.
Well, there's a few quarterbacks coming in the draft as well. I couldn't recite all their names, but there's like 4 or 5 pretty good ones.
Well, and there's also topic about trying to trade up to try and go after Justin Fields, because they're not going to get Lawrence. Lawrence is going to go number 1. If he doesn't, I would be very surprised. But Lawrence is pretty much the guaranteed number 1 overall.
I think it's a consensus. I think almost everybody has him slotted into that spot. I think it's reasonable. Yeah.
But Denver has a lot of options, and it wouldn't also surprise me if they didn't look at trying to do other things in the offseason and stick with Drew Lock. I mean, that's also an option too. It's just one of those in which I don't think he's the answer. He has some signs of good thought process, but at the same time, he's also a little bit too inconsistent. He's too hot and cold. So I don't know. He's still a young quarterback. If he can be groomed, that's great. But at the same time, it's like you've got a head coach who's on the hot seat right now, and it's either you do well and you make it to the postseason, even if you lose in the postseason because you still have Kansas City. I don't know. It's hard to know.
Thanks, Steve. That's helpful insights, and I don't want to leave Bobby out of the conversation. Bobby, there was I think there was a Bobby Orr rookie card that closed. Was that today or yesterday? Last night?
Are you talking about the BVG 10?
Yeah.
Yeah. So off the top, Joe, you'll have to check it out later. I had a little fun.
Up.
I had a little back and forth with Jeremy on that one,
Okay.
where he was giving now quickly. I want to get a take. I want to get a round the table take. I want to include Victor's comment in here because he's mentioning the term rookie card as it evolved, as a player first card. I want to have so much fun with this. It won't be on the stream. I will make a separate video. Does the rookie card even matter? Doesn't. But anyway, moving on. I gotta have my fun. But thank you, Victor. I appreciate the background on that. As I invalidate the purpose of your Don Quixote quest. But the point is this. I'm just kidding, Victor. Not entirely, but I'm kidding. Well, here's the thing. Let me quickly summarize my thesis, and I will outline it more in the video. There is a reason behind it. I actually don't give a crap about the rookie card. It's stupid, and I don't care. No, I don't. I just don't care. But is it an important thing to think about in the realm of values in cards? Yes, totally, 100%. It is. Is it the most desirable card for some players? It can be. For certain iconic cards, it can be. That's why I say it's not a one size fits all here. It's for certain cards, they are the premier card for a player. And then for other cards, it's if I'm a collector of that player, maybe I want it, maybe I don't. It depends on the player. That's why the Mantle is the perfect example. 51 Bowman is the rookie. It is the rookie. Full stop. But if money's no object and you're getting the iconic card for Mickey Mantle, it's the 52.
Or money is an object.
Fair enough. But the thing is, the icon is the 52. That is the 52, but it is not the rookie.
And there's reasons behind that. I mean,
True.
more than just, the aesthetic appearance of the card. I mean, there's the whole 52 Mantle story is,
Agreed.
the printing plate, the, high number. I mean, there's complexities. And I think what the truest thing you just said there, Carlos, is it depends.
Correct.
In every single instance, it
Yes.
depends.
That's what I'm saying. The point that the point that I get to if at the high level, my point is, we don't have absolutes in the hobby. We do not have absolutes. There are exceptions. There are edge cases. There's all kinds of things everywhere. If I was going to take one phrase, it literally is. It depends. That comes up so often.
But I appreciate. I think I'm going to let Bobby speak because I have a feeling I know where he's going. But I'm just going to say, it is a good idea to have a common understanding of what the rookie card is, and I'm not disallowing that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the most valuable card is going to depend on the context, which
Correct.
there can be all sorts of other things. But understanding collectively what we generally think is a rookie card is a fine idea.
Yeah, and I think there's value to that exercise. And I think though, and this is a separate piece of conversation. One of the things that we get into the dangerous place in is sometimes we'll associate value with importance, because value is based on rarity and supply and demand, right? The rarer card that people want is the more expensive card. Is it the most important card? Well, if value is the only criteria, then yes, obviously it is. It's the most expensive, right? But taking a different player. So forget about Mantle, because Mantle is a classic example with that. Up until recently, Michael Jordan, an icon, a GOAT in his sport, right? 86 Fleer is the rookie for Jordan. You want to argue about the 84 star? We can have a different conversation. But let's say 86 Fleer. Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's pretend we lock down the 86 Fleer as the card. Okay? Let's say that's the card. But you're a Michael Jordan collector. You have all the money to get the elite of the elite. Do you care about being one of 315 to 316 people to have the 86 Fleer Jordan, or do you want the green PMG that has only 10 copies? If you're a collector of the iconic card, the green PMG is probably higher up on your list. The Jordan rookie is almost like an afterthought. It's like, yeah, I got one somewhere in the back, whatever. It's just one of many other iconic cards that I have for the player. It depends, again, depends on the player, depends on the context of it. It's all together. And the players at all levels have this. They all do. But like I said, we talk about the GOATs because that's the easiest. We use the example of the top end players because that's the easiest. That's why I stuck with Mantle and Jordan. But if I want to bring it all the way down to the lowly level of my favorite player, Medano, his rookie cards don't even qualify in the top 100 of the most important Mike Medano cards if I'm putting together a list. I enjoy them for what they are, but they're not even on the top 100. There's cards that I put way above them that are rarer, that are more interesting, more aesthetically interesting, have a better story to them. The rookie card is one of 9 rookie cards. He's got 9 rookie cards. Great in terms of numerology because he's number 9. That's kind of cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great for numerology, but like aside from that, it's one of 9 cards. His best one is the O-Pee-Chee Premier. I've got a dozen of them. I can drop them in a stack of them.
I can relate to that though
It's
too,
common as
Carlos.
dirt. It's common as dirt, man. It's a cool card. I like having it in the collection. But would my collection feel incomplete if I had? Well, as a collector who collects so many, yes. But as a general collector, like if you're saying, oh, Carlos, you have to build like a top 10 of your cards that are like your favorites, the rookie isn't getting in there. Oh, Carlos, the top 50, the rookie's not getting in there. The top 100, the rookie's not getting in there. And I've got almost 2,000 cards, and it's still not getting in there. What does that tell you?
I can relate to that though too, Carlos. From my PC collection perspective, I mean, the bigger difference is I can say that at least the Mirror Gold rookie would make it into my top 100 just because of the nostalgia part of it, but it wouldn't break the top 10. It wouldn't be anywhere close. And you mentioned the PMG Green. That's the number 1 on my list, and I'll probably never own it. And it's 2 years after his rookie.
Exactly. But the thing is, like, as a collector, once you get into the checklist, you will be able to make the assessment as you collect and as you start putting together the collection, curating it. You will figure out what to you are the significant cards. Importance is relative. It depends by player. It depends on the situation. Sometimes it is the most valuable card because that's what people want. Hence, it is an important card. The 52 Tops Mantle is a great example. It is the most valuable mantle there, but it's also an iconic card. It's got all the pieces together. It's got it all. But it's not always the case. Sometimes it is, sometimes it
isn't. A great story behind it, right?
It all plays together. It helps. It's part of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
I love the 51 Bowman. I respect the 51 Bowman. We know the 52 is an icon. I would prefer the 51 Bowman slightly, but it's slight. But I'm a big fan of Bowman. But it's going to be to your preference. It's to your taste. And I'm never going to knock anybody who says, oh, I love the 52 Top Mantle. It's a beautiful card. It's an aesthetically attractive card. It's got a great story. It's got all the pieces you want.
The key word is that you respect it.
Absolutely. I do respect it. But that's why I say, like, I just don't like the idea of making anything the be all and end all automatically by default just by showing up. I don't like that. So somebody's rookie card could be their most significant card. It could. And in some cases it is. Totally is. But it depends. It will depend. It'll depend on the player. It'll depend on the situation. All of it comes into play. Okay, so real quick here. So we're gonna use the Joe clause, and we're gonna go pass four people. We've got a couple of people on standby, so we're gonna do it. All right. So here's the deal. One thing, real quick. So let's do this.
Joe's always eating.
Well, I say he's within arm's reach of the kitchen. He might as well.
3 hours difference, right?
Dinner time in California.
Exactly. All right, so real quick here, let me get this.
Like Brad Pitt in all his movies.
All right, so we got the ground rules set. We're in the midst of discussion, and we're going to do that, and we're going to keep that going. So, Jeremy, I can see you there. Nod if you're good for me to click the button and put you on. Cool. I'll do that.
All
right, Jeremy.
Oh,
all right, so real quick, I'm going to do this as well. All right, Justin, if you're good to be brought on, nod. Cool. All right, real quick, guys, we got the ground rules, so you know what they are. We're sitting here chatting about whatever. You want to show us some cards, by all means. Don't care about the prices. It's the only rule.
Kelly Kissio. There you go.
Right.
That's my new pickup.
Sounds good. So first, real quick, Jeremy, how's it going? Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. So Jeremy, how's it going?
Good, Carlos. Hi, everybody. I just thought I buzzed on. I heard my name. I thought, I better come on before anyone else starts speaking on my behalf. I'll be here to do that myself.
That's fair enough. I was mainly referring to your discussion with Victor, so it's pretty much just a discussion on that. And I was having a little fun with Victor as well, and he was chiming in, so it was actually really good.
Oh, great!
He's hanging around, which is awesome.
Good.
Let me actually quickly. I'll put him on here as well, just real quick. It's from his last comment. So I've mentioned it before, but All Time Greats blog. If any of you have not checked it out and you are interested in the rookie card. Victor has a great series on the history, the subject, and talking about different definitions. He's built his own 10 commandments on the subject. So if you're interested in the rookie card in general, do check it out. It is on YouTube as All Time Greats blog.
Yeah, so it sounds like I missed a really good Jeremy episode, and I'll be catching up on that tomorrow.
What were you doing missing it, Justin?
Dude, I took a girl on the date today at the park. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Get your priorities straight, bro.
Right. I feel like it's 1998 all over again. Fuck.
Hello, Steve. Hello, Bobby, Joe.
Hey, Jeremy.
Good stuff. All right. So, Justin, Jeremy, anything you guys want to chat about since you're here?
I want to show you my new Michael Jackson card, Carlos.
Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson, card number 1.
Okay. What set or brand is this?
It's from the Michael Jackson set.
Okay.
Literally every single card is of Michael Jackson. I saved
sure,
two
but who produced
because
it? But who produced it in what year?
Tops 1984.
Okay.
Is it that early?
It's 84 Tops. I opened one pack. I got the number 1 card, which I'm going to keep, and then I kept this card simply because still got the gum stuck. I love cards with gum stuck on the back, so I'm going to keep it. I think it's pretty cool.
Interesting.
All right. And I can't say what I paid, but $3 for the pack.
Well, there you go. There you go. A little bit of division.
Nice.
No, I decided to incorporate that because at a certain point it's like, look, whatever. Good. You pay between $1 and $100 trillion. Congratulations. We're comfortable in that range.
Yeah.
Carlos, do you have any non-sports trading cards?
I never got into non-sports. That was younger brother's job. He was the comic book guy, so he was always into that.
Well,
I pretty much stuck in the sports.
Your life's not over. You could still.
I
Wrestling cards.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that would qualify as non-sports, so that's
It
fair.
is, yeah.
That's fair.
At this rate, though, everything's getting up there from the collectible space, though.
Well, there was a set, and the thing is, since Bobby brought it, like, actually, it's true. I remember. I don't think I still have them. I think they were in a box somewhere. I don't think I have them anymore. There was a WWF set around 97, 98, and The Rock was definitely in it. So that would probably be, like today, that would be a pretty good card. Because you'd have The Rock, and I think he was at Nation of Domination Rock at that time. So
I
that
think
was
his card
Attitude
just
Era.
sold for a lot of money too.
Oh, I'm sure. Like a lot of those, it's not like his earliest, but it's definitely one where he started building the character that became The Rock. Because the ones that you're looking at the Miami Hurricanes card, that's one. And then the earliest ones that are being sold right now are like, he's Rocky Maivia, which is prior to him becoming The Rock. But these are the early cards where he was known as The Rock.
I'd like to see a picture of him in his CFL uniform.
That would probably be an interesting card. Probably for sure.
I don't know if there is one.
All right, so let me ask you guys. So just sum it up real quick. So what I'm gathering is Jeremy's show last night had a guest on, and you guys were talking about rookie cards because it's a controversial, with Bobby going on about it. Treasury this, treasury that. So what happened last night? What the hell did I miss? Every time I say the word Cheshire, I laugh my ass off over it.
Joe says it best.
That'll come later.
Please, Joe. Please share with us, Joe.
What happened? Jeremy, say it.
Please educate Justin there.
Charles. Hey, Charles.
Yeah. Hey, Charles. I'm grabbing the comments as we're going.
Good job.
Jeremy, in a high level, could you give like the synopsis? Victor is, I think the way you phrased it is he is a
rookie card theorist.
A theorist. Thank you. That was the terminology I was looking for. So basically, Victor's deal, and I'll speak to Victor's deal, and then Jeremy can speak to the show. But Victor's deal is that he's very passionate, and he goes into a deep dive research onto the rookie card, its history, all the different iterations of definitions that have been out there, and tries to bring it together as much as is possible to try to establish some kind of criteria that we can look at.
So does Bobby.
Yeah,
That's what Victor does. But what Victor goes to a next step, and he actually on his channel he does what he calls rookie card exercises. So he's done a couple of videos, one for sure with it, where he's got a bunch of cards, and his camera is aimed at 4 different like buckets, and they're labeled with a yellow sticky or whatever: rookie card, rookie year card, pre-rookie card, and rookie themed card. So like a post-rookie year rookie themed card, which confused a lot of people. So it's actually pretty cool that he thought about addressing those. And then he'll take a stack of cards that he's pre-selected, and he'll go through and discuss what they are and which of those 4 buckets they fit into. Really a good educational exercise he's done. I think he'll be doing more of them, which is probably a good idea because there's so many different iterations of cards out there. But that's what he's done, and that's what the show was about. To be honest, like I said on the show, I came out of it as confused as I went into it, but at least I came out confident that he's got a plan, and and he's not trying to invent a definition. He's just trying to come up with what makes logical sense, without being from a completely objective perspective. He's not being biased in his process. At least I don't think he is. That's what he made that pretty clear to me. So that's kind of what we talked about. Just
see, this is where we get dangerous when you go past 4. Is like all of a sudden you do need the hand raising thing. Go ahead, Joe.
Right.
I really appreciated the episode. The new thing that Victor introduced to me, I mean, I've heard it before, but I would say if he strayed from objectivity in any spot, it was his pretty strong opinion on the Players Association weighing in. and that was a little new to me.
Yeah, that was a big part of the discussion, was who actually decides, who gets to decide, or who should decide what a rookie card is, what cards can be considered rookie cards. That's where he was. He said, the hobby decides has kind of been a long-standing position in the hobby, I guess post Dr. James Beckett and his team coming up with the definition. And Victor doesn't think that the hobby should decide, because the hobby can't decide. We there will never, like Carlos, you like to say, the one thing we know for sure is we're never going to get consensus on it. So all he wants to do is come up with some guidelines that can be applied consistently, and it's mostly just to protect buyers who are buying cards from sellers who put RC or rookie card in the description on eBay or Facebook or wherever, without almost knowingly to mislead, or based on their personal belief on what a rookie card can be. So
sorry.
No, okay, let's go in order. Okay, so Bobby first, and then Justin. Go ahead.
I wrote price guides because I wanted to give the information to the people. Dealers had too many off stories that just didn't work, and I was really tired. So I did a price guide because I had to price it just to keep away from the legal part of it, because you can't just put a picture guide with too many tops or too many OPGs. Actually, I think Tops said they would sue me if I put the book out, because it was so Tops heavy and they owned OPG at that time. And I said, yes, so okay, good luck. I'm going to price it. So I got away from that. But that's really what I think Victor's doing, and very much what I did, was put the book out there just to inform the people. It gives them a guideline. Nothing's written in stone, but at least the information is there. And I think that's very important, what I do and what he does. And there's very few of us kind of guys out there. And I think the hobby needs people like that in other sports as well, too.
Now, there's a piece that Joe touched on that I want to come back to, but go ahead, Justin. You first.
All right. So I was going to say, the way I look at the stock market is from a macro perspective. And I watched CNBC every day for 8 hours a day. I used to have 40 people call in this, talk about their stock market account every day for 5 years, right? So at the end of the day, I know what Bobby's saying. So he's got this wealth of information that is, you can't put it on paper, right? So he's just got this way of saying, this is really like the feel. There's a feel to it. So that's where Bobby comes in with his Beckett prices. So no, but what I'm saying is
go with it.
What this guy is saying is, it sounds to me like modern, because he brought up the Players Association, right? But at the end of the day, our debate has been ongoing about the 80s, tertiaries.
It's getting worse.
But if it wasn't for a debate, I feel like this conversation from Jeremy's thing would have maybe, not have been started. So it's a good thing, and I think whoever's doing it's good, and we always like to see their input, because at the end of the day, the more experience people have is value to the hobby.
Good stuff.
Well said.
Now let me play a little bit off of kind of what Joe was saying a second ago, because he did pull out a good piece. It was good. It was a good callback, where Victor does put a lot of the onus on the Players Association, which I do understand, because they have a stake in this, right? Now, what's interesting about it is this. This will be where I push back a little bit on that idea. I think the Players Association have a stake in defining what a rookie is, for good reason, for their players, because there's a lot of gamesmanship as far as, rookie contracts, different aspects of it. So it's always tricky. So them defining what a rookie is, a player in their first year playing games at the major league level, that all makes a lot of sense. Defining a rookie that way is beautifully logical. It's great. Where it gets a little bit tricky, and I know Victor mentioned the Players Association has a person who looks at the sports card angle of it, so I'm totally with that, because it means at least they've immersed themselves into that world. But then that person, the problem is that granting the authority to define what a rookie is makes logical sense to me in the context of the sport, and looking at the players and trying to figure out who's a rookie and who isn't a rookie. That makes total sense to me. Figuring out what is a rookie card and then asking the Players Association to do it, which again, they have taken a stab at that, as has been referenced, so that's fair. But what's tricky about it is that, okay, you, Players Association, can define what a rookie is. We figure out what a rookie year is. We can figure that part of it out. We're good so far. We're good so far on what a rookie year is. We can figure that out.
But then what is and isn't a rookie card depending on the distribution method, cards, subsets, inserts, parallels, all that. The amount of edge cases, nuances, and the way Jeremy positioned it, creativity on behalf of the manufacturers renders the whole thing almost completely beyond anyone's scope unless you're an astrophysicist who also happened to lose their mind and happens to be on acid. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You try to set a rule, but then somebody breaks it. You then go like, okay, well, in this case it's fine, but in this case it's not fine, but in this case it makes sense, but in this case it doesn't make sense. One of the rules that existed, and it's not one of the key rules anymore, was nationally distributed and readily available. Well, you use the example of the Ty Conklin card. There's a 1 of 1, which could be a rookie. Well, that isn't widely available. Only one person can have it. It wasn't a pack. You could have potentially gotten it, possibly, if you happen to be the one person. But
the chance to get it was widely available.
Sure. But that's why I say, like, I don't have an issue with it. But then you run into, but like I said, because it was part of the base set, then sure. And the fun one was the Sidney Crosby McDonald's. Well, McDonald's at that time was widely distributed. If you were at a McDonald's in the whole country, you could have gotten yourself some fries and gotten the pack, and Sidney Crosby could have been in it potentially. Go ahead, Joe.
Just one little corollary that I'd like to acknowledge is the definition of, either widely available or sort of released in a way that everybody has access to, that was another highlight of the show for me, was sort of the equity of access. But now, we have, let's just say, Eminence, what is it, 30K a box, and National Treasures, and these are considered rookie cards. And so, does that problematize the backward reckoning in revisionist history? Does a star release matter, or is it contextual within the historical moment that it occurred?
I think that's a very valid point, because that plays it a different way. So it's like it instead of being strictly on the number produced, it's like, if it's such an expensive product, the argument could be made that, well, you could potentially, if you pony up the cash, anybody could theoretically get your hands on the cards. But it was produced by one of the licensed manufacturers in a pack pulled product, expensive as it is. It was theoretically available if you happen to have, $20,000, $30,000 laying around and you wanted to buy a pack of it, or bought it on the secondary market for whatever the going rate is, then you could get your hands on one. What
was the maximum pack price at the time that standard was put in place? I wonder. Like, what was it, $15, or was it like tens of thousands as it is now?
That's just it.
That's what I said last night. The definition, it's easy enough, not easy. It's a challenge, but it's doable to come up with a set of standards right now. But it has to remain nimble, and it has to be versatile to the new creative approaches that the card companies take.
Absolutely. But the other thing that kind of came into it, and that's why I had fun with the conversation. I thought it was a fun conversation. I just
did you hit the thumbs up?
Oh, Jeremy, I'm a key proponent of the algorithm. You should know this.
Thank you.
I have to push for the algorithm. You know this. This is how this works. By the way, hit the thumbs up if you haven't already.
But what a matter
since you brought it up, I may as well then piggyback off of that. But the thing that I thought was interesting in the course of that piece of the conversation was that when you're trying to figure that out, is that because these manufacturers keep playing this game, you keep having to have the potential nimbleness of the definition. But then as you keep coming up with adjustments to that definition, then you keep having, after a while, it becomes a sliding scale. And if you keep sliding the scale, then it's like, you run into like, well, then who's paying attention to this definition? Who's keeping track of it? And more importantly, who's enforcing it? Because you can come up with the most perfect definition of all time. It's like, well, congratulations. You can report my listing on eBay and on Facebook and whatever. I hope you have a lot of time in your hands, because it hasn't prevented people from putting reprint on stuff, or eBay 1 of 1, or any number of stupid things that they put on there, or PSA ? It's not stopping people from misleading anyway.
If I just may say,
go ahead.
It's important to note on Victor's behalf that one of the reasons why he's even doing this is because, and to what you just said, Carlos, is because he believes in the sanctity and the sacredness of the rookie card, that it is important. What you're saying, and I'm just rehashing, is that does it even matter anymore? There's so many, like, how do you keep track? Who's enforcing? Who has the right to enforce? Which I agree with all those comments, but what Victor is saying is that it is a sacred idea within our hobby that needs to be preserved. So, just how do we accomplish all that without it being nimble and always moving, and a fluid definition that is ready for new challenges?
I don't know. I think the cup, does it really matter with the cup if you can't afford it? It doesn't matter. You don't need that rookie card. You don't need the 52 different rookie cards of that year. So that really shouldn't matter, but the guidelines still should remain the same, regardless of the price. Doesn't matter if it's $10 million.
Or how many there are.
Or how many there are. Well, yeah.
Well, and the question also becomes,
Different brands, I'm meaning.
Understood.
Do you have different definitions based on years? Because I'm throwing it out there, because if we're looking at trying to define it, as things continuously progress with newer products, newer innovations, everything else, those rules for these products over here may need to change to apply for those. But yet, if you're looking at this realm of years, those don't apply.
Price guides are guidelines. They're not facts. So, whatever the guideline is, and it'll change to whatever issue you issue. I'm sure the rules basically stay the same. And I say basically. I think we're not looking for facts here. We're just looking to follow something, a guideline of
agree.
What things are. I don't think there's any issue beyond that.
I think the perfect definition would be able to fit them all under one umbrella. But I do hear what you're saying, Steve, that it would almost be nice to have, especially up in, from the beginning of time till 1989 or so, and then from 1989 until the RPA came out, we could have a few different ideas, but I think one set of standards could address all of those different eras. That's what I would like to see. I think that's kind of what Bobby is thinking could happen too.
I don't think the rules change. I think the products change. And if the products change, that's fine. The guidelines can still be there and people can go whichever way they want with it, but the rules still stay the same. You want to venture off and do a different product, that's your own gig.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on that in a second. But Joe, were you raising your hand a second ago?
Doesn't matter. Yes, he was.
Go ahead. Everybody else, go ahead.
Okay.
No, we want to hear you, Joe.
No. I'm listening. This is very interesting.
It's better because you're not eating now, so I like it.
So then a quick thing playing off what Bobby's saying, though, is that if you want to do that, then that means you have to strip out a lot of the extra conditions in your definition. Because in order to play into the modern, we don't really do it anymore, but for a cup of coffee there, we had the print run thing, and then we slowly ran with the print run thing, play around with it. It's like, okay, well then strip out the print run thing. Now the Ty Conklin's back in play, fine, whatever. But then it's like, well, accessible, what if it's really expensive? Well, then kind of strip away that piece. It's like, well, it could be $1 billion pack, whatever, fine. We're good with all that too. But as you strip away more and more things, after a while, you run into this thing where you can do it, but then you're like, okay, well, what's left? It has to be a card in a pack that is composed of matter.
You're right, Carlos. Because if you strip away too much, if you strip away too many of the cards that can be considered by the hobby a rookie card, the rookie card its significance and importance will go away because there will be so many more cards that are more important than it. And this is where my personal direction is going. Is, to me, the rookie year designation is way more interesting and attractive to me than a rookie card. It's become what I'm more interested in. I don't need RCs in my collection anymore. I'm happy with RYs, and that's, if we keep, the narrower the definition, the more that's going to come into play, I think, for more people who say, why do I need the rookie card when there's a way cooler card from the same set, in my personal opinion, that is not going to get the designation, but at least it's rookie year. It's still got that RY. So the RC can just become something that fewer and fewer people care about.
Yeah,
But
well,
we'll
that's the
still talk
that's
about it though.
that
That's the thing. We'll always talk about the rookie year. He's just in rookie year. It's rookie
we
card.
will to a certain point, because there's still a debate open. There's still a relevancy to having the debate and the discussion, because there's still enough interest in it. Interest will define how long we want to play this game. That's why I touched on it. But let me quickly go ahead, Joe.
Well, just getting back for a quick second to non-sports trading cards, I think now we're finding, like reckoning of what is Madonna's rookie card, or Luke Skywalker's rookie card. I mean, there's interesting questions that I think may take us a little bit off the reservation, so to speak, of sports cards. So
That's funny that you said that, the way you keep raising your hand.
Yeah, people are just putting more money into things that way, making it more valuable if they can put that RC on it.
I mean,
That's it. It's just all a money game.
Yeah, the reason I was touching on
Really?
this idea, and it kind of plays into what Jeremy was saying a second ago, is one of the things that they agreed upon there, and one of the things that Victor was very passionate about on the show. That's why I say I enjoy Victor stuff. That's why I'm happy to promote it as well and talk about it, because I think what he's doing is interesting. I enjoy it. As an intellectual exercise, I find it interesting. I enjoy it. But it's one of those things where I like to challenge the orthodoxy a little bit from time to time when it comes to it. As I say, you keep saying it's sacred, and I understand historically it has had that statement. That's why I asked first the question, when did we start actually considering the rookie card? When was that? Because then we can define a history from there and figure out where we're at. But then the second question that I have after we figure that out is, okay, so it's been considered for this period of time. It's been a significant card in a player's, iconography, because I think that's the correct verbiage, because it's not a cardography. There's no such thing. I think it's an iconography is the correct term for this, but it's a significant card in their run. But as time has gone on in the modern space, especially, it may not necessarily be a player's most interesting card, most desirable card, most valuable card.
It's not
might
defined
be
as that though. It's
What's
never been. It's never been defined as that.
Okay. But if that's the case, and I agree with you, I'm with you. But if that's the case, then outside of the fact it's, their card from their first year that fits this criteria, whatever. Okay, cool. If I need it for the collection, great. Otherwise, how sacred is it? Who cares?
I honestly, so the best comparison I think is 80s hockey versus 90s hockey, because 90s hockey there was 10 rookie cards per year, right? And I think that is a really good way to look at it, because nowadays you don't get that comparison. And then now when you're moving into modern, and it's all about who's the main distributor, blah blah blah. So I think what we got to do is we got to look back to the 90s to figure out the answer to this question.
I think it's a good question. That's when the tide started to change. I get that. And that's where things started to branch off into different areas.
You had more
Sure.
brands and more sub brands within the brands, which
But it's still under the PA. It's not, has nothing to do with Victor. He's just trying to follow the guidelines that were already instilled at one time and that are carrying through. And the PA is running everything that way. So he's just trying to steer the boat, I guess.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, Bobby's bringing me back to his 10 Commandments, and the first 5, if I recall correctly, were connected to, what were they, player association stuff, Jeremy?
So this is Victor's 10 Commandments. Yes.
This is Victor's 10 Commandments. The first 5 had something to do with maybe how they understood the definition or their part in it.
Yeah, it was the PA. It was the PA. The way the PA tried to define it was the first 5, and I think the last 5 were hobby conventions.
Right. That's where I got a little more interested, because we've been bantering about that for years. I mean, those aren't new, and I think you mostly got it right. The second 5, it's challenging, and I'm not sure. Somebody said earlier, is it different each and every year? And that's a tough question. I appreciate Bobby's point that it should be a little more firm and a little more fixed and a little bit more of like a decoder ring. I'm not sure that I can go perfectly there though. I think maybe I'm a little too far in the direction of what's the most interesting card of a particular year. So that might be my own bias.
Yeah. And that's why I made the distinction between a definition where you can possibly come up with something. The truth is, if the impetus was there, if the hobby as a whole
genuinely clamored for, oh my God, we need one definition. I'm positive. Again, while we would never reach consensus, people would begrudgingly accept a reasonable definition if enough people felt like it was necessary. Sellers want it broad. Sellers want it open. They want the rookie year open as much as possible to include as many things under the rookie card umbrella as possible, because if I can call it a rookie card, it still holds a premium right now for some folks that are buying it. And that's where it gets tricky. And to the point that Jeremy and Victor were making on the show last night, it can create misleading things for buyers. It can take advantage of less savvy buyers, which is totally valid and totally fair. But then even if you come up with this definition, and even if we begrudgingly, while we don't reach consensus, we go like, look, fine, whatever, you guys do what you want. That's not really consensus, but that's more like acceptance. Even if you reach that level where you can be like, fine, whatever, you guys do what you want, but you've got some definition. Okay, enforcement. So you came up with this wonderful definition. Great. It more or less fits it. It'll be nice on the guide. COMC will be able to label it appropriately. Beckett will label it appropriately. Bobby will have it listed in his listing. Everybody's happy. And I'll still call whatever I want on eBay a rookie card.
Yeah, who cares? That's eBay.
So
You can't control that place. You can't control eBay. You can't control what people say.
No,
There's
but-
another thing that we hadn't talked about. I don't even think we touched on it last night, and we haven't touched on it today. But
Go ahead.
in terms of why it's important, this PSA set registry. There's a lot of PSA set registries that are rookie card set registries. So right there, PSA decides what card gets. Well, actually, PSA decides what cards may make it into their registry on certain registries, and then they put it to the registry users to vote which card goes in. But that doesn't change what cards are the rookie cards. My point is that I think perhaps PSA, with their set registry, they can come up with a set of guidelines, apply it. Who cares what everyone else says? That's their registry. They can do what they want. That's one set of standards that I guess it must exist. I don't know what they follow, but it must exist. And that's a reason why we need a standard for it as well, because of these set registries, these custom sets that people collect.
Mhm.
I don't know that we need it because of that, but the hobby demands it.
No, for sure. The set registry is an interesting kettle of fish as well, because it creates this avenue for folks to basically compete. Because really, the set registry was one of the smartest things PSA ever did. It effectively created this whole additional market for people to build sets and to build these different combination of registry things that they could compete on. Because that's really what it is. It's a competition. It's like, oh, where do I rank? If you go to the app, it shows where you rank relative to other sets and whatever.
It's the original card ladder.
It effectively is. But at least, but I will say, no, we tease because we like the card ladder guys. But I would say this card ladder is a little more straightforward to figure out. Like the information is right in front of your face. You can run the numbers and figure out where you stand.
Although it does have a formula.
Oh, it does.
To itself.
It has
as
a
well.
weighting, whatever. But the weighting is on the screen. So you
True.
can learn it. If you want to run the number and put it in your calculator, you'll get the same answer every time if you keep running it.
Yeah.
So you can figure it out. But that's what it is. It's a competition. And in the app, it's built to gamify it. Because if you're looking at a potential acquisition, you can click the what if button. It's called what if in the app. You click it and go, oh, but it'll bump me 5 points in this and this and this. And it'll move me 3 spots up on the registry. I'm like, you've gamified it.
Yeah.
This
You
in
know how
contest.
the set registry is such a big deal. I participate. I still have several different sets registered in there, like lots, like a couple pages worth. And some of them are just bogus. I'm not really playing them, but I stopped the PSA set registry completely simply because it had me not wanting, but it like told me I had to buy cards of players I don't care about.
Yep.
So I'm like, screw that. I'm done. There's so many players on the Hall of Fame set registry for NHL for hockey that I don't care about. So I said, I'm done with the set. So I withdrew. They're still there, but I'm done. I'm done playing the set registry game for that reason. Too many cards were kind of being forced that you had to have if you wanted to compete or be a part of it, I guess.
Yeah. And that creates that little aspect of it. It's interesting because some of those registries, if you actually go look, if any of you have not familiar, go check out some of those registries that exist, because some of them are a little bit obscure. Some of them are related to books, because there's the 300 greatest sports cards by Mike Payne. I've got that book. It's a nice book. Like if you actually check out, it's a nice book. I enjoy flipping through it. It's kind of cool. But some of the cards in there are with whatever Mike Payne thought was an interesting card. Like his criteria is, oh, this is just kind of a neat card.
Yeah,
Yep,
that one there.
that's another one. But this one's slightly different. The Mike Payne one is 300 cards. I have it. It's a big hardcover book. But that one is a similar concept. You created this list.
But
And-
that's a PSA list too, that particular book, which
exactly.
is fine. Doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
the thing is that these books are at a moment in time, right? A couple of years go by, and now there's other cards that come into the top 200 to 300, and others fly out.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, think about that. That one registry that I referenced, the reason I reference this is it's 300 cards. And if you actually go look through it, some of them are extremely significant cards that you could imagine that would make a lot of sense to you, whatever. But then when you get into certain players like Ken Griffey Jr., which one? So you're going to put a rookie card of Ken Griffey Jr. on. Cool. Which one? Well, the upper deck would seem the logical one. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. For some of the players, it's the obvious one. For some of the players, it's not. So it depends. Again, it's based on the criteria the author came up with. He
I
came
could
up
see-
with a list.
I could see the Topps Tiffany being on that list and not the upper deck.
Yeah, like I remember flipping through it, and I have the book, but it's at the end of the hallway. But if you ever get a chance to check it out and flip through it, some of the selections are kind of interesting. It's a cool idea, and you could say, okay, that's kind of a cool card. But do you necessarily want that card in your collection? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if you want to participate in the registry, then you need it, quote unquote, need it.
Yeah,
It's just
but
another
there's
avenue for
something
you to send
I
more
kinda
cards
like about that upper deck.
Repeat that.
Something I kind of like about the upper deck. It's like the modern day Mickey Mantle.
Well, it's got the iconic status for the late 80s. One thing that they did do, though, which was true until recently, obviously until the current run-up, is that for many years, like, the Griffey was fully available. Even the upper deck. It's like, there's millions of copies out there. And there still are millions of copies out there, just so we're all clear. You can get your hands on plenty if you really wanted to. But the prices have gone up on it. It's one of those things. I did want to make sure I included, I put Victor's comment on earlier, but I did want to include it back on here. He says he emailed PSA regarding to the registry. He says for the registry, they said they specifically follow the Beckett database as far as what's a rookie and what isn't. So basically they're using Beckett as their source for how they define it.
That's smart. Let someone else take the blame.
Yeah, and that's at least, but that gives them a plausible deniability. They're like, hey, we didn't make up
Exactly.
the definition.
Exactly.
We're using what they did. It's on them.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
I just want to say I think we're getting awfully serious here. I'd like to bring it back to our major motion picture and
I was going to say, what other movie related card do you have?
I want to get back to our personalities in the sports hobby. I mean, we've got Jeff over there. We got Sasha. There's so many big personalities, and I want to make a movie. So give me some creative ideas here, Carlos. What's the plot? What's the creative tension? What's the denouement?
Oh, I think it has to be something related to a hobby holy grail. I haven't decided what that is, but I already know right off the top that there's going to be a ripoff of the Indiana Jones scene. I haven't decided who's going to do it and who's going to get chased by the Rock, but someone is going to try to take the holy grail and they're going to get chased. I'll leave it to you to fill in some of the blanks there, but someone is going to do this. It's
I
gonna
know what
happen.
my holy grail is. What's your holy grail?
What's that?
Oh, let's play the Holy Grail game.
Yeah, we could. I mean,
Oh, you mean aside from the Ziggy Paul fee, aside from that, if we exclude that,
Yeah.
and we leave everything else in play, then
and Madonna.
Fair enough. But if we exclude, the goat of goats and Medano, if we exclude the goat of goats, then you're saying what other holy grails we got? I think it's a fair question. It's a fair question. I have an idea, but let's do this. I'll kind of panel around, and I'll do it this way. So, Steve, if you had a holy grail card, let's say we're saying holy grail card. Is that what we're going for here? Okay. So, holy grail card. Whatever sport, whatever era, whatever you like, your holy grail doesn't have to be the most expensive, but it's your holy grail card. What is it?
Can you come back to me? Because I have so many that come to mind right now.
I had a feeling this is going to happen. No matter what order I go in, this is going to be a problem.
And can you come back to me because I have no idea?
Great.
I don't mind.
Great. All right, Jeremy, go ahead. You first.
Mine is the Michael Jordan PMG green. That's the card that.
Ooh.
And I referenced that card earlier in this stream.
Even the red, I would consider a holy grail. The green, I don't need the green. The red is holy grail enough for me. That's kind of my dream card.
This is for all sports. This is your
Everything.
holy grail of holy grail.
Cards
All
that I don't have. Yeah, there's very hockey, there's not much I want that I don't already have. So yeah, even baseball, I'm pretty much cut. That's my card. That's the card that would be top of my list if money was no object.
All right, sounds fair. Let me quickly grab hockey guys comment here because this is a good one. So quickly, Joe, and I think Jeremy's falls in it. I think he's comfortably within multiple of these definitions, so I think we're good. So hockey guys just saying Holy Grail in what sense? Unobtainable card that in theory exists, cards that exist out of price range, obtainable but impossible to find. Where do you want to fall? I think the PMG green's still good. I think you're still good with the PMG green either way, Jeremy. I think you're good regardless. But where do you kind of fall on this one, Joe? Where are you thinking on this one?
Where I fall is, what card would you most like to own where you didn't have to worry about selling it? If you could have any card in your collection, any card, you get to hold on to it, you get to look at it, you get to show it to your friends. What's that card for you?
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave this on the screen while we continue to discuss this point because it is the final answer to this.
PSA
But we already
11,
excluded Ziggy. You know, to be fair to the rest of the hockey card market.
I always love Joe's perspective. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so I have an idea. If I have to, I'll go next. But does
Joe
anyone
keeps
else
it
want to take a
real
stab?
then.
Jeremy's got his Holy Grail.
I'll go ahead and throw mine out there, and
ahead.
it may surprise
I
most
got a
people.
stab.
It's a hockey card, isn't it?
No, it is not. I'd have to go with the Gaudy Ruth.
The Gaudy Ruth.
Yo, me too.
Which one though? Which one?
wow.
Which
Me
one?
too.
There's a couple. And there's no wrong answer. I'm just asking the question. There's
We're
no wrong
brothers.
answer.
We're brothers.
I don't want to claim the year.
Okay.
I can picture the card.
I think 33 is probably the one you're thinking of, most likely.
Probably
That one?
That's
that
of
one right there.
Yeah.
That is
The reason I ask is because
actually
Joe, refresh my memory. I think there's a red back and the yellow, red and yellow,
There's a red, a yellow, and
and a
sort of
batting.
a
Thank you.
batting. Yeah.
Yes.
And a green. There's a green one. There's
And
four
a
of them.
green.
Oh,
And a-
that's right. Yeah. So I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think they're all good. They're all good, but there's like 4 different ones.
the yellow.
Yeah.
Jeremy, what is that? Jesus Christ, you're just pulling out a Gaudy Ruth.
I
Honestly.
happen to have it handy. I was looking at it earlier.
What's
It's,
so that's an SGC. What's the grade on that one?
It's a 5.
Got it.
Oh, holy fuck. So Jeremy already has like my holy grail. So that just puts everything in perspective. He's,
So for Joe, it's just like point the card. Yeah. So for Steve, that's the Holy Grail card, which is an awesome card. It's not a bad choice at all. It's not a bad
in my
choice.
vision, it's a PSA 8 or 9, but you know, a 5 SGC will do.
Yeah.
I've had it for a long time, by the way. Just
That's beautiful.
I'd take it in a 2.
Yeah, trust me, Jeremy. We know. You have all your cards for a long
I'd take it in a 2. I'd take it in a 1.
I feel
Just to have it.
yeah.
It's an iconic card. It's an iconic card. There's
You know,
no
a
doubt.
lot of people want the Wagner, you know, which is cool and all. A lot of people like the 52 Mantle, and that's a close second for me. But that Gaudy Ruth, that's actually one of the first things that I ever remember reading as a kid, and card wise, was the Gaudy Ruth.
I'll tell you a very quick story about this. I bought this at a Robert Edwards auctions. I don't know when, maybe 2012, 13, back in there. And I was the underbidder, and it didn't get paid for. And then they reached out to me and said, hey, second chance offer. And they said, you know, for what I think what it sold for. And I said, no, I'll pay you what my high bid was. And they said, okay, that'll work. And I got the card. So that was, you know, almost 10 years that I've had it. So I don't know. I love it. By the way, just Steve, if it's your, you know, as your grail, you can please know I absolutely love and adore this card. And I don't know, I might bring it up to bed tonight. You never know.
Oh,
I don't blame you.
it's the Goudet. Good day. That's where that came from. Actually, it's Goudet. It's Goudet.
It's good day. It's not
It
Gaudy.
is. No, there's an apostrophe after the. If you go back and look at old products, you'll see exactly how it should have been said. So a lot of people say Gaudy, and a lot of people say whatever, but it was supposed to be Goudet.
It says the spelling is Goudey, right?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that's SGC, isn't it? Yeah. There's
No, but
actually an
it's right
apostrophe.
there.
Yeah, there's an apostrophe after the U in their earlier products. You'll see
Yeah.
it.
Oh, okay. In earlier products, I believe you. I haven't seen it in some of the examples I've seen. What card number was that for the specific Ruth there, Jeremy?
That's the 53.
53. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Sounds good. So I think that's a good one. So that
Who
covers.
who else wants to shout out a Grail that I can show you? I'm just kidding.
Sure, Jeremy, go ahead. 52 Mantle, go for it.
I can
My
do the
Grail?
51, I can't do the 52.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I was like, yeah, go ahead. 52. Like I said, I think it's priced to the point where even in a 1, I couldn't keep it in my house. So I would have trouble with it at this stage. Even if money was no object, it would be problematic for me because I wouldn't want to keep it around the house and deal with that. But it is to me the iconic card. It's the one that I grew up it's the aspirational card. So to me, that is the reason. The Gowdy Ruth is an awesome example. For me, for the T206, for me, the Wagner wouldn't be. It would probably be one of the Cobbs. So like the Cobb is a great card. Those ones are great and iconic cards. But a lot of the Hall of Famers there are certainly worthy, I think.
The
But for me, the 52
Cobb?
Tops Mantle is still the card as the aspirational card.
Carlos, are you talking the T206 Cobb?
Yes.
Green
Yeah,
portrait?
there's a couple of Cobbs there. There's the green portrait. There's a red portrait. There's a couple different ones. But that would be certainly one of those would definitely be an iconic card for me. Without a doubt.
11 lenticular one. Don't forget that.
Oh, well, of course. All right, I'll tolerate this for a moment, but I'm going to have a short leash on this one. Now, this individual is problematic. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. We'll see.
Oh God.
Oh, geez, I'm leaving.
No.
You know what? I'm done already. It's over. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't realize I wasn't kidding when I said I had a short trigger today, like real short. All right, Amit, go ahead. Try again.
Oh, there it is. It's Halsey.
See, but we said you couldn't use the Goat of Goats. You have to do something else.
That's not even the rookie card. That's the second card in the set, isn't it? That's the high number.
Dude, I'm not
think
going to
that's
be
right.
that kind of guy. I'm okay. I'm okay with what I have.
Well, okay. But according to one of the commandments of the original ones, is it's the first card to appear in the set. So
Well, it's the first card that I saw when I bought it. Does that count?
Yeah. Let me grab a couple of these comments because a couple of folks are throwing in their grails, which is awesome. So for Ryan, it's the Michael Jordan PMG or Exquisite RPA LeBron. Totally fair. For the big unit, it's 48 Leaf Jackie Robinson. That's a good one. No doubt. Yeah, many Jordan cards to go with LeBron. Hockey guys get the Vanilla Ice rookie card. That's bold. The true grail for him. Fair. I get it. Yeah, exactly. Jeremy, don't put it on your pillow because in the morning you have $30,000 without the card. There you go. Nice. It's a tooth fairy inflation. I like it.
I just want to show I can throw another Grail up here right now.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. And
There it is. There's the Vanilla Ice.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, I told you I could throw up Grails all day long.
Well, I have my Holy Grail, and I was thinking about it before, but I've always wanted this card for the last 25 years. And it's not hockey; it's football.
Ooh.
So this is an interesting.
Ooh,
If
that's
Steve
a-
had gone with a hockey card, that would have been a full reversal. But still, going with the Ruth was out of play for Steve. But you are going football, Bobby.
Bronco, Jim Thorpe.
Bronco Nagurski.
Yeah, no,
New
not at
Rock-
all. Not at all.
CFL.
Drew Rockney, 19.
It's 60s.
Joe Namath.
Joe the Throw. I love that card. Tall boy, amazing card. And I've been meaning to get it for so many years, and it kept getting higher and higher, and now it's just like, I guess it's my grail. And I always loved that card, and I always loved Joe Namath. He was such a amazing quarterback.
Bobby, do you have any thoughts on the butterfly version of that card?
No, not at all.
Do you know what that is?
No, not at all.
So there's two versions of it. One is the clean copy. There's another. Does anyone on Steve? Anyone know you guys don't know what I'm talking about?
What year are we talking about here, Bobby? For this card?
65, isn't it?
65. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a variant of some kind.
It's a variant, but it's just all it is there's like they call it the butterfly version. There's like a black print mark or stain, if you will, somewhere on the card. I think it's on his hand, and it's like looks like it's in the shape of a butterfly. And a lot of people consider that to be worth more because there's fewer of them out there and available. Whereas to me, it's like no, it's like it's similar but different in terms of like the Jacques Plante rookie from the 55 Parkers, right? You can get the regular card, or you can get the Quaker Oats version, right? So to me, I want the regular card. Same with I don't want the one that has the print error on it. I want the clean copy. Anyway, I just thought I'd ask Bobby if you had a preference or if you were aware of that
I don't get into those type of, I know especially the baseball community holds those, those little things sacred. And I really don't. Little print dots, they don't really bother me unless it takes away from the card. But otherwise, those little things don't do anything for me. I just want the card. Butterfly or not, I'll take the fairy version. I don't care. I'll take the unicorn version. I don't care. Whatever. I'm good with it. So
Fair enough. Okay.
that's mine. That's always been.
I like it when it's an interesting one. Real quick, Meet. Let me just make sure
I'm
I
just
get
gonna
Dave's in
jump
here.
in. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to make sure.
I'm quickly just show you. There it is right there.
Oh, okay.
It's on his hand.
Yeah, it's on his hand. So that's
Got
the
it.
butterfly version, where I did see another one right here, where, as you can see, the hand is without butterfly.
Huh.
Interesting. Okay.
What's the percentage? You know?
Sorry?
What's the percentage difference between the two?
We're getting some echo. But,
The percentage.
oh, I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me try something. Hold on.
Hello.
I like the back screen. The stars are nice.
I think Joe's the only one who has an echoing.
Sure, it's not a me.
Amit?
Last
Check.
man in.
Check.
It's usually me, but
So Carlos is the Wagner, the Cobb T06. Bobby's the Namath rookie. Butterfly, who knows? Steve and I are kind of in the Gowdy Ruth land. And Jer, what were you again? Oh, you were PMG Jordan. Red? Green? Green.
butterfly.
Uh-oh, he's frozen. Or is he?
Me.
He's got an auction.
I'm just trying to figure out where the echo's coming from.
Jeremy had an echo last night.
That was Victor's issue.
You're sounding fine, actually. I think it's gone now.
Hello. Oh, it seems to be gone. Who's muted?
I
Right
don't
now,
know.
Meat's muted.
Joe's muted.
Joe's muted.
It's
Okay, let me try one at a time here. All right, Joe's unmuted. Well, I can't unmute you, Joe. So you're gonna have to mute yourself, and let's see.
It may have been me.
It is you.
Hello. It's Joe.
Echo Man. I see. Okay, okay. Now at least that makes sense.
Huh.
That was kind of weird. Okay,
How'd that just
it's a
start
bit
all
random
of a
how it
sudden?
just started up. Okay, let me quickly grab a couple more. So Dave had the Nolan Ryan rookie in a PSA 6 well centered. That's a decent one. That's a good one. Brian's having some fun here. Hockey Guy says Sturm notable numbers from 2005, 2006 UD. Okay, so that's from the cup. It should be fair.
I didn't know they ever put him they ever put Sturm in the cup.
Yeah, I don't remember that one, but that's fair enough. Giamma says he's got the non-butterfly Namath PSA 5. Looks like a 6 all day long. Cool.
Again.
Yeah, exactly. So the extreme Rock and Mike. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at Paul. He's ready to go. I love that I can picture him typing it out too. So Hockey Guy says notable numbers or the 97-98 Z Gold or 98-99 Superscript. All tough ones from that era especially. Got lucky from 4 Sharp Corner 6 years ago in the Namath. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Affinity for the Bird Magic Dr. J card. Very cool. Yeah, I think it appears we've resolved the echo. We'll have to figure out what happened with that, but we seem to be good right now.
It's called Joe being gone.
Well, Joe was on up until that moment, until we suddenly had an echo when we didn't. So I don't know what the deal is there.
Yeah, that was strange.
I think Amit wants to pipe in real quick.
Yeah, I'll pipe in real quick. I have 2 Holy Grails. So I want the highest PSA version of Jackie Robinson's rookie and Charles Barkley highest PSA version of his rookie. So
That would be a
those are
10.
yeah.
I want the Namath Butterfly too.
Say it again.
So I get 2. I want both Namaths then. You can't have 2 alone.
So I'm gonna bounce so you can get Justin back on. I was just getting so entertained and I felt left out and I wanted to join the cool crowd, so I got a chance to do that. So
Sounds
Cheers.
fair.
Yeah, pal. Good to see you,
Sounds
buddy.
fair. Take it easy, Meat.
Take care of me.
Take care.
Okay, you know what, Hockey Guy? I forgot. That's true. Forgot about that set.
We're back again.
So, am I echoing
Maybe, Joe.
Well, you are when we're talking.
a little bit? Shit. Okay, let me try something. How's that?
Better?
A little bit.
Kind of worse.
It's always an echo. It's always an audio thing somewhere around here. It's weird. All right, so yeah, so I'm just
It's
so
not
Hockey
us.
Guy's just correcting here. So this is the set where they remember the player's jersey number. Okay, now I think I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, I keep forgetting there was a notable numbers from Upper Deck as well. Upper Deck flagship. That's true. All right, cool.
Yeah, Meat came in to sabotage.
There you go.
Success.
So
All right, go ahead, Justin.
random, but random fact. Since Jeremy showed the Vanilla Ice, Robbie Van Winkle actually graduated from the same high school that I did.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Yep.
look at you.
He's not from Miami.
No.
He's born and raised in Carrollton, Texas, and went to R.L. Turner High School. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Whoa.
What was
He
his
was-
name?
Robbie Van Winkle.
Yeah, his name was literally Rob Van Winkle.
Yep.
That's what. It was funny is I'm like, you're almost in a situation where is Vanilla Ice actually better than Rob Van Winkle?
It is.
Should
Far
you have
better.
just not rolled with it?
It would have worked both ways, I think.
I think you probably, yeah. I think you could have just left it alone. You would have been fine. I don't know.
He was a senior when my sister was a freshman.
Okay. Sounds fair.
Uh-oh. Hey, Carlos, so back to the movie idea.
Okay.
So I'm looking for the main protagonist, I'm looking for the villain, and I'm looking for that in-between person, and then I'm looking for the hero, the true hero. So we've got a variety of folks that we could pull in. We've got, Ken Golden, got Gary V, we've got Nat Turner, we've got Jeff Wilson, or Sasha, or maybe somebody, I don't know, Northeast Ohio. I mean, there's all kinds of folks. Give me a cast list here, man. Like, help me out with the cosmos.
Okay, so real quick, Hockey Guy. So, you're gonna have to turn down the volume a little bit because that echoes really nuts. So Hockey Guy says here that I'm the villain. It's like, but I want this to be a twist. I'm the obvious villain. Like it's so obvious that it wouldn't be a surprise. I could cast this and have some fun with it on my end of it, but I feel like I would play the M. Night Shyamalan card. It turns out everyone's the villain. There are no good people.
Oh,
You're all bad. But no, I think you'd have to have some twists in there. I think you'd have to have a little fun with it. That's why I said I'd have the running thing. I think maybe Sasha would be the one trying to get the Holy Grail and running away from the Rock, except the Rock would run him over and kill him. Not because I don't like Sasha, but I feel like there needs to be a shock factor, a twist. Because you expect the Indiana Jones result where he runs away from the Rock, gets away from it. No, he actually got squashed by the Rock. Wait, what? Huh? Turned out as he should have been warned, but Coleman didn't warn him. So you got to have Coleman cards in there. They're like a team. They're working together. That's going to be a part of it. Like I said, but then you also have multiple fake villains. You got to have some fake outs. You think in the back of your mind, wait, maybe Golden's the villain. He's an evil mastermind building an empire. It turns out he's just kind of doing his thing. He's just a business guy. But then you go, Jeff Wilson obviously is the villain. Well, again, we got to turn it a little differently. And then if I'm not going to be the villain because I'm the obvious villain, but if I'm not going to be the villain, I'm one of the fake outs. Then in the end, it's Nat Turner. He plays all Mr. Nice Guy, buys eBay, and now suddenly he owns the sports card world, and it's an empire. He crushes everyone. That's one way you could play it.
Yeah, and Sasha's hand sticking out of the Rock going like this.
He was trying to warn us that Nat Turner was actually up to no good, but got crushed by the Rock.
Yeah, and then Sasha's holding that out of his hand while he's holding
Burbank.
the Rock.
And then in the epilogue, it turns out that, like I said, Nat Turner was the evil villain. And Vegas Dave was one of the fake outs he threw in there to fool everybody.
The mini-me, yes.
Vegas Dave is definitely in there somewhere. And,
Exactly.
yeah, and somebody mentioned Burbank. I think that's a definite spot in the setting. There's a line at Burbank, and there's something going on. Who knows what?
Okay, did everybody tune out?
I don't know. I don't think Ned Turner's that bad.
It doesn't matter in this hobby movie. He's a great choice for a villain. You don't want it to be too obvious who the villain
He's a
is.
straw man.
You got to mess around with it a little bit and be like, wait, it's Vegas Dave. Wait, it's Ken Golden. Wait, it's you got to have some fake outs before you finally wait. It was you. It was him all along.
Right.
Uh-huh.
That's how you do it. You can't. Otherwise, it's like, well, then what's the fun in that? You knew who the villain was from the beginning. What the heck?
And then you have the themes, right? I mean, or emerging competing ideas like Top Shot or Pokemon, or like there's. I mean, everybody's going to have a perspective. Everybody's going to have a take on it, and that also is important. What major ideas are in
Right.
play?
So the key to the
I think
documentary is tapping on everybody's take.
Joe, you'll have to get a fedora on for this Spielberg kind of production you're looking to do.
I think the villain should be Golden Face from Threat Level Midnight. Anyone see
Ken
that?
Golden Face?
The villain should be Golden Face from the movie Threat Level Midnight. I don't know if anyone saw Threat Level Midnight, but anybody?
Or
I got nothing.
No?
You
No, I
got
didn't
something.
heard of
Don't
it.
worry.
None of you never watched any of you ever watched The Office?
No.
No. Okay.
a little bit.
Someone out there knows what I'm
Not like
talking
some-
about.
No, like
I'm just
Goldfinger though.
Researching all the time. I don't have time for The
I'm
Office.
just kidding.
Okay. Move on.
You're on your own, Jeremy.
Yeah, apparently. I didn't realize nobody watched The Office. It's like
I'm actually surprised you didn't have one taker. I'm actually genuinely surprised you didn't have
Yeah.
one. I figured one. I knew I wasn't going to be the one. So, but I was like, I figured somebody will catch you on this one. I don't know.
It wasn't like Game of Thrones he threw out there. Come on.
No,
I
I'm
think
talking good
the
TV.
show was fairly popular in its heyday. It had its moment.
Did you see Game of Thrones, Jeremy?
I watched the first
All
two
right.
episodes. I couldn't
Okay.
get past couldn't get past the second episode.
We're good. Really? But 50 billion people did. Yeah.
I'm going to
Yeah.
throw a few more.
I love it. I thought it was amazing.
Sorry,
Monkey see, monkey don't do, right?
Maybe.
don't do it.
Monkey done did.
I think I got an idea. I got some inspiration from the chat here. So Hockey Guy asked the easy question. It's like, what does the good person? So we're talking about the possibilities of villains. There's a lot of them, but somebody's got to be the good guy here. And I kind of changed my mind. I kind of decided. I've decided that you've got all these different things. I think Victor should be the villain because no one would suspect it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what would make it really good. It's like it turns out he took this rookie card thing to such a level that he just lost his mind, and he's like, "No, you will all bow to the definition of the rookie card." It's like, and then it turns out the only person that can save us, Bob Lewis. Trust me, if any of you know Bob Lewis and stuff, like he is the perfect hero in this story. And it's like, how does it go? It's like, how does it go down? It's like Bob Lewis is just walking by, and I'm like, Bob, go over there. He just goes in and he walks in with his bowl of cereal. It's like, if you watch enough YouTube with Bob Lewis, you'll get it. You'll know. Bob Lewis needs to be the hero in that story just because he'll be funny. And then Victor will be your surprise villain at the end with a lot of fake outs to get to that point.
Well, all I'm saying is there's a lot of famous people. I mean, we haven't even talked about Jeff Wilson. We haven't talked about.
He was one of my fake outs. I included him as one of the fake outs.
We need a prodigal son kind of theme.
You're talking about an ensemble cast here, Joe. Like this is a very large cast here we're talking about.
A little bit in the Hangover, how Mike Tyson, remember that scene with Tyson? I think that's emblematic of what we're looking for here is just, walking into people's realities and just going, oh my God, this is your life?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I feel like if you're going to have a cast list that big, you're basically bordering on like Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12, Ocean's 13. Like you just keep just throw somebody at the end.
Ocean's 8. Throw it in there.
Yeah, just keep going.
And if it's an LA scene, I mean, y'all mentioned Coleman, Sasha, we got to get Brad in there, come back card investor for sure. I mean,
Well,
there's
I already included. I haven't figured out all of it. All I figured out is the Indiana Jones scene. Somehow Sasha dies getting crushed by the rock, and Coleman was there trying to help him but failed. And that's how he ended up getting crushed by the rock. An actual rock, but not the rock. The DJs posing as collectors are the enemies. Yeah, could be Bob. Could be Bob. That's the
Is
reason.
is there a PWCC auction going, or
Well, isn't there always a PWCC auction going?
wait? I just had an inspiration. Brett.
What, from Stacking Slabs?
No, Brent. Sorry,
Oh,
Brent.
Brent. Okay, so PWCC Brent. Got it.
Somehow plays an important part.
Yeah, I like this suggestion from Dave. Don West needs to play a Morpheus Matrix type character. It's like the blue pill or the red pill. Could you imagine?
But
Yeah.
I mean, we're having fun and joking, but I could see a moment where this isn't actually so far fetched, because the way
I see a moment where it's very far fetched, Joe. I think you could get some of these people in as cameos in something else. If sports cards get big enough, you could have some cameos in there. But it's really niche. Like it's a niche. It doesn't matter how big sports cards get; they're not going to get big enough to carry their own production. But some of these people could get in there as characters.
drink the Kool-Aid, Carlos. Drink the Kool-Aid. Come on, what are you saying? Of course, it's going to get that big. It's not niche. They're talking about Top Shot on ESPN. For goodness sakes, it's
Top Shot. That's the key right there. Top Shot. Yes. Here we go.
Yeah.
Look at this.
So if I was going to offer any feedback, I'd say the macro perspective. So you don't want to get detailed. I mean, you do. But I think the overall picture is where you want to go on this angle.
I think that's a valid question, Lowell. Who knows?
So does that mean Probstein?
Yeah.
I've had some.
There's a few of them.
Yeah. No, okay. I'm sorry. I'll stop pushing it. I didn't mean to hijack the show, Carlos.
I was going to say at the very least, you could have been taking notes if you're going to be inquiring. There were some ideas thrown out there. I think.
I got
some.
my rescue from Probstein. That might be a good show, a good angle. I'm just kidding.
And on that note, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night.
Sounds good, Steve. Take it easy. Thanks for coming by.
See you, Steve.
It's good seeing you guys.
You too, man.
Good luck with the quarterback.
Unfortunately, I have no say.
Yeah.
Just pick one of the 87, Steve. Just get a whole stack of them.
Sure.
You may as well. Listen, you got to compensate for all those years of not having one. You go from not having one to having more than you can possibly figure out what to do with.
Valid. That is valid.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Take it
Have
easy.
a good
Have a good one.
Bye.
Later, brother.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
think
what
Dave,
the
I
fuck
think
happened
Dave
to
has it
Bobby?
right.
Like this is pissing me off.
All right, I like this. So hold on. This is a rare treat. I like this here. Brian, what's going on?
How's it going?
It's going
Doing
good.
well. Just always listening to you goofballs.
It's fair. It's legit.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
Fun stuff.
I don't think I've ever, Brian, have you ever been on screen before?
Yeah, I went on Andy's channel a little bit.
Okay.
The
She blind your
comeback card
reflectors?
guy? Comeback, or the
Yeah, the football guy,
Football
stats
card.
guy, Mr. Stats.
fantasy football card quest.
Got
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen your name around for, it feels like years, but it's only been months. But nice to be able to talk to you for the first time.
It is very cool. I mean, I feel funny sometimes. I'm sitting here watching your guys' show and giggling and laughing all to myself, and it's nice to have like real interaction with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. Very cool.
Absolutely. No, I
But
appreciate you
yeah, I
popping
had
up.
back surgery 2 months ago, so just trying to get well.
Makes
Gotcha.
sense.
That's good. Glad you gave you a place to hang out. So it's been fun.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's been a fun last year. It's been really fun. Yeah.
I mean, it's a fun. We're here to have fun.
We don't have any shows to go to, so. Well, you do in California down there.
Not
Dallas.
much. I'm in the Sacramento area. I'm in the foothills in Sacramento, and I don't even have a card shop within 20, 30 miles of me.
Hmm.
Yeah, no
I'll be
LCS.
damned.
Just thinking about opening one.
There you go.
Yeah,
Good timing.
it would be. It's been just really fun pulling out the old cards from your childhood and seeing what they're and how they've gone up now. It's just awesome.
Yeah, those old rookie cards.
Oh man. Well, I wish I would have been smart enough as you guys and been collecting the whole time because I'm a comeback kid, I guess.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what made it. I think that's what made the current thing work, though. I think if everybody stuck around, it's one of those conversations I have sometimes offline where it's like, if everybody hung around and everybody kept everything, you wouldn't be seeing the movement that you're seeing. You got to have that influx to see the dramatic. You might have still seen it go up over time, but it would be a much, it wouldn't be as steep a curve. It wouldn't have been this sudden like boom, just all of a sudden. Because they would have been hanging around anyway. So it's like they would have been around spending money.
So if the 90s boom kept going, right?
Well, the thing is, the
amount of people involved.
Yeah, the amount of people involved, yes. But the thing with the 90s boom, and you know this, Bobby, it's just that the companies just kept printing and printing and printing and printing and printing and printing and printing. And nowadays they're like, okay, well, we want to make money. How much can we print and get away with it? They're looking for that sweet spot. Like, we need one card less, not one card more. Whatever that number, that magic number is, that's the real number.
True. So true.
Yeah.
All right, so let me say one thing. Let me say one thing about Brian. All right, Brian. So you said one thing one time, and it was the read of the century I got on you. So you said as far as stock market concerns, I use a financial advisor, right? I don't trust myself. So what that tells me is that you do need to trust yourself. Like what you're going to gather from this room is going to be way more important than anything a financial advisor is ever going to teach you. So you got to have more confidence in yourself when it comes to investing.
I do. I just like to have, I guess, yeah, an advisor and someone who can,
No, I get it. I'm not trying to embarrass
do
you
it for
or
me.
anything,
Yeah.
but I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. You're smarter than you think, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, one of my best
you gotta be
investments.
confident in that.
Yeah, I need to be more confident in that.
What's your best investment?
No, I mean as far as investments go, you're a
I
confident
had-
person, but as far as investing your dollars goes,
Right.
It's also good
Yeah,
to
and
know
I have a big portfolio. I mean, I'm in the stock market for sure.
okay.
But I had a great one though in 2002. I invested a couple $100,000 in a tech growth fund, and in 3 months it was worth triple, and that was just like wow.
Did you buy cards with those profits?
Not one.
Oh,
I probably should. No, I rolled it over, and it's all still in there. But I diversified.
I did the same thing. Not a couple $100,000, but same thing, and it went tits up in 3 months.
Yeah, you got to get out and spread it out.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah. I learned.
Boy, I wish I would have bought bigger cards like you guys were buying the last 10 years because they've gone just ballistic.
I think it helps. It's one of those things, though, that if the main concern is the price, I think you're right. It's fair. But I guess it kind of depends, though. Like, as long as you bought certain cards that you wanted, there's the two parts. The investor part of it, yeah. If you were buying along the way and the price is appreciating, that's awesome. That's great. If you're a collector, it's nice if you bought something you actually wanted that also appreciated because, well, you've already got it in your hands. So the price appreciation is a bonus. You don't have to worry about it per se. But I think there's a lot of folks that are thinking the same way you are, Brian, but they're also like lamenting it from the perspective of these are cards. Well, where I say like, well, if the card wasn't up 10x or 20x, would you actually want the card? And they're like, well, I sort of want it. Well, then it doesn't matter so much that it went up 20x. If you wanted the card and it went up a ton and yeah, it would have saved you a lot of money to have bought it years ago, then I'm totally with you. Or if you're saying like, oh, well, I would love to have the money from whatever, then I get that too. But if it's like, oh, this card went up so much, I wish I had bought it. It's like, well, do you wish you had bought it, or do you wish you'd have the money from buying it? These
Yeah.
are two different things.
Yeah. And to me, the money doesn't really matter. I mean, I want the card to be
That's
worth a whole lot.
Sure.
But am I going to get rid of a Jordan rookie or a PMG? No way. I would just love them. I just love them too much. I would just hold on to them. And I don't have either one of those, by the way. But
Yeah, and that's fine. And I think as long as that's the intention, at the end of the day, it doesn't actually matter because people can do whatever they want. It's your money. Do whatever you wish, and I advocate for that the whole way. But I say the intention behind it matters in a certain degree because it's like I've had conversations offline where these people lament to me these regrets, and I'm like, you only regret because you didn't get the money. If it had been something else and you had 10x that money, you would have been just as happy. The card was irrelevant. It was just a vehicle to get to the appreciation. That's what you were looking for. And that's fine. That's okay. But let's just make sure we understand what it is we're actually interested in it for. As long as we understand that, that's cool. So I try to separate the two things. If I'm having the conversation, they wish they had bought the card when it was cheaper, I get that.
I got an awesome RY card for you there, Bobby. But I'd rather call it a rookie card.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Good old collector's choice. Nice.
Oh,
I didn't invent it. I just kind of talked about it.
PFT.
Okay.
Oh
sure.
man, wow!
That's a
That's
gold.
shiny if nothing else. I don't know what it is, but it's shiny.
It's
It's the
Pokemon,
case hit. It's a gold Bastion V.
Okay.
And your old cheap run-of-the-mill Charizard. New.
Nice.
Yeah. Just had to show off my non-sports cards there.
Well, there you go. At least you got the Cosmo Sports covered. Go ahead, Joe.
Carlos, I'm curious. I mean, I know you don't collect non-sports
No,
trading.
I don't collect, Joe. This is all a front.
You did.
This is so I can angle for the movie, Joe. This is so I can angle for the movie.
No.
a roundabout way, but it worked.
Okay. One
This is the long con here, Joe. This is the real long con.
Beatles or Stones?
What's that?
Beatles or Stones?
You're wearing the hat. You
I
gotta
prefer
say
Stones. If you give me a choice, I prefer.
I
think
prefer
the Beatles had some really great songs, but I prefer the Stones style of rock and roll no more. If you give me those choices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beatles are.
Yeah, I don't think there's a wrong answer in that one though. I think you can make legit. I think you can legit.
We're finding that there's a lot of Beatles cards and there's quite a few Stones cards, but what there's not a lot of is Jimi Hendrix.
I believe it. Well, think of his era when he was at his apex though. Like
68,
there were cards, but like what would have been a Jimi Hendrix card in the 60s? That would have been kind of tough to come by. Like who would have produced it? What would have been the context?
Right.
There is some old cards, but I think it was a little before the rock and roll at that time was coming in, or whatever it was.
But the thing is, like, unless you had a Jimi Hendrix set, you'd have had to come up with an excuse to put him on a card. You would have
There
had
is
to be
card
like,
sets from back then that have rock and roll. What's it? I'll look that up.
no, I get it. But what I'm trying to say is you'd have to have a theme. You'd have to do something like that. You'd be like, guitarists of the 60s or something. You'd have to have a reason.
I forget what that name of that set is. So I'm gonna have to look that up.
Is it the Dutch? There's a 1966
No,
Dutch.
it's like a Topps kind of regular issue. Yep. I forget what it's
There's
called.
Jimmy.
now.
There's Jimi Hendrix right there.
Yeah, that's in the same set as the Vanilla Ice, right?
Yeah.
Purple Haze.
You pulled that last night, Jared?
I'll be right back in 1 second, guys.
Yeah, I did.
It's beautiful. Let me see it again. It was beautiful. I like the light there. It's like a blue.
Look at that. Tire tracks all across my back. I can see you had your fun. Sorry. My stuff. I love Jimmy.
Well, in 1995, they made an Island Vibes Bob Marley collector cards box. I'm not sure who made it though. Let's see.
Never heard of that. Wow.
I know, me neither. I just.
Score.
What's that?
Maybe score. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really tell.
I'm just Sounds like
Anyway.
they could do something like that. All right.
Yeah, 1995.
Yeah, it was a good year. It was a great year.
It was a good year.
I remember that Mark Messier. What did he win the fucking cup that year, Jeremy?
No, he won in '94.
Well, close to the stuff. 94, 95.
I don't remember who won in 95.
93, 93. Yeah, you're right. 399, 394. Who won in 94, 95? Was that the Avalanche?
Could have been.
I think.
Could have been the Avs, yeah. That was past the Red Wings time, I think. Or
Oh, wait.
you know, a
No, it
couple.
was the Red Wings.
Was it?
Yeah. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, I'm just looking
Yeah.
at. There's a set here it's from 1959, so nothing that carries through the 60s that had rock and roll cards.
There's nothing really out there. I've looked hard. There's really nothing out there for rock cards from the 50s and 60s, right, Joe?
Well, there's not rock in the 50s. It's sort of, Elvis and...
Right, Joe?
There's a lot. There's a lot. There's some scholar. Are they from Sweden or something? Europe was doing it. Maybe not the U.S. But
yeah, they did the trading cards. Heather, pop music starter cards.
they had a lot of cards each year from about 1964 to 1978. I mean, they were around. I mean, it was a long run that they had. Apparently, I mean, I'm seeing PSA grading them and Lennon, McCartney, Mick Jagger. There's some good issues there.
In
They
19
got low pop counts.
in 1978, they made an Elvis Presley trading card set. It sold for $1,376.
Yeah, that I'm surprised because they had the 56 Elvis, and then they did it in 78. The issue I was talking about, I think I was trying to think of, it was 1960 Fleer. It was called Spins and Needles.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So those, Jerry Lee Lewis, and obviously predates Jimi Hendrix and what have you.
Yeah.
I knew there was an issue, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. I do a lot of non-sports, but I know mostly the Canadian non-sports. There's actually 400 uniquely Canadian non-sports pre-war Canadian exclusively done.
Greece.
Yeah.
Greece.
I want some Welcome Back Cotter. I want to get some Travolta and that kind of stuff. That'd be cool.
Totally.
What? When?
Horseshit.
Horseshit. Ooh, Mr. Cotter.
Oh, that's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That one has Gabe Kaplan too, right?
Yeah.
Welcome Back, Cutter.
That was based on his stand-up.
The thing is, in his heyday, because he was doing the poker coverage, in his heyday when poker was at its boom, probably that card would have done well. Because in addition to the show, he would have had a second avenue to have some fans potentially, people who enjoyed his commentary, because he did his comedy as part of his commentary. He was like he was a color guy basically for poker.
Yeah.
But during the poker boom, when people are paying attention to it, anytime there's a second avenue where a celebrity is in front of you, it doesn't hurt. If you got one show, that's awesome. But if you've got something else going on that other people know you for too, then that's a bonus.
Yeah. Like having two girlfriends, right?
Exactly like that.
Thank you.
Until you get caught.
Sure enough.
Yeah. Don't put the celebrity on a pedestal,
Don't put baby in the corner. Don't put celebrity on a pedestal. I know.
Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah. So I finally picked up a Star Wars. I mean, I remember these back in the 70s as a kid. We got a few out of the packs, but I just went ahead and bought one finally. It's like,
Nice. Hey,
Wow, that's
hey,
cool.
let me say that one more time.
want to see it one more time?
Yeah, yeah.
Let me see. It's the end of the movie where they're all kind of getting acknowledged.
Getting their medals.
Oh, so it's literally at the end of the film,
Oh,
just before they go to the theme, right?
Yep.
Dun,
Yeah.
dun,
Those
dun, dun, dun,
cards are
dun.
gonna go up. Those cards will go up. Believe me.
Okay.
They
see
will.
now.
They will.
It's always that, like ratio of if it doesn't go up, am I still happy versus hopefully it's going to go up.
Yeah.
Star Wars is huge.
It's like buying Apple stock. Like when you're buying Star Wars, like you're good. Trust me, you're good in the long run. Like,
You're right.
I love Apple
might have
Sauce.
a year of. You might have a year of getting your ass kicked, but at the end of the day, 5 years from now, like Jeremy always says, it's gonna go up.
You've been listening.
And when it doesn't, you'll have someone to blame.
Well,
It'll be me instead of Jeremy.
with
No, it'll go up.
with the, I mean, I'll confess that with the bottleneck at PSA and the challenges of grading these days, I throw $20 at any card in a PSA holder at this point. In my mind,
You factor in the price of grading now, right?
Yeah.
Which is fair. And if the price does in fact go up now at the beginning of March, which theoretically it's supposed to, at least the rumor out there is.
It's supposed to.
Yeah. So there's enough smoke there where I believe it, and it's not necessarily a terrible idea for the reasons I outlined at the beginning. I think you kind of want to discourage a lot of those really low-priced cards that people are just taking a flyer on, because that kind of clogs up. It takes the same amount of time, in theory, to grade the $5 card than it does the $500 card. The $1,000 card is
that's why
supposed to
I-
take more time with it, supposedly.
That's why I got this one. But I can't tell you the price, but what Joe said. Because we're not allowed to say prices.
I would make the argument. I don't make very many arguments. That's beautiful.
Ah, that's a nice.
Beautiful, Bobby.
It's a bad card. Hey, what's the pop on that one, Bobby?
I didn't really care. It was under what Joe said.
Well,
About $1.
so
I mean, like 100. The pop on that. $1 we call it.
Carlos, play the thought experiment game with me now, will you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so PSA raises their prices. Let's just be ridiculous. 5 times. It's 5 times what it
Okay.
used to be. Now you have all these cards that are actually lower, like not necessarily lower grade, but lower valued cards
Yeah.
in PSA holders.
Sure.
Do they come up? Do they actually take on, because they are now, like at the time they were, you could get it for $25. Somebody sent it in. They thought it might be a 10. It was an 8. It's a cool card. It's in a PSA holder, but it costs $100 to grade a PSA card.
Sure.
What do you do then? Like, is that a value add to the whole PSA brand, or is that still dregs of the cup?
Well, I think honestly, so I think it's still going to be a supply and demand thing, in the sense that you have to want the thing. Just because it exists doesn't mean you want it. I used that's actually, I'm glad you brought it up, because that's why I used it at the beginning from those pickups that I at the beginning of the show. I did a couple of pickups that I accidentally left out of the video. I forgot, I misfiled them. I forgot to put them in the video. But one of them was a PSA 10, a PSA 7 Brendan Shanahan rookie. This is not an expensive card. It's probably, honestly, worth maybe around the same price as the raw card. It's really probably not worth any more than that. Honestly, I paid all in with shipping maybe about $10. So I might have paid a small premium. It was cheaper to get it graded. They spent more money to get it graded than I paid to actually buy the card and ship it to me. So they lost money simply by putting it in the holder. So I factored that in, and I go, I'm not paying. Did I pay a premium for it being there? Yeah. But I paid a premium that was still less than the price to put it in the holder. So somebody took a shot. If they had been right, if it had been a 9 or a 10, they probably would have made money. But as a 7, they definitely didn't make money. They lost money. So to your point, if they keep raising the price, is there still a premium on some of those cards? For sure. Yeah, there's a premium on some of those cards. But is it enough of a premium to make up for the fact that they spent $100 on a card? It's like, no, I'm still. If it had been $100 to grade this, I still would have paid him $10. Like, I wouldn't have paid him more than $10.
Yeah.
That's about what I paid, because that's about what it's worth. It's still a premium over like the raw card, but a very small premium. The cost for them to this, I don't care. As a consumer, I don't care. But for some
No.
people, I guess in some cards, maybe they would. But for stuff like that, low cost stuff, I don't think so. That's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe some people would, but I wouldn't.
What about new holders versus old holders?
I guess it depends on how new and how old, right? Because right now we've got the Lighthouse holder. That's the current one, right? So let's say they come up with a new version. So Nat Turner takes over, and one of the first things they do is say, hey, guys, we want to stay ahead of counterfeiters. Let's come up with a slightly advanced version, the super Lighthouse holder. I'm just making something up. Whatever. It's something extra. They add a little extra wrinkle in there for security. But maybe it looks similar, almost exactly the same, but with one more security feature. Do you pay a premium for that over the Lighthouse holder?
Someone paid a premium already.
Sure. No, but I'm saying,
I
like,
know.
if I
it's
put
the
them two
market.
beside each other, like if it was really subtle, unless
No.
there's like a tangible difference in maybe grading standards. Usually where you get the differentiator is if there's a difference in grading standards. The analogy I'll use is coins, because some people will intentionally look for old coins graded in the original like PCGS holders. And they'll look for that because the grading standard was higher at that time. So they'll take it, crack it out, and then resubmit it to get a potentially higher grade. That I could see having a premium because they're looking at it going, wait a minute, if they keep that more stringent grading standard, but I submit it into the new one today, I can get a higher grade. So the people that are in the know are actually willing to pay a little extra compared to what the normal price is for that grade in the old holder versus the new holder.
And that's how you get to a 30% crack out percent.
Yeah, but you need the distinction to be sufficient. One thing that coins have, Bobby, is that they've got a lot of grades.
Oh yeah, I know. It's
Yeah, like the amount of grades, they don't use all those numbers, but they use enough of those numbers.
I know they're so small. I
It's
know.
very little nuances. Yes.
Fine, very fine. Yeah. Gotcha.
You
It's
just need to
on this
put a little dot of invisible ink on every card that they've graded.
I've
So
seen
when
someone. I've seen
So
someone
when it
pitch
comes
that.
back, you'll know that it's been graded.
I've seen someone pitch that, but the could you imagine the liability though?
Oh,
Where somebody's like,
dude.
I didn't pay you to put something in my card.
Yeah.
I didn't pay you to put something on my card. From a security standpoint, it would be a decent idea, but like I don't think anyone would agree to like, yeah, you putting it's invisible to except a black light, but I'll know you did something.
Yeah.
I think if they scan the card and you had the right computer system, I think they could track every card down because everyone is so unique in
They
a
could.
high res.
I think that the low hanging fruit this whole time, and I would love to see if Nat Turner and those folks incorporate it. The low hanging fruit has been serial number cards.
Yes.
That's the easiest one. Like at least you've got some distinguishing feature. You've got a number, right? So at the bare minimum, if it's card number 5 of 100, and you resubmit 5 of 100, and it looks different than last time, you know it's the same card. So you got that's how people who do a lot of those detections are able to be like, guys, it's the 5 out of 100. Why are the edges now suddenly narrower? Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that was the big PWCC scandal thing too.
Correct. Exactly. So that helps. If you've got a numbering, I really don't see a good excuse for the major graders not to, at the bare minimum, make some kind of a note of serial number cards that they've taken in. Some kind of a note. So that if you see it 5 times, and maybe it looks a little different each time, somebody should be like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Yeah.
It's not just you resubmitting the exact same card. Something's going on. Something's changed.
So this is a little tongue-in-cheek, Carlos, but great analysis, by the way. What do you think of the no slab movement?
Oh, the no slab movement. See, there's a podcaster who is Mountain State Cardboard. So I'll shout him out here. I enjoy what he does because he takes a very narrative, story-driven approach to podcasts. He likes to talk about it. He's very much a no slab movement guy. And I've heard a lot of different ones. That's the reason why, as soon as you brought it up, I immediately thought of Mountain State Cardboard because he likes to talk about that kind of thing. But the thing is, I understand their point, but my counter is this, and I mentioned it on a video where I talked about this. It's not that I don't inherently need or like graded cards, but they serve a purpose. They serve a function. Buying online, I don't think PSA is infallible. They're not. We've proven that. They're not infallible. But it gives you a layer of something where at least someone's looked at the card in the flesh, so to speak. Where it's like, so I call it, the verbiage I use was it's a lubricant to sales. It's a lubricant to the market. Because if you go on eBay and the scan is crummy, which it always is, like all the time.
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah.
Man.
But I'm saying it gives you, but if it's a standard card and you say it's a PSA 10, then within a certain tolerance, you have a certain expectation about the condition you're getting. It gives you something to go off of. Now, if you have an ungraded card and it's the same crummy scan and the dealer says it's gem mint, well, great. I'm going to need to see some pictures, buddy. I'm going to need to see some ID.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have to show me more, because it's like what you consider gem mint doesn't mean anything to me.
No.
So it's facilitated trade. What it's done is it's facilitated trade. If I just wanted to put this in my set and put it in a binder, I could crack it out. And it looks, from my perception, looking at it, it looks like a reasonable near mint condition card. I think their grading is fairly reasonable on this card. So if I just want it for my set, I could crack it out and I've got a near mint card. But I bought it as a graded card. It helped the sale, because otherwise I'm not paying even the $10 I paid for this as a ungraded card. Sight unseen. If I'm at a show and it looks good to me and it looks centered and it's got good corners and edges, as a veteran hobbyist, I'm more comfortable than making the deal. Maybe I'll pay a little premium if I think it's a legitimately well-graded card. But on the internet with scans, that's a no-go.
Yeah,
So
people
no
don't
side
even
movement, I
scan
get it.
anymore.
I get it, but it's short-sighted, because it's like you're the same people who are going to have to then either you're going to buy the graded card and take it out. There's your no slab, but you have to do the work to take it out of the slab. But you had to buy a slab in the first place because you don't trust the ungraded one either. I know you don't.
That's the thing. They don't even scan anymore. It's everyone's using their iPhones now, and their angles and the light and the shadowing. It's horrible. I'm trying to
Out of
steal some
focus.
pictures from
Yeah, buddy.
Joe's got it. Crack it.
See, Joe, you got to use the thing though is, Joe, you watch Sasha, you know this. You got to have the pliers, dude.
Yes.
The pliers for the corner. Come on.
Oh no, he's doing Beckett.
Oh, okay. Yeah. For Beckett, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just use it with the chisel. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing could
Actually-
possibly go wrong.
With PSA, the only thing you have to do is twist it. To be honest with you,
Yeah, for sure.
is all you have to do is give it, and it'll pop one corner. Then you can just pry it up, and don't get a screwdriver and push it in.
That's because you have superhuman strength, Bobby. That's
Whatever.
Why don't they make it harder to crack them?
It is pretty hard for the most part, but I mean,
Yeah.
you
Well, I
seen
think
what Sasha went through there. It was like, well, sometimes you screw up, and it's like, don't put, geez, use a stubby that's not going to go all the way in like a screwdriver, a stubby screwdriver, rather than a big long one, because if it goes in. It's
See,
going
Bobby.
all the way in.
The thing is, you keep saying that you don't want to have a YouTube presence per se, but you could literally make a YouTube channel where all you did was a tutorial on how to remove cards from slabs, and you would probably go viral on that one video. That might be the only video you get views on, but you would get views on that one video.
Maybe.
You have a lot of great knowledge, Bobby. You should. I mean, if it makes you happy.
Yeah, it's not just vintage collectibles. It's how to break things out of slabs and all that fun stuff. I have resubmitted. I have to admit. I digress.
So you're saying the
Yeah.
30% is literally just you cracking it out and redoing
Well, I'm one
You-
of those percentages.
It was actually about 5%, but Bobby's personally like, guys, I'm just going to keep cracking these out and sending them back in. All of them.
They're fun to do. It's like popping bubbles on those little,
I don't know if it
It's
meets
tough.
that level of satisfaction, Bobby. Settle down.
It
Calm
does.
down over there.
What's your success rate?
100%.
That you get a better grade?
Oh no, sorry, cracking them out with the twist. Yeah, sorry about that. Sending in wasn't too good. I sent in stuff that I thought was 9s. This was maybe about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, and they came back as 7s, 6. They think there was 1 8 in there, and I just went. Obviously, I don't know how to grade, so and I just went, okay, well, if it's not, I'll send them in again. So I sent them in again and basically came back. A couple were up, a couple were down. The ones that were up or down. So there made no sense on it. And I just went, okay, whatever, who cares? And I stopped grading forever. I never graded another card. Never had to.
This brings up an interesting point to me. We have card knowledge, and then we have hobby knowledge. Card knowledge is very discrete, specific knowledge about particular, issues, years, releases. And hobby knowledge, I would sort of understand as a little more everything from how you store cards to how you kind of organize your collection or you present cards. I mean, there's all and stuff I'm not even thinking of right now. Just like all the ways in which the hobby is not just the specific like deep dive into a particular issue. You know, what is the history of the 52 mantle? Okay, well that's great, but like, what's all the other things involved with the hobby? And I don't know. That's interesting to me.
The mantle was triple printed. The mantle. We can get into all those things.
Yeah, no, and
The
maybe
numbers are distributed in Canada in packs. What else?
maybe the cards are the most important, but occasionally I step back and I think about how people, you know, preserve their cards, how they present their or whatever. If it's not cards, Bobby, I mean, as you know, your relationship to your memorabilia, your antiques, all of that.
Knickknacks, yeah.
The knickknacks is key.
It's too bad Amit's not here. Damn. Yeah, it is key, and I think everybody does their own thing, and I think we steal ideas off of seeing other people do stuff, and you know, plagiarism works really well with your collection, because you see somebody do something, and you go, "Wow, you know, I can do something like that with my collection," or you know, that's a good idea. And people
It's
have asked me all the
imitation,
time.
Bobby. It's flattering.
Well,
It is,
like
for sure.
Victor, Victor last night had his whole backdrop. I mean, that was, and you see it with Zoom these days. Everybody's got their Zoom screen. You know, Carlos, you're looking pretty good over there. I don't know what the hell that is, but you're looking pretty good with some flags and some.
Oh, the banners. Yeah, the banners. Yeah.
Yeah, your background's important more than ever now in the Zoom world. But then also, like, you know, Jerry, you mentioned last night, somebody I think asked the question, like, what's going on in Victor's background? And it was a beautiful background. I mean, it was nicely presented, curated cards. I wish we could have even gotten a little closer to it to see what was going on.
If you do, just to give his channel a plug as well, if you ever do get a chance to check out, he does have a video where he does go in a little bit closer depth to the background and shows you a couple of the cards they put in there.
And
you
how
can
he
get a
built
bit of
it.
sense.
And how he
so
built
you
it.
can get a bit of a sense on it. There is a video as well, in addition to the build, as Bobby said. He does actually show off some of the cards and talks about why he chose certain cards for certain sections of it, so you can get a little bit of a sense of it. He does put it on his channel, so I do want to promote that he did show it on there, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, he's a detailed-oriented guy, you know. Does his own work, likes to dig into research, sort of like me, similar.
I think it would have been. It's one of those things where it would have been I think it would have been more doable because you saw on the show once the tail. That's why it's fun watching it at 2x speed, because then you see when they were reaching the tail end and they were accelerating. It meant that Jeremy was like talking in quadruple time because they're like running out of time. We gotta stop.
Overtime.
It's like, we're skipping the card thing. We're getting past all that. It's like we're getting to the end.
We'll have you back.
Yeah. And it was out of necessity because the topic has so much room to discuss. And he has a lot of passion for it and he has a lot of opinions on it. But then even in discussing those opinions, talking through the pieces, going through that process. That's why I find, like I said, I love what Victor does. That's why I enjoy it. I like to poke a little bit at him about the Don Quixote quest, you know, for the holy rookie card grail. But the thing is that I'm glad he's pursuing it because he enjoys it. I'm glad he's pursuing it because I'm always going to advocate for people pursuing knowledge. If you're trying to, at least, maybe you don't get there, but at least you're trying to figure something out. I like that. I like it. Even if at the end it doesn't have to be interesting to me. It doesn't matter. I like that you're trying. I like that you're trying to figure it out.
Last night's show it was one of the fastest for me. Usually they always go by fast, you know,
Yes.
at the hour and a half mark. It's like, whoa, where'd the time go? But last night I looked at the clock at the hour and a half mark and it felt like we only started 10 minutes ago, just with all the thoughts and ideas that were coming out of our mouths and going through our heads. And as interesting as I found it, it just went by super fast.
And I think probably aside from Jeff's, that's probably the furthest backed up you ever got chat. I think like you got to a stretch where you were like close to an hour behind chat.
I know, yeah.
So,
Well, that's why I said, did everybody hear the pin drop? Because while Victor was talking, there was nobody commenting after that. It was like a whole bunch, and then it stopped. Like there was maybe one or two in the time he took to speak, which was about 30 minutes. And I just went, did you hear the pin drop? Because everyone sits there going, and taking it in, and you know, deserve it.
Good to see that people were interested. Yeah. The answer is no to the question on the screen.
yep. I just included it since I figured you'd have some insight on that.
Look and see. There you go.
Yeah.
I like the look and see. They got a Ruth, right?
Yeah, they do.
That's a cool one. That was a different neat issue.
Yeah, it's a really cool set. I've got two cards. I have the Queen Elizabeth and the Billy the Kid. I figured I'd go to both extremes.
Yeah, that is. Ruth would fit in the middle there nicely, though.
The other one, there's another one, but except that I have a Ruth card. I don't really want. That's not the card that I want from that set to add is the Gandhi card. I think that'd be a cool one. It's a cool looking card.
Yeah.
That's the next one on my list. And you can like a PSA 8, easy to find for well under $200, more like the $100 mark type of thing.
Until it goes up.
Better go buy them tonight.
I'd rather have the display box. Like that's a really cool looking box.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see a picture of that. That'd be really cool.
Oh, you want to see a picture of it now? I have the Canadian version, I think, too.
Oh, I didn't realize there was two.
Well, actually, what happened? Here we go. Information.
Here we go.
Well, Topps would produce a lot of products where it wasn't made by O-Pee-Chee. So what they would do is they would send it up to Canada. We'd produce our own boxes in a 36 count. Topps was always 24. So we would actually have a larger box. They would stamp the bottom of the box with a coded number and letter scheme. And you can always tell an O-Pee-Chee distributed box by the stamp. Like the Elvis has that stamp on it too. And it says 36 count on it. Or sometimes it's handwritten 36 count or crossed off the 24. And so a lot of products, non-sports, came up to Canada. They were in those boxes. Baseball, Carlos, you know, the early 50s Canadian exclusive boxes, like ones they didn't even make in the US for the 54.
Yeah, they kept playing around. They kept playing around with a lot of experimentation. The thing is, that's what made the 50s era, because it was the baseball golden era. That's what made it fun, is that they tried stuff. They tried a lot of stuff. You have to be a fan of the obscure. And apparently today's the day that I'm shouting out different YouTubers, because I want to give them credit, because some of them do address some of these things. So there's a YouTuber named Blue Jacket 66. And he likes to collect a lot of the obscure and especially a lot of the food issues and classic things. So he shows off stuff like that in his video. You have to go back in the archives a little bit, but he collects a lot of that stuff, and he'll talk about it a little bit from videos here and there. And he even talks about a couple of the variants of the 52 Topps mantle and some things to look out for as far as counterfeits are concerned. So there will be YouTubers out there who will sprinkle in this interesting information, but you have to be like on the lookout. It's like, it's all over the place, because a lot of these folks who have the really good information, they're also professionals who have things to do in their day-to-day lives. So when the videos come out, it's few and far between. It's when they got time. You got something there, Joe? You want to share?
Yeah, I have one apology. I have one correction, though. I have one correction to give to Carlos. In 1954, I said it was on the wrapper of the O-Pee-Chee. It wasn't on the 54 Topps wrapper. It was on the 57 that O-Pee-Chee's name was on there. In my video.
So this is the small one when they brought back to the normal sports card size of today. So 57 is 57 Topps, where you introduced
57 Topps, but the 54 Topps didn't have it. But I talked to the guy who went to the train station from O-Pee-Chee. So it wasn't really, it was Topps products only on the 54. After that 57, it was O-Pee-Chee. So I did misstate that.
Sounds good. So Mr. LAGN, I'm going to get to your comment in a second. I see it, but I want Joe to show his thing. Go ahead, Joe.
So Brian was talking about, like, what were you buying like 10 or 12 years ago? And, you know, I had different moments, peaks and valleys, but when I came into the hobby, maybe it was like more like 14 years ago, I'd been away, come back, been away, come back. I found, you know, I didn't have a whole lot of money, so I had to make deals that made sense to my brain. And one of those deals were in the realm of PSA authentic altered cards, which I know, you know, some people, it's like the forbidden fruit, like never touch an altered card. But I picked up probably 10 to 15 pretty nice cards, slabbed, acknowledged as altered, mostly cut. There's a few touched up, you know, a few corner touch ups here and there, like a 53 Topps, you know, that's easily, you know, you get a little black marker. But this one in particular is just what I grabbed. It's a Mantle 68. You know, it pretty much looks like a 9, or a 10. I mean, it's one of the most amazing examples of a 68 that I've seen in terms of sharp corners, and it's trimmed. I'm sure it's trimmed. I don't probably.
I would say, based on that way that card looks, the most likely alteration is trimming. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a good looking card though.
But
It's
it's
got eye appeal.
Yeah, and at the time, you know, I don't know what I bought it for 10 or 12 years ago, but I can tell you it wasn't over $200. I mean, it was probably like $125. So those were the kind of things, Brian, that I was buying like then, and I should have been buying other stuff. I should have been buying higher quality. I should have had better vision on like really amazing cards. But you know, you have to factor in that we were younger. We may not have had the same amount of resources, and we were, you know, we weren't even sure that the card market was going to be lucrative in any way, shape, or form. We were just collecting in the way that made sense to us at the time.
Well, I can quickly add one thing to that is that I can tell you that as someone who was consistently collecting throughout, you knew vintage, especially. I'll use vintage since Joe shows that card. You knew that vintage was going to go up, but it was this steady growth. It was this
Organic.
controlled. Yeah, it was this controlled growth that you felt like, okay, look, I don't have the means to pick this card up right this moment. Like again, if hindsight being 2020, that's the beauty of it, right? Hindsight. Perfect timing on Hockey Guy. I love that. Yeah, hindsight. That's
Right.
exactly right. But if hindsight, you know, with hindsight, you get the Nolan Ryan rookie 14 years ago because the price point on it was much more reasonable than it is today. I still need that card for the set that I'm mostly complete on, and I'm like, oh.
Now you've waited.
And I'm like sitting there like, oh, I'm going to pay for this. It's going to hurt. It's
And
gonna
it
hurt
always
so bad.
seems expensive at the time, right?
It does. At the time, it felt like it was.
Well, now it's
But
really
now, like,
expensive.
having knowing what it was then, because I was around, I was looking around at the time. Knowing what it is now, I'm like, oh, it's not that bad. it wasn't that bad at the time. Like it's like I could have swung it. I could probably have made that deal happen, and I could have gotten a nice copy too. Like I could have gotten a nice copy. Now today, I'm going to have to be a lot less picky about the copy I get, and I'm still going to pay through the nose comparatively. I just will, and
So,
you have to accept that.
so Joe, with that card that you bought, what's the comparative value today now?
That's hard to say. Like on an altered, you don't know. I will say the eye appeal is huge on that card. Like you're not misleading anybody. It says very clearly on the label what it is. So the buyer knows that's why I said, remember what I said earlier about the lubricant thing? The reason it's a lubricant is because, okay, it's an altered card. However, the person who's buying can see that on the holder. And then if you take decent scans of it, they are now fully informed to know that this is an altered card in some way. In fact, price yourself accordingly. And I would strongly suspect that you would still find a buyer who would be willing to pay multiples of what Joe paid. I'm comfortable to say that that will be the case. I honestly believe that.
Crack it out, put it on eBay, that pictures, you're good.
Bobby, I can't believe you're saying that.
So, like I said, in the movie, Bobby's the villain, just so we're clear.
Well, so we've all existed in the realm where it's like it's a fake, right?
No.
And that's, well, I mean,
They won't grade, they won't authenticate it, obviously.
No, but like maybe we've made one mistake in our lives where we bought a fake. And then when you get an opportunity to buy a card that's been altered, at least you know that it's real. And to me, like, even though that's still not great, it's still the card, right? It's still the card.
And the PSA holder's helping out a lot.
Yeah, but you see, that's why I'm using this comment right here. 86 Jordan, 6/10 alter, because at that point, if the buyer knows, and Jeremy's referenced this, the PMG green that Nat Turner bought that was altered, and he paid $350,000 for it, made it abundantly clear that there are folks with money who's like, I just want the card. As long as it's real, I want the card. I accept that there may be something up here. Maybe something happened. Maybe somebody trimmed an edge or something. But you know what? It's out of 10.
It's a Grail card.
It's out of 10. Like it's still out of 10, and it's still real.
Yeah.
Dare I say Honus Wagner?
Exactly.
00000001.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
It's real. If you know it's real, and if it's real, and it came out of a pack. I mean, we were talking about that with rookie cards, the rookie card conversation. You know, distribution being opened out of a pack, and somewhere along the way, somebody had a nefarious idea, and we got to call that out. We got to acknowledge that. We got to make sure that everybody understands that that's not cool. But if it's acknowledged and then it's preserved, it's still a piece of memorabilia.
Yeah. The word you're looking for here, and really that is the word here, is disclosure. As long as it is disclosed in a very clear, definable way, the buyer has the ability to make that decision, understands what they're getting, and kind of the debate that Jeremy and I were having at the very beginning of the stream was the BVG 10 or left it open. If it had said BVG 10 sheet cut on the label, well, then it's abundantly clear for everybody to see. You figure out what you're going to do. We'll see what happens. The market will play it out. But the way BVG does their thing, they just label it as pristine and they don't put any additional designator, and it's it. So now you got to know what you know, or you don't know what you don't know, and you got to make a decision.
Beckett has said, and I think both Dr. Beckett and Jeremy Murray, their VP, have both said that I know Dr. Beckett said he I believe regretted that decision not to put a notation on the
Correct.
slab itself. Because it just leaves the ability for people to be misled, like the auction, like the Heritage auction.
And if you put that on there, it changes the context.
Sorry, Carlos, go ahead.
No, all I was saying is if you put it on the label, it changes the context. Because now we're not having a debate on that piece. It's right on the label.
It's disclosure.
Decide what you're going to do. Pay as much or as little as you want.
The market will decide, right?
Correct.
Perfectly on
which I mean, I know we don't agree on this, Carlos, but I do think, just it's my thought, that for the most part, the market knows that the market, people who know hockey cards. So maybe not all the buyers, maybe not all the
bidders. That's all I was getting at.
I recognize that. I recognize that. But I believe that many people know that Beckett will slab sheet cut cards. I believe many people realize that there's just no BVG, no cards from the 60s exist in BVG 10 condition. I mean, now I know I have no evidence, and that's a general statement, but really tough to believe that a card has existed that long in pristine condition. I think Heritage did a disservice to the hobby, although they would say there's no evidence. Well, there's no evidence, but there's enough common general knowledge and perception, even if you will, that they just kind of ignored that. And if Beckett made that decision when they launched their business to make a notation on the slab or not grade them altogether, that card would have received that notation. I've seen that card. I've looked at it closely, and
because there's Martin sports cards, I think, that had it, right?
Zero doubt in my mind that Jason Martin cut that card himself. I mean, it just all fits together. And even if not, the fact that the perception exists is almost bad enough. I know I would never buy that card. You could offer me that. Pretend I had millions and millions of dollars. I would not buy that card today for $200,000. I wouldn't buy it for $150,000. I wouldn't want to be the one charged with selling it and thereby having someone else be misled. Just like I wouldn't sell a card I know that's trimmed without telling a buyer, a raw card, without telling a buyer, by the way, this card is trimmed. How do you know? I can tell. I can just tell by looking at it, it's trimmed. So I think it was a disservice. I'm not surprised it sold for where it did. I thought it would sell a bit higher, so I'm actually pleased. I think I mentioned earlier, I'm pleased that it sold for less than even I thought it would. Now, you take that exact same card, and I think you said this, Carlos, you take that exact same card, you put it in a PSA 10 holder, which there are none, by the way.
Yeah, there's only one none. That's as high as it goes.
Now it's $2 million, that card. You take the PSA 9, and that, I guess, I'm estimating. You take the one PSA 9 that exists. What's that going to sell for? Because it's the highest grade. My guess, it's $1 million right now. It would sell for right around what the Gretzky PSA 10 sold for. I saw there was some discussion earlier for that Franco guy about that Bobby Orr didn't even matter. Well, obviously Bobby Orr is one of the all-time greats. There's no doubt.
There's a generation. There's an entire generation, and we have to remember the demographics of the people who potentially buy. If you're a deep-pocketed hockey fan. Yeah, if you're a deep-pocketed collector of hockey cards, Bobby Orr was one of those guys, and I made the point where it's like in the Mount Rushmore cards, the Bobby Orr is one of those.
Yeah.
It's one of those. So it's like it's acknowledged as one of the key pieces.
It's an obvious one too.
Yeah,
You know?
it is. But that's like it's in the same vein of what would happen if there was a PSA 10 54 tops how? It would go for mega bucks because it's one of the Pantheon cards. It's not the rookie, but it's a Pantheon card. It's one of those Mount Rushmore for hockey.
And it's obtainable.
And it's a very
Says
popular
Joe-
issue.
Says Joe Orlando, right? That's those are Joe's lists. Those,
Yeah, but
yeah.
I prefer the 54 tops to the 51 Parkers. Easily.
Well, aesthetically, of
yeah, like
course.
aesthetically,
So do I.
it's the 52 tops versus 51 Bowman thing all over again. Like it really is. It's just
Yeah. The only difference, I would say, one of the differences is that the 51 Bowman is nicer than the 51 Parkhurst, just as a
something
set overall.
something you draw while drunk is nicer than the 51 Parkers.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's a low bar to hit, but fair enough. But
It is.
accurate.
It is a low bar, but
Yeah.
but to me, the importance of the 51 Gordie Howe exceeds the importance of the 54 tops. I think that PSA got it wrong. Not take nothing away from the 54 tops. And I know you love a card. I know you have a copy, Carlos. Beautiful card. I love it. I own a copy as well.
I think it's an
Love
aesthetically great card. It really
It's
is.
one of the most pleasing cards in the history of hockey cards to look at in terms of vintage. You know,
Yeah, and we already established, like, I hate all good cards. Like, I feel like I've made this abundantly clear in the stream. It's like, if it's a popular card that you people like, I hate it. It's garbage.
You have to watch.
But the 54 tops one I like. The 54 tops one, it's
Beautiful.
just a good card. It's a great card.
stunning card.
We have the breakers out there. Like you had Vintage Breaks who, when they opened a 56 tops pack, or was it 59? I can't remember. And they pulled a 9 mantle. They got it graded as 9. But if that card went through to Beckett, let's just say sharp corners, it's a 9. Would it draw the same conclusion? So you can't really say,
Well,
Jeremy,
yeah.
that for sure. Okay, but you're just
You make a
saying
good
before,
point there. You make a really good point, Bobby. Yes, you put any card that looks pristine in a Beckett holder, all of a sudden, oh, it must be sheet cut. That's the assumption that's going to be made, which is why.
So would you say
which-
that? Then
which
you
begs
can't
the
tell.
question.
Then
What's
you
that?
can't tell. Then you cannot tell.
Yes, you can. If you look at the card, you can tell. You
Through the
can-
holder?
What's that?
Through a holder?
Yeah, easy.
No, here's the thing, Jeremy.
Easy.
I don't have a
Someone said
problem.
earlier that you can't. They're just wrong. You
I
can
don't
easily
have a
take-
problem with that conclusion you're drawing here. But the problem is when we're looking at the auction and we're looking at it, do you think that a person looking at it who does not have the ability to look at it in hand and is looking at the scans is able to make that assertion?
No, I don't think that.
That's
yeah.
a set, but I'm saying the heritage buyer is one who doesn't have the chance to hold it in hand.
No.
And unfortunately, to your point, the fact that Beckett doesn't make that distinction, again, if they put the disclosure in there, you've made our lives easier. If
you own a card like this and you put it in a B and you get Beckett to grade it for you versus PSA, you're just asking for trouble. That's what I think. I mean, you're just asking what you're causing are discussions like this right now. What you're causing is all the controversy. There's a whole bunch of threads in some Facebook group about this card right now, the same thing we're talking about, and it's just causing controversy, you know? And the guy who sold it, this Frank Hunt, his biggest thing is, well, it is what it is. I still made $200,000 until, like, he's throwing how much money he made to make it all sound like he doesn't care that, you know, that it didn't sell for the million that he thought it was going to, and that he was written up in the Globe and Mail and the Winnipeg Free Press and all this stuff. Anyway.
You can't really say that. That puts every Beckett grade into question at
No,
9 or 10. No, it does.
No, it does.
Why
It
wouldn't?
doesn't, because if you know what to, because Bobby, if you have a typical rough edge O-Pee-Chee in a Beckett holder, you can look at it and you know it's not sheet cut because you can see the rough edge. But when you take a card from 1966 and you put it in that BV and it gets a BVG 10, even a 9.5. It's going to raise the alarm bells. This only applies to vintage. This does not apply. It has nothing to do with any card from 1991 forward for the most
Not
part.
all are rough cut, though. That's another thing, too.
What's that? No. Agreed. But
So
that's why
it is impossible to really tell, but I understand the stigmata behind that. I get it.
There's a stigma. There's a perception, which you're just asking for trouble. So if you are the owner of that card raw and you submit it to Beckett, why would, and that's why Beckett,
And why would you?
Beckett's whole history, their whole value proposition is on modern cards. It's not on vintage cards. It just isn't. And this Bobby Orr proved it, because people like me who feel like we have an understanding of what cards would sell for on the open market believe that Bobby Orr in a PSA 9 holder, the PSA 9 Bobby Orr would have sold for $1 million. And if a 10 existed, $2 million. That's my estimate. I know I'm not alone in that kind of general
That's
thought.
a small bump from a 9 to 10 there, Jeremy.
I love
1 million,
two
2
real
million.
quick things I want to hit on. Three quick things I want to hit on. Number one, I feel so bad for Mr. LAGM because I wanted to get to his comment, but I haven't been able to. Second is, this is wonderful for me because this is the closest I get to Jeremy, like, knocking anything in the hobby. So the fact that it's like, well, if you send it to Beckett, then you're asking for trouble for these cards. I love that. Third,
Until
I
they
love
change
Joe's
their
face
policy.
during that piece. Third, I love Joe's face during that one piece. He's like, I love that. Go ahead, Joe.
Until Beckett changes their policy,
I get
and I don't know if they ever will now. Might be too late, but if they don't, then yeah, it's always going to be an issue, and that's one of the reasons why people don't send them vintage cards for grading, because they're afraid of the stigma, the perception that the card will then be thought to be sheet cut.
I don't disagree. I do not disagree with that.
Sheet cut. It's too nice. There's no rough edge. How did I get that? I don't know.
I actually,
So you
I
can't
don't
call it in question. Is this in question? How do you know?
I need to look at it and decide for myself if I believe it's sheet cut, and I can tell by looking at the border, at the edges of the card.
I just enjoy the direction that took. Thanks for joining the dark side, Jeremy. Don't worry, we have cookies. Go ahead, Joe.
And juice.
Well, I'm going to need the annotated version of, because I'm not Carlos at this point, because I can't even go back to all the thoughts I had in the exposition. But what we're talking about here are ideas. Ultimately, we're not talking about discrete. We are talking about discrete circumstances, but we're expanding out of that, and we're talking about ideas. And getting back to the disclosure thing, I think that's the problematic aspect, is in the absence of understanding the context of a BGS 10, which sounds ridiculous to me just on the surface of it, like for a 90s card, much less a 60s card. I mean, my God. So we're talking about ideas, and the umbrella, the biggest umbrella here is just accurate assessment and expressing sort of like a certain, adding a value to a card that's either commensurate or incommensurate with the actual value of the card. And so that's where I bring it down to and it sounds like that didn't happen in the case of this particular slab and this particular issue.
Yeah.
Well, something that I don't know triggered in my mind from what you just said, Joe, or maybe it was even before that. I apologize. It's so tough to get a BVG or a BGS 10 grading on a card that was printed and cut in 2020 or 19. Like the frequency of them is so slim, such a narrow margin receive that grade. It just really additional ammo for like, how could any card be a BVG 10 from the 60s, 70s, even the 80s, right? Like it's just, it so seems so far-fetched to think that any copy was pulled out of a pack in that type of condition, which just again makes you think, it causes the hobby in general to believe that any of those cards in a BVG 9.5 or BVG 10 holder are sheet cut.
You have a very small percentage of anything, I guess.
This comment was actually before that, but I thought the
We'll
said, I was like,
never get
I'm just going to click on it right there perfectly.
But it's the last part of what Chris is saying,
I
the
agree.
perceived truth. That's really what that's unfortunate. That's what's perception. What they say, perception is 9/10 of the truth. I think that's what they say.
Listen, Jeremy, I'm just thrilled at anything that comes out of your mouth that is not sunshines and rainbows for the hobby. Anything, I'll take it. But the thing is, it is accurate. They've left the door open for themselves. I like to tease Beckett because they've done a lot of things to cause this problem for themselves.
I give Upper Deck a lot of slack over not documenting the patches that they put out there. I'm not sunshine and roses about it. I stopped collecting RPAs because I don't trust patch cards. I'm not all sunshine and roses all the time, Carlos.
Yeah, we need more of the non-sunshine roses.
I'll fit
It helps
in
balance
better
things
on
out a little bit. We need to balance things out a little bit.
I'll fit in better on a shared panel with you, that's for sure.
There you go. Exactly.
But we can't put all of Beckett in one box.
No, the thing, here's the thing, Bobby. Like
But
I
we know that
I
card
love
was
to
for
tease
sale.
and I love to tease Beckett endlessly. It's glorious for me.
I'd love to too, but I mean, I'm not
But
going to. But I love
the
to.
thing though is that the key piece is what we talked about a little earlier. Beckett did this themselves and they left the door open for us to speculate. Jeremy covered that piece, and I agree with that piece completely. So I'm completely on board and aligned with it because you did not. If you agreed to grade sheet cutted cards, that's fine. Then mark them appropriately. Put a label on it. Do something because
should have.
because
They're
PSA has
unnatural.
yeah, PSA has qualifiers for certain things. Altered is fine because at the bare minimum you can say, okay, look, I may not know exactly what it is. I'm not giving PSA a full pass. If it's altered, can you tell me what is altered? Is it recoloring? Is it trimming? Is it something else? Can you help me out a little bit here?
Should be on the back, if anything.
Yeah, like
right?
I can usually look at those cards and figure it out. But I'm a veteran hobbyist. Everyone here has been in the game long enough to be considered a veteran hobbyist. So we can probably figure it out. But why should I have to figure it out? You're the third party grader. Help me out a little bit. Give me a little bit of a break. So we know it's altered. We agree. Great. That's good disclosure. That's something. But give me more. We're paying you for this. Give me more. Tell me what it is.
It's one of their shortcomings, and they just haven't adjusted their holder or adjusted their things that they need to do. The policy, the holders, all the other stuff that's going on, And then you have a PSA 10 Gretzky that's a 9, maybe 9.5, and that goes through too. So what? Who's to say that's a trim card? Who's to say that's a 10? Like whatever.
Adherence to the standard. I always appreciate it, Bobby. Adherence to the standard. We can debate that until the cows come home. I'm talking about where we have an alteration where you've labeled it as such, but I'd like the additional specifics. That's key because we've already acknowledged the alteration, so we're halfway there.
Sure. At this point, you can't prove either, though, can you?
I'm not claiming you can. But I'm saying you've left the door open. I think Jeremy's point about
The door's
you left
open
the door
for everything. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I get
and
it.
the doubt is concerning. But of course, we can always throw back in the face. Everybody in the hobby's been around long enough.
Yeah.
We know about the PSA 8 Wagner, the Gretzky McNall Wagner. Master said, I trimmed the damn thing. Like he said multiple times, like I've trimmed the damn thing. I trimmed it.
And PSA knew too, and they started their business on that one card, and it's the trim card,
and it's never been labeled altered by anybody.
and that is a sad part of the history of PSA.
Go ahead, Joe.
In the screenplay that I'm going to write, I'm going to have a moment where there is a
top shot moment, a top shot moment.
No, it's going to be like a down in a basement in a very like subterranean sort of place. There's going to be like a cutter, like one of those sheet cutters, and somebody's going to be doing it with like a very valuable card, and it's going to be important.
And then someone's head gets caught in there, and hey, shit happens. But I agree with you, Jeremy, on that card and where it came from. We kind of knew the history, so I don't agree 100% that we can tell, but highly likely. But I will never say 100% because we really don't know. I did lead off the top. Unless you have a video of that, that's good.
Yeah, I did lead off the top with one of my points was I said because I remember I said 3 things that could have been holding the card back. 3 things. And one of them was the high probability and likelihood that it is sheet cut.
That's the major thing, I think.
Yeah, like that's a high probability.
Obvious, isn't it?
Because we all believe,
not obvious, no.
Because we believe the likelihood is that is the case. It is very likely the case, and that would hold some people back for sure. How many people it held back? We'll have to figure. We'll have no way of knowing. I would love to be in the head of the high bidders. I would love to be in the head of the high bidders because that would be an interesting case study. It's like, did this even factor in? Because for the winning bidder, if somebody had bid you up higher, would you have kept going? Because at the end of the day, an auction is if you're the high bidder, you're the high bidder. But I don't know what your maximum was. Maybe if somebody had pushed them, they would have gone much higher. I don't know. But the underbidder clearly wasn't willing to do that. So that was what the end result we got. But the question is for the high bidder. That's why I said I would love to be in the head of the high bidder. Would you have gone higher? If so, how much? Because that would be interesting too, because they're the ones in the end who won the thing. So they were willing to buy it and pay whatever the price was. Fair enough. But how much further were they willing to go?
Oh, that's the question. And Joe,
Because
not
it takes two to tango on that, right? So like it doesn't all these record prices, it takes two to tango on the auction thing.
Yeah.
You just need two, but you need that underbidder to push you, because otherwise these cards would have gone for much less if the underbidder wasn't willing to go there.
yeah.
This is one of my pet peeves right now, and Jeremy spoke to it on the show last night. It's the windows in which we're looking at growth or decline in a card. I mean, you can't look at 3 months. That's just ridiculous. I mean, you can, but if it's only like if it amounts to 1 or 2 sales, as you're saying, Carlos, it amounts to 2 bidders in one particular moment, you know, throwing their, you know, financial resources around. And so I don't think it's a very, you know, accurate reading of what the market is. And, you know, so anyway, that's a pet peeve. That's not particularly germane to what we're talking about now, but it is one small point.
Yeah. With a low pop card, it's a psychological play entirely. There is, you know, the people that are bidding good money, they've got their reasons, whatever those reasons are for wanting the card. Maybe they desire the card. Maybe they want the prestige of having this card, whatever the case is. But there is an element too, for some of these cards, where they want to be known as the highest paying, even if it's for a cup of coffee. They want to be known as the one paying the most for this, that, or the other thing. That's a real thing. And this isn't the only market that's true to. If I'm a hedge fund manager and I'm the one who paid $150 million for a Picasso, and I can brag that I paid $150 million for a Picasso for a little while, that's a bragging point. Now, why you would want to brag about paying so much money for the Picasso, like, oh yeah, it's in my house. There were hedge fund managers who literally would do that just to be seen, just to be talked about. Well, do you like the art? It's like, oh, it's a nice painting. So you spent $120 million. Oh, it's a nice painting? Just so you get talked about? The answer was yes. The answer was, that's why they were doing it.
A little notoriety will go a long way.
That's 9 figures. That's the only reason why I say, like, just because it's a lot of money, don't assume that people have like the nuances of the game or the market or whatever. These people literally were throwing money at it just to be like, I'm the guy who paid the most.
And I totally agree with that, Carlos, to the earlier discussion when you started the stream tonight. And because the card didn't sell as high as it would have otherwise sold, I believe it has to be because of the stigma attached to the BBG holder.
The only thought I had, though, that's why I emphasized that I would love to know the mentality of the high bidder, because in that game that we just played about the analogy I just used about the hedge fund manager, it doesn't get to 9 figures though if somebody else is not willing to go there with you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
The same painting would have sold for $5 million if that would have been the maximum that somebody else. You could have still said I paid the most. You would have been accurate. You would have been correct. But you got to have somebody to push you to that level.
Of course.
Otherwise, it doesn't get there.
And then the other question is how many. Whenever I look at a bid history on eBay, I always want to see how many people bid over a certain amount to show what kind of support there is for the value of a card.
Correct. That's fair.
That's good.
Your discussion has been, really based on 2 bidders, but I don't think we know how many bidders bid over 200,000 on that or 250 or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just don't know. And how many bidders would there have been bidding up to $1 million if the card was a PSA 9 or a PSA 10 that doesn't exist? Again, we don't know. It's all hypothetical, but I do believe that the fact that it is that I do believe that the fact that so many people believe it's sheet cut kept it from hitting a much larger number, like the $1 million area.
I agree 100%. And Joe, when you said it's obvious to check, it's likely that the card, likely, not obvious. It's more always likely. Like with Jeremy, what he's saying, we knew kind of that it was likely that it was trim. But we can't say 100%.
No, but Bobby, if you add whose table that card was on for so many years, being the guy who was, you go to his booth at Expo, it's one of the biggest booths there, just so Joe and Brian can understand this. He's got a whole row. He's probably got 6 booths. He's got a staff with him. He's got one showcase, only Gretzky rookies. Another showcase, basically only Bobby Orr rookies. And then he's got several showcases that are loaded up with BVG or BGS slabs. And then another one with KSA slabs. And KSA has done the same thing. A lot of not PSA, but he has PSA cards as well. the fact is that it's no secret. Everybody knows that Jason Martin.
KSA, in fairness, Jeremy, is a different kettle of fish because your vanilla ice card probably is a PSA 10 Gretzky according to PSA. KSA should say.
But there's the fact that this card was on Jason Martin's booth for so long, along with all the other cards that he's cut with his own two hands. And again, I've never seen him do it, but it's common knowledge.
It is.
Look at this man calling Jason Martin out.
Here it is.
Call him out.
He's an outlaw, is what he is.
He's not doing anything wrong. He's not.
He's cutting a sheet. No, I mean,
he's not doing anything illegal. He's not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
No, but you would lose in a court of law.
Who would?
You would, because you cannot prove it.
Who would lose?
Oh, if you try to make the argument that's definitively
DNA testing,
cut,
Bobby.
then you would have to. Then the onus would be on you to provide the evidence.
That's exactly right.
Jeremy's point, though, is that like for most
I caught him with a knife
let's
in
put it
his
this
hand.
way. Remember when I said we never get consensus? I would say the predominant consensus, the large majority consensus. Yeah, keep going, Bobby. The predominant majority consensus is for people that have seen the card and are familiar with the dealer in question and all that good stuff. The likelihood, that's why I said 99.9%.
Right. Like, yeah, what level of confidence are we? And I'm a big believer in discussing levels of confidence,
Yeah.
you know.
I'm 99.9%. I'm 99.9%.
Well, that's basically 100, right? You know, like, so yeah, I'm more of, I would like to say I'm up there too, but like Bobby says, I don't have video evidence. I never witnessed it firsthand that Jason Martin has ever cut a single card, but what's the term? There's a term like the circumstantial evidence is basically tells us that that card and hundreds of other cards on Jason Martin's table are she cut. And Jason Martin, I don't think he hides it. That's why I say I don't think he's doing anything wrong. I don't think he hides the fact that he does this. If you want to know where this card was,
I think lets it happen. Then
within that, and that was the underlying point to Jeremy's point. There is that within the rules that Beckett has provided, they will grade it. So it could be the case, and they will still accept it. So it's that part of it. I think is very valid. I think that part of it is fair.
The comment that Chris is making right now.
Yeah.
The reason why I agree with this comment is because most courts of law
because it agrees with you.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
I know. I agree.
It's the word jury trial. It's the word jury trial.
Agreed. Yeah.
That's why, right? Yeah. You take a judge would probably, I would lose if I was, and I would never challenge it. But in a jury proceeding, yeah, you're probably going to win with all that circumstantial evidence.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think there's that much circumstantial evidence, is there?
Well, you bring
He's
in a bunch of
always known
witnesses.
to.
You bring in witnesses who've been buying cards off of him for years and that have heard him say, "Oh yeah, I cut it," and they all look the same. And how many other? There's no PSA 10s. There's one PSA 9. There's no corroborating evidence to show that it's even possible for a pristine card to exist since 1966.
Can we not bury the lead for 1 second? Hold on.
Joey
Bobby
got a new
Burrell,
movie.
Bobby Burrell? Are you trying to out contrarian me on my own show? I love the direction of this questioning. It's like, are you trying to out contrarian me on my own program? How dare you, sir?
You have
the second half
line, and the line is not drawn here.
Go back, Carlos, to the last comment you had up.
The circumstantial one. Yeah.
Well,
that works for him.
If you go back, you don't have to go back. Those ads exist to this. You look in the Expo magazine, he's buying uncut sheets all the time.
Sheets too.
Yeah, but Bobby, you don't have showcases filled with BVG 10s.
But he does have a pair of scissors and a cutter. I saw it.
We just evidence right there, video evidence this time. Just saying,
I gotta go, guys.
It wouldn't hold up, but I understand what you're saying exactly. I wouldn't call him out on him, but I would just tell him that, hey, we know.
Yeah,
sounds good, Jeremy.
We know. We don't. I bought plenty of cards from him, but I buy PSA slabs from him because I trust that PSA will accidentally slab. They will accidentally slab very few sheet cut cards. Versus BVG will just slab them because they're authentic. They're printed in the right time period.
Very few. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course, very few. It's their policy not to. So if they slip through, it's going to be much less frequent than they will get into a BVG slab. That's what I'm saying.
Got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Comparatively, sure.
Yeah, it's unintentional as opposed to something allowed under their policy.
And if it's allowed, then what's the problem? That card sold for $250,000 US. That's 300,000 Canadian. That's a half a house in Toronto. Come on.
Half.
All right.
Bobby, you try.
Come on.
Bobby,
That's a
you try,
sub basement, sir.
Bobby, you try living in a Bobby or rookie card. See how comfortable it is.
It isn't. It isn't.
Guys, I'm gonna sign off.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm gonna wait for Joe's final comment, then I'm gonna sign off.
Go ahead, Joe.
Real quick, just hate the game, don't hate the player. I don't think Jason's doing anything that I wouldn't do if I came across sheets. I mean, maybe I'd send it to PSA, but you're gonna deal with the sheets and the way you deal with the sheets if you come across them. And then the other thing, getting way back to something Carlos said, I think we just always need to continue to question those two bidders, right? The two bidders that make it that price. If they're really sincere bidders, then we're all good.
We also need to question the bidders that didn't bid on it and why they didn't. Like the potential buyers of a card of that caliber that did not bid on it. I'd like to understand.
Yeah, Bobby, why didn't you bid? Bobby.
Yeah, I should have bid. Jammed it up.
All right, guys. Thanks. This was fun. Carlos, thank you for
See you, Jeremy.
Have a good night, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Take it
Nice
easy.
to meet you, Brian. Nice to meet you face to face, sort of virtually.
Sort of.
Joe,
We will eventually,
Bobby.
I guess.
Good night, guys.
Have a good week.
Night.
Thanks, guys.
I'll be on the show tomorrow.
Joe, I have a segment for your film, Joe.
Okay.
You gotta do it in the dark basement thing. You gotta get some chains, and you gotta get you could represent Lucas' family being chained there, and Walter Payton's family being chained there, signing autographs in the dank dark dungeon.
That is a very dark turn. You've increased the rating of Joe's movie. You steadily increased it. It's
I know. Now we've got kidnapping. And
the good news is, if
forced
we
labor.
get it up to rated R, Joe, it does better at the box office.
Well, I am
does.
in a Tarantino thought process here. So who plays?
Oh my God!
Who plays Luca's mom, though? That's my question.
I don't know what
Joe,
she looks
Joe,
like.
you've just taken us down a completely. Okay, so quick aside, and then I'll come back to this. Because now I appreciate this hobby movie thing being a thread through this stream. I appreciate it. I'll come back to it. But real quick, if you're bringing up Tarantino, then I almost feel like we need to have a Reservoir Dogs thing, and someone has got to be the dude who is torturing the guy. You know what I'm talking about. If you've seen Reservoir Dogs, you know what I'm referring to.
Ears coming off.
All I'm saying, and now I have found my role in this film. Is what I'm trying to say. I have found my role in this film. I don't need to be the main villain, but I will be the dude tormenting the other one while playing the song.
The totally sadistic guy. Yeah.
This is the role I was born to play, Brian. This is it for me. This is all I needed in Joe's movie. I've already killed off Sasha with a rock, and I didn't have to be there for that one. And I like Sasha.
We can do a prequel with me and Jeremy going at it about in a courtroom.
Look, I'm deeply disturbed by, like I said, the level of contrarianism that I appreciated from you. I was appreciating it. That's all I'm trying to say. I was appreciating it.
I think it's only just, though. You can't say 100% about anything. As much as we think and feel, we don't really know. And you can't look through the side, honestly, on a Beckett. If you can tell me that that's trim, then you're a genius.
Here's the thing.
That looks like a trim. Every card that's a 9 or 10 looks like a trim card. I don't care.
Here's the thing. I will stand and I will happily go to the grave with this. I don't believe bidders are that smart. I think he's giving them a lot of credit. I think he's giving them a ton of credit. I don't think they're necessarily doing there are a lot of people with plenty of money that do not do that level of scrutiny. They're looking at the label. What does the label say? What does the label say? Because
so why do you think it went for that price?
Yeah, the PSA 10 Jordan rookie went for big money, multiples of what the previous went for. All you have to do is look at the previous comps. It's why do you jump to 600,000? The last one was 200. Mm-hmm. They were on eBay for 200 at the time of that auction. You could have had as many as you wanted.
Exactly.
Because the buyer that bought those two cards, he owned 12 already.
Sure. And that's a different, but that's key though. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that if a savvy buyer, if these people with money are supposedly so savvy, all you have to do is look around and go how many are there? Yeah. Oh, there's a lot. Well, they're on eBay every 5 seconds.
Not so savvy. That's a
That-
great point.
That's all I was getting at. I'm like, don't give just because they have money, don't give them that much credit. They made money in something theoretically, but that doesn't mean they're savvy in the sports card game. Don't
Exactly.
give them
Yeah.
too much credit. Don't give them too much. A little bit of credit is fine, but don't give them too much.
I still expected it to go a little bit higher, but I think it's already high enough anyway. So
And that could be
all
a
these
big
$1 cards are kind of silly, especially when the
Oh, it's
Gretzky
crazy.
was not a 10, and everybody said it. Jeremy said it, and I'm sitting here going, how do you live with that? Like, morally, I can't. Somebody who's got too much money obviously can't.
I get it.
And in the past, historically, YR cards, RY cards have been not worth that much, and now they're worth bank.
They're getting there, and they're getting to a certain point. It depends what grade, what card. Yeah, but
I mean, Kobe's are going, up 10 grand for RY cards now.
I feel
It's
bad because
insanity.
the discussion kept flowing so fast because we had a lot to say on that piece. So like, I'm not complaining because we had a lot to say on that piece, but, and this is something I will ping him offline with this because I know Jeremy is going to be interviewing Golden in the not too distant future.
oh, yeah.
And here's the thing.
Nice.
I would like to know, I want the question posed. If Ken Golden had been given the Bobby Orr,
Understood.
how would he have promoted it? Because his job is to promote it for his consignor. How would you approach it the same or differently than the way Heritage promoted it and sold it? Again, you're in the same borderline here. You don't know definitively that there's anything issue here, but you know that the consensus is that there's a high probability, but you're Ken Golden, and right now everything you touch turns into record price. How do you sell it?
So I don't know the Orr card very well.
Sure.
But it sounds like it went for a little lower than Jeremy thought it might. What if we just assumed that everybody did sort of factor that into their bid? That it could be sheet cut, and this is what we're paying for it.
Well, Jeremy's in record price mode. As most people are, they're always looking, well, what's the next, comp that's going to be for this, and it just never stops.
Yeah.
Everything's going to keep going up for the next 5, 10, 15
The thing
years.
is, so Jeremy replied here, which is perfect. I'm saying, don't think about it. It's a good case study, hypothetical, because Ken has his way of approaching his business. And this is a good case study because this is a business where you've got a card that there's questions, but it's not definitive. We just discussed that. It's not like you can say, oh yeah, it's not like a case where, oh, that card's a fake. No, it's not. As far as we know, it's completely legit.
Yeah.
But there's questions about the provenance of the card and how we arrived in the said holder. But we can't say with 100% certainty. None of us can. Veteran hobbies have a reasonable assumption of what it is. But does that mean Ken Golden turns down the commission? Does that mean the consignment?
Maybe.
Maybe that's his answer. I don't know. But I would still love to ask the question. I would love to have the question posed because I'd love to see what his approach would be, given that there is some uncertainty. How do you promote it? Does it get the full Instagram reveal treatment? Does he fly on it with a plane? Does he go to that extent or maybe not?
Well, it's kind of like I was referring to Mastro. Mastro was doing exactly what Golden is doing in a less advanced culture that we're in.
Yeah, it wasn't
He's
available
just
to
utilizing. But Mastro was a main guy. He came out. He was the boss, the king of everything. And he got the best money for everybody's stuff, and everybody was consigning with him. So I see this with Golden too. The only problem with Mastro, he had a huge ego. Does Ken Golden? Yeah, kind of.
Well, yes,
So I
yes.
think we're going to get into the
Listen,
same kind of.
Game knows game, Bobby. Ego knows ego.
Yeah.
Ken's got an ego. All right? I'm just telling you, as part of the meetings every Thursday,
I see him.
we have this discussion, and man's got a little bit of an ego on him. Just a little bit.
Yeah, there's more showing with him because all the shows and different things that he's doing. Where Mastro, you had to kind of know him, but he knew that the card was cut and all these things that were going on. It's kind of the underbelly of the hobby is what goes on behind the closed doors, and I find that very interesting. But would Golden take it? I don't think he would. After that sale, does it benefit him to say that he would have done better, or he just might have said, "No, I might not have taken it on"? Would
Would it be more of a challenge?
But the reason I pose the question is there's a lot of angles you could take on this. You could be like, you know what? I'm not going to touch that because I think it would be really hard to sell. Or you could be like, sounds like a challenge.
Or he might not even want that question asked.
That could be. But the thing that
Tough answer.
I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting case study because it doesn't have to be that card. That card's just an easy example because we have the example. We could say like, this is the card. This is the provenance. We have at least enough information to be able to say, all right, we know this much. What do you think? What would you do with this? Something like this.
What do you think, Brian? Do you think
I think at the end of the day, Golden Auctions has to keep its integrity and be number one and stay number one. I think and probably everyone who's buying or thinking about buying that card knew all the history on it because it's a big card. I'm not sure though. It could be like Carlos said and be some guy who doesn't know shit and he just wants to buy
what's
the
your
card.
feeling on what you found out about that card?
When I found, I don't think it's worth it anymore to me. It's not worth that much. I think it's got to come out of a pack.
Joe?
But at the end of the day, the market. At the end of the day, the market.
Dinner time all the time in California.
He's literally in a
munching
kitchen,
up.
Bobby. He's literally in a kitchen. He turns
Yeah,
around, the
I
food
guess
is
you know
there.
if I was in the kitchen.
What
I'd be
city are
eating
you in,
something.
Joe?
Santa Cruz.
Okay, I'm in Folsom.
Nice.
Yeah, not the prison.
Yeah,
I can see it from my house though, along with the lake.
Nice. Okay, you know what? I got to do this because I feel so bad. Like I've actually tried, and I generally don't feel bad on streams. We've established that. Like I literally blocked somebody and booted people out. Okay, I haven't touched this because I genuinely don't know. I want to know.
Yeah,
I haven't.
I
heard
was
of
going
this.
to comment.
I'm not familiar with this. Please, I don't. I've seen the video. I thought I saw the thumbnail. I don't know what that is. Like I don't actually. I'm not familiar with it.
There isn't a whole lot of information. All I know is it's fractional ownership.
Okay.
I sent my email in, like he said, and I'm number 16,800 in line.
Okay.
And I don't
But
know
they
what
started
that
at
gets me,
15,000. The numbers. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
So you got a shot.
But I really don't know how they're gonna how it's gonna work. Or I mean,
When he doesn't explain it in the video, are you saying Jeff Wilson did not explain this to your satisfaction in that video?
no, he said he did not know either. Basically,
What was the video about?
Well, what?
Now I have to watch the damn video, but I'm like, so what did he say?
it's fractional. It's fractional ownership for everyone. So you don't have anyone can get on there and be a fractional owner at the smallest or biggest level they want on huge cards. And I think before
That's every fractional ownership app.
yeah, but I mean, can you buy
called
into a
Dibs,
fractional
though.
ownership
It's a
for
cool name.
$200 or something? I mean,
The shares on a bunch of the Rally Road and the other one are $10.
oh, I had no
There's no
idea.
minimum.
That really?
Yeah, there's no minute. I don't. To my understanding, can you put it again, Joe, on the screen?
What you got, Joe?
So
I
you
think
got
that's
the-
Duke Snyder.
you got
Yeah, Duke Snyder.
Hey,
That's
there's
it.
a nice card.
the Duke. You're gonna have to wash your hands. Oh, that's trimmed because it's Beckett. You know, and that's what you
It's
can
got the
just say.
subgrades, Bobby. It's got the subgrades. It's not.
What are the edges?
Good question. God, you're going to make me put on my readers.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put on
So
your
anyway,
readers,
so-
old man.
So I was like, I got to double check it, Brian. I'll be honest with you, got to double check it. But I know like a bunch of the shares and the fractional ownerships, a bunch of them is pretty low. Like it's a low threshold. So it can't be that much. Like literally the shares on some of them are like $10 a share. I really don't think there's a minimum. I think you can literally buy a share.
Okay.
Like, it's about as cheap, $10. is
I
not
didn't know
bad
it was that
owners.
cheap to buy in. I mean, you figure, $10 in on the MJ PSA 10 isn't going to get you much.
No.
The thing is they divide it into a lot of pieces, Brian. They divide it into a lot of very small pieces.
Apparently.
Because I think the Michael Jordan stuff like that, they'll do like 25,000 or 50,000 pieces.
Okay.
Like, so take the dollars and it's like, if you break it down small enough, like, yeah, sure.
All right. I've got 1/100,000th of a share.
Well, it's basically the hobby equivalent of Bitcoin right now.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, Bitcoin is Bitcoin. It is what it is, but you can go down, and I won't go down that rabbit hole too much for folks. I don't want to bore you, but you can go all that way down to like what's considered a Satoshi, which is many, many, many decimals down. Like it can get real small.
Yeah.
So you can go all the way down to that if that's all you want to do. And if you're interested in getting to that game, it doesn't take a lot. You don't have to spend a lot of money on it. You can
buy
if you want
coffee
to.
with it.
And
Yeah.
and maybe Jeff Wilson was just trying to say this is just a quick and easy way. Once you can get on there and you can do it anytime you want. It's on your phone. Yada yada yada.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
fair. I think
Yeah.
I think Brian. I like to have a lot of fun with with Jeff because he's fun. He's a fun character. That's why I
He
say
is.
like in Joe's movie, I would have him be fake out as a villain, but it's too obvious. I wouldn't touch that. No. No, he's got to be a fake out. He's got to be one of the fake outs.
Quick question on the movie, Carlos.
Go ahead.
In the movie, if we assume that, or at least in one moment in the movie, there's going to be an auction, does it come at the beginning of the movie, the middle of the movie, or the end of the movie? When's the big auction scene?
You know what you could do, Joe? If you're going to do this as a movie properly, you could start off with the auction
Yep.
and then have a character do like, and this is how we arrived at this flashback days ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I love those.
And then you just
Back,
retrace the
forward.
steps leading us back to the auction.
And then you come to the moment.
You finish where we started. Yes.
That's right.
Or you could do it like Crash, where you have a bunch of different little scenes, right? Different movies that they all end up
They all
together at
come
the end.
together. Yeah.
Look, if we're going to go down the movie route, like a part of me wants to somehow, we're going to include as many ridiculous references as we can. A part of me wants to somehow make this Memento. Because I love that movie.
Memento.
That's a
I
good
love
one.
that movie.
That's
I
a
love
good-
that movie.
that's a
And
good movie.
now that I think about it, I got to go watch that movie again. I love that movie. But yes, somehow it's Memento. We're going way backwards through it.
You could do it like the Mexican, where like there's this Holy Grail card and
Yeah.
everyone's trying to get it, and they'll do anything to get it.
But if you want, I'll tell you the ending of the movie, Joe. The ending of the movie is that the BVG
No
10
spoiler.
No, but I got to do it. I got to tell Joe how the movie ends. Otherwise, he can't write it. The movie ends with the auction. And in the auction, the BVG 10 Bobby Orr is bought for $14 million. And it was Jeremy all along. He was trying to talk it down, but he still ended up paying a record price anyway. Like he tried, but it failed.
Yeah.
You know,
I like
Carlos,
it.
I made a decision at the last moment that even if it was sheet cut, it was actually worth it.
Yeah, exactly. He goes, I changed my mind, you guys. Forget everything I said. Never
Yeah.
mind.
That's how I kept the price low.
We love you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Joe, grades. Subgrade. What are the grades there?
Oh, it was 7.5 on the edges and 7.5 centering.
Trimmed.
It might be.
I think if it's 7.5 on the edges, you're probably all right. Let's see.
Well, it's
here.
like having. Well, anyways.
four corners and 4 surface for a 4.5. That's why BVG was so tough, right? You have 2 7.5 qualifiers and 2 4s, and you get a 4.5. It's a beautiful card. It's
The math doesn't work all the time with those numbers.
The thing is that I don't think it's a formula. I don't think they add up the numbers and crunch it on the other side.
it's a beautiful card.
There's a matrix. There's a matrix for
It is
certain
a
things
nice
solved
card.
in a certain thing. Yeah, it's a nice card though. I love that one, Joe. Is that the 51 Bowman?
I think you're right on that. Let's double check here. 51 or 52. That's always the question, right?
I think if with
I
the
think it's a
box is 51. With the box is
51.
51.
You got it. You got it. Right on the nail on the head. 51.
I like to still test myself from time to time. I get a little rusty from time to time, but it's good to make sure I still remember my
It's the
distinctions.
sideways card.
Yeah.
So I did see this comment here. You know what? Now that we've talked about it, I am going to check it out. I'm curious. I will say though, because I know Brian, you're a regular viewer. You see Jeff's channel, Sports Card Investor, and all that.
Yeah, I watch them.
It's entertaining for what it is. Like I'm never going to knock it. Like I tease you, I think the one time for watching it, but it's like you got to have fun with it.
Is
I
there an
watch it because
advertising
he's
video?
relevant in the hobby. You know, I mean,
Yes, I agree with that.
he's got clout.
I
Do I agree with
that.
everything he says? No, but
I think that's fair. I think that's a reasonable. I think that's a fair statement.
yeah.
But I take anything where he's looking at an app or anything in the space with a grain of salt, only because he is a serial investor. Like,
Yes.
okay, so you're mentioning this. Do you have a stake in it?
Right. How much do you own?
No, because like it wouldn't. I don't have an issue with it per se, but if you don't disclose it, I have an issue with it. And then you're
Yes.
promoting it on your channel, I have an issue with it.
Yes.
Because when you bring up something like that, then bringing it all the way back around to the Beckett question, right? Okay, when you do this, Jeff Wilson, I have to pose the question: do you have a stake in it? Are you
Yeah.
friends with the person who made it? Like, what is your relationship? Because there's already a bunch of fractional ownership things. You're not talking about rally. You're not talking about collectible necessarily. They're already in the space.
I didn't see anything new about it. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm
Yeah.
curious.
What's their angle? I don't understand. But
I
lower
don't know.
fractional, lower
Now I'm
fractional.
curious. Now I'm genuinely curious, and I will take up Mr. LAGN on this. I will watch the video, and I'll try to see what I can ferret out, and we'll have a discussion.
I'm going to watch it again too. I'll watch it again.
I'm
The
curious now.
ball.
Okay, so I think Jeremy answered a question here. Hold on.
Oh, is he still up?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so he's not
Really?
invested in it. Now the question is, he says he didn't hide it.
Okay.
Did you get that sense from the video, Brian, when you watched it?
You know, I might have been multitasking. So,
So I'll watch the
so fairly,
I'll
I
watch
might
the
not have
video.
caught
I'll watch
everything.
the video, and I will look at that.
I will too. I'll pay.
That'll be
real
one of the
good,
first.
close
That'll be
attention.
one of the things I'll look out for. If it's disclosed, then so be it. It's disclosed. It's still a bit self-serving, but at the same time, I can't knock it. It's your business. Do whatever you're going to do. Right? It's
Yeah.
your channel, and you're promoting something that you're invested in. So fair
He's
enough.
done well for himself. That's for sure.
Yeah, that I never have a problem with. I always want to dissuade this concept. I don't have a problem with somebody in the hobby making money. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with you selling it to somebody. Go ahead. What I try to advocate for is education in the consumer. Please understand what you're looking at. Please at least do a cursory glance. Please at least go below the surface, try a little bit, and then if you still want to spend money on it, go ahead. With my blessing.
Now,
Please continue.
Do you guys use any market tools, market movers, or card ladder? I think
I use Card
Jeremy
Ladder.
does.
I've used Card Ladder a little bit.
Okay. You pay for it?
Yep.
Okay. How about you, Bobby? Joe?
no, I don't
Any
collect cards.
market tools?
Yeah.
No,
Me neither.
I just kind of like throw dust to the wind.
Yeah, I use it because I'm
Kansas.
interested in the technology behind it. Because early on, I did that video where I reviewed the site, so I've been kind of keeping an eye on it to see what changes have come of it. And it's still interesting to see the charts on it. I don't push the charts on the channel, so that's why I say I keep that separation. I like the
Okay.
guys that are doing it. I don't mind
Me too.
putting my own money behind it, in the sense that I will pay for the monthly subscription because it isn't onerous. If they suddenly increase the price, well, then I'm canceling it because I'm not going to pay more than what they're charging now. That's about the limit. I'm willing to go with it. But I
Right.
am interested in seeing how that site develops. And I have enjoyed watching the evolution of it as time's gone on.
And it does seem to have a lot of information quickly at your fingertips. I mean, there's less work.
A whole lot of information. And what I would say, Brian, is that I very much pay attention to the content creators who are using it as a main area of development. And I reckon the information that they provide through the platform that they're presenting. So it's one removed. So I pay attention to those tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I try to be very
I do too,
and I try to be very transparent on this on two levels. So that's why the reason I don't show the graphs and everything is because number one, I'm not working with them. I do pay for the thing separately. But the reason I don't spend any time promoting them is number two, and you can see that on the free site, but if anybody ever asks, I'll tell them. Both myself, Jeremy, and a lot of other content creators, we're on the feed. So if somebody looks at the feed of content stuff, I'm on it.
Yeah.
So is Jeremy and Sasha and a lot of other folks. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit there promoting it. I'll talk with them from time to time. I'll invite them on. I do chat with them a little bit here and there, but it's not my goal to promote their product. Their product needs to stand on its own feet. If it's good enough and people want to buy it, then do that. That's why I don't have a code. That's why I don't have a link. That's why I don't bother with that. But I do need to make sure if anyone goes, it's like, well, you're in the feed. It's like, yep, I am.
Wonder how many of these fractional ownership companies will come in the next year.
Oh, I'm sure a bunch. The thing is, the more that come in, though, the more that spreads out the proverbial wealth, so to speak. So it's like, what do you have to offer that is distinctive
That'll be
from the other
interesting.
version? Yeah.
Mhm.
Because only recently, and this is maybe, since you brought it up, actually, Brian, you remind me of something. I probably will have to ask to get Chris on again at some point soon for one very good reason, because there's something specific that I'm interested in pertaining to fractional ownership, because they do their data thing where they do their scrubbing of data.
Mm-hmm.
How do you treat an offer on a fractional ownership thing that is accepted? That's a sale.
Online, or are you talking?
This is online, yeah.
Because what happens is some of these fractional ownership things will advertise the offers they receive on these cards, and then the owners get to vote on whether they accept the offer. And if the offer is accepted, then they've sold the card to the offer person for X amount of dollars. So it's still a sale. The nature of the sale is different because you've got this ownership group, voting on whether we accept the deal, the terms of the deal. There was an example recently. The SP Authentic PSA 10 Tom Brady rookie, I believe it was collectible, received a $160,000 offer. Now they ended up rejecting it. So in this case, nothing happened. But had they accepted it, that is technically a $160,000 sale.
Yeah.
So how does a platform like Card Ladder account for that? Or do they ignore it? Or do they count it? Or do they count it as an off sale that's verified because they would have advertised it then?
You say you're on your own.
But that could be the answer to that question. I don't know.
Goes into the right column a little bit, I think.
But I think it's interesting. It's another avenue of selling a card because there's still a transaction that happened. There was an offer. There was a decision. Money changed hands.
So fractional ownerships are going to buy from other fractional ownerships who don't know what's going on, and they sold too early, and we're going to get in, and it's going to be one of those bar fights.
Yeah, that could get
you could technically do that. Yeah, you could.
It will go that way.
But that's the point, is that the reason why I said the thing with Chris is that I'd love to see how someone in a data platform that is using this data, how would you treat that? Because it sounds to me like an offline sale, not dissimilar to the 52 Tops Mantle that sold for $5.2 million. Offer made, offered accepted, money changed hands. That's a sale.
Yeah, that's not the sale that we really want, but yeah.
That's not the
that
point.
goes in there's a right column, I think, for all those kind of particular sales, but there's going to be more and more of them. So maybe the right column will fill up bigger than the left. I don't know.
But I think it's important to see how they decide to interpret that, because that's going to be relevant going forward.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I think you're going to get more of those types of sales. So then you're going, again, if somebody makes an offer and I offer X amount of dollars for card and it's sold, I bought the card.
Hank.
There it is. Hank the Tank.
Authentic.
Yeah, you're muted, Joe.
It's a nice card.
This is also altered.
Yep, it is.
But it's got the blue label, so it's a little more obvious, and it's cut. I think it's chopped at the top or something, maybe.
All the way around.
It's almost as good as my
All the
authentic
way
altered
around.
card that is completely mislabeled with the wrong mantle card in it. It's still my personal favorite. Good old BVG for the win. They don't know BVG, at least in that instance, doesn't know the difference between a 55 Tops Sandy Koufax and a Mickey Mantle. They don't know the difference.
Okay.
It's like, isn't Sandy Koufax's name on the front? Yeah, it's a Mantle. No, it isn't.
There would be.
I paid for that, Brian. I paid for the privilege of them not knowing what a Sandy Koufax and Mickey Mantle are.
So in the movie, Carlos, we could not name PSA or BGA.
No.
But we would have two major grading companies.
We would reverse their names.
Yeah, ASP.
And
Make
they
a
would
palindrome or,
Yeah.
They, because we would be interested in, making the dramatic tension as high as we could. They would be at war with each other. Not that PSA and BGS have ever been at war, but in the movie they would be at war with each other.
Could we just move the letter 1 over, and instead of professional sports authenticators, we just call them sports authenticator people, SAP?
SAP.
Wait a minute. Is that the no? That's SAP. SAP. Stop. Don't read too much into it.
It's close, but it's not official. It wouldn't stand up in court.
Would that start BGS with, or GS?
Go.
Maybe we'll go with BBG.
I don't know if you could do it for all of them. I think it would be a struggle.
Seriously bad grading.
PSA can hold up. It's easy. We just move the one letter over. We can make it work. But it gets exceedingly difficult with some of the other acronyms, I think. It's doable.
Paul, what are you
This movie
saying?
could happen.
You see what Paul said there?
Yeah, no, I saw it. Yeah, so Paul says, I can't wait for Fractional Oversight
Right.
Group to blow up. Lawyers involved, fortunes decimated, class action lawsuit.
There's another movie.
Yeah.
We're back in the
Soon.
courtrooms.
Soon,
Yeah.
Paul. Soon.
Yes.
The thing is, anytime you have an arrangement like that, it is rife for potential problems because you've opened it up to regulation. You've opened it up to certain rules that have to be followed. They have to be very careful how they do this, the arrangements. But the other thing, and I think Collectible only recently started fixing this problem for themselves, it took them a while, is that once you get in on this, you kind of want to have a trading platform. You kind of need to have a trading platform.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to make sure that you've got a way. Because once you buy these shares, it's like, you want to make some money? Well, then...
I wonder how they're going to diversify into, like, I know there's a fight on right now between all the top fractional ownership companies and what they're buying. Everybody wants the 9 or 10 or whatever they're trying to go for. Eventually, some of these guys coming in are kind of going to run out of top quality. Are they going to start dropping down a little bit, going across the board at different marketplace?
Well, I think that's the Sasha argument, right? Like, if
It
you've been
is.
watching the Sasha thing, he's basing a lot of his theory.
On
That's why I
what-
say I enjoy watching creators like a Sasha because he's a younger guy who's operating in the space. The interesting question will be, and maybe this is a good question worth asking. I might try reaching out because I'd be curious to get his take on a couple of these things. But specifically what I'd be interested in is, okay, you're making these moves inside the business, you're doing your thing, and I enjoy watching the vlogs and all that because it's a good insight into how these younger guys are operating in the space. What's the end game though? Him or Coleman cards or whatever. So you keep making these moves. You're flipping into these bigger cards. You're making these bigger and bigger deals. Now he's up to the point that he's making $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 deals.
I think he's a day trader.
But that's fine. But
And every day he only lives not beyond 24 hours. He just kind of the next day till I see that going, okay, but he's just working on today and he's getting through today to see what he can see tomorrow.
I get it, but he started off earlier on as an entrepreneur with the pool business. So it's
got
one
it.
of those things. He enjoys being an entrepreneur, so it might be a vehicle to moving to a different form of entrepreneurship.
Oh, actually, by default, it is.
But that's what I mean. Like, the day trading is working right now. But at a certain point, you may want to leverage it into something else. That's why you're incorporating these other elements to be like, at some point, if I decide, okay.
Oh, I see where he wants to be in his life.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm done
I got
going
it,
to Burbank Cards every day to do these deals and driving around all over Los Angeles to do deal. Now I'd like to pursue these other businesses. Yep, exactly.
I get
I'd like
a
to
dollar
pursue
every
these-
time I hold this up. So
Exactly. I'd like to pursue these other
$2.
businesses, and this was the foundation that got me the nest egg that allowed me to move into this space.
Yeah.
I'd be curious what that space is.
that'd be interesting. But I guess he never knows where he's going to end up because he's kind
I
of running
still
good
think
with this.
I still think you can pose the question, just be like, well, do you have an idea right now? Because in 4 or 5 years, that might change. You might have a different idea.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
Yeah.
Right?
But at least at the moment, for the moment, I'm sure there's at least a notion of where he theoretically like to be, and that's subject to change. If I said 5 years ago, where do you want to be doing in 5 years? My answer is going to be different than my answer right now. What do you want to be doing in 5 years? And that's normal. That's supposed to happen.
I guess it's where he might, where he foresees the market going, I guess.
Yeah.
That would be his main thought process. It's like, well, I'm probably going to ride this out for 2 to 3 years. By that time, everything will kind of level off. There won't be as much money to make, and I'll have to hustle too hard to make the $1,000 a day or a week or whatever he makes, right? So I think that'll be an interesting question. I don't think you can really answer it.
No, but I'd like to get. I'd like to see where his head's at. I like to see where his head's at this stage of the game, because, like I said, it is subject to. He's so young right now. He's still in his early 20s.
Oh, yeah.
So the answer to that question that he gives me today will be different than 12 months. Will be different than 24 months. Will be different than 36 months.
You want to anchor it in.
But it's normal. But that's normal. But I would like to know what the answer is now, and then see how that changes in 12, 24, 36 months as things develop and things move on.
Okay, Joe, where's the hobby going? Brian, quick. Where's the hobby going? We need to document it now.
I don't
2
know.
years, 3 years, 6 months. What? Come on. Fractional ownership takes over the world.
Seems like a great guy, and I don't know. You know, he might be so in it he can't even think outside of, like you said, Bobby, 24 or 48 hours, and
That could be.
or
That
maybe
could be.
he's got a master plan. I wouldn't even
I don't know about that.
comment. But what I will say is the whole reason I'm thinking about movies right now is because everything is so preposterous. It's like the hobby is changing so damn quickly. It's like there's so many things happening. It's like you got to go to the creative, reckoning of like, we lived in a hobby where things would change maybe once a year, and now they're changing on the daily, and so it invites a sort of hyperbolic representation of the circumstances that we're all dealing with, and they're, I mean, Carlos, you have a good like detachment approach that I find both healthy and also humorous, because
that and there, we all held up on the end.
Able to do that. I mean, not everybody's just able to say like, I like the card. That's a nice little card. If the card goes down, the card goes up. I mean, everybody's got different relationships to their holdings, if you will. And I think we're at a point now where it is just it's kind of like you can't make this stuff up. You can't.
No. It's that unreal. Everything's changing so fast, and nobody knows what's going to happen next week. We didn't know.
You didn't read ahead of the script, Bobby?
No, I didn't get the script. No.
Oh, you got to read the advanced script. Like Act 3, Bobby, it's going to blow your mind.
Damn, I was at Trader Vic's all day.
Bro,
what do you want?
Bobby's in there.
It's going to blow your mind.
Oh, I gotta
dude.
be
You're
in
going to
there,
love
sure.
this. You're going to love this Act 3. It's going to be crazy.
I'll be the guy and go, you can't testify in court with that. That'll be my big scene.
This is basketball thing. It's like off in the distance, someone will be like, I wish Sasha was here. It's like, I know, he was killed by the boulder in Act 2. This is so sad. Coleman never recovered psychologically from this.
Read the book. Read the book.
Please. That's right.
That's
I didn't
right.
get the script.
Yep. Exactly. But the no, I appreciate that, Joe. But the fun part about for me, the and this, I won't do it here, but this will be a subject I think for a video on the channel that I'll do, because I asked the question earlier about the desensitization for the prices. The reason I asked that question was multifaceted. I try to make it multifaceted. Like I said, Franco was annoying me because he's like, dude, analytical is literally what I do here. Like, are you new? So I was like, okay. The reason why I like to go to that level is because otherwise it's all base level. Then if it's base level, then I don't care. Then who cares? What difference does it make? Like, it's not interesting to me. Like, whatever. Okay, you spent a lot of money on a card. It's a piece of cardboard. Good for you. Congratulations. But where you go base level, then you're trying to get into psychology a little bit, and you're trying to figure out, like, okay, what makes you tick? Why are you doing the thing that you're doing? Why? Because the desensitization is to prices, because we see them so much now. But desensitization is to everything. The little card, the reason why I have a little fun with that is that in the course of my collecting the player that I collect, you get used to everything. Once you get used to everything, you're not going to get the excitement level from the thing that you would have before. For me, the journey and the curation is the interesting part. It's not the individual components of the cards. The reason why I don't care about what happens to the individual cards per se is that I've been there, I've done that. I remember how I got there. But if the cards go away, it doesn't change what I already did. I already did that. It's just and the way I know that this is, most people won't own up to it, but it's the same for a lot of people, because you have to buy the next one. I'll see so many of them, they have to get the next one. Well, if the card that you got is so special, why aren't you looking at the card that's already in your possession that's special?
It's the crack addict.
You look at it for 5 minutes. You show it up on Instagram. Your homies dap you for, hey, great card, great pickup. Great. I'm already on eBay for the next one. You're already on the path to the next
I
hit.
need that fix.
Yeah, but that tells me that it wasn't the card itself. It was the acquisition. It was the desirability. It was like, I don't have it. I want it.
Take your picture.
But as you go along, as you go further up the chain, as you climb that ladder, so to speak, you become desensitized to it. The base card doesn't mean anything to you anymore. The rookie card doesn't mean anything to you anymore. Unless it's a really high-end rookie card. Unless it's the super fancy rookie card.
I think those people were transplanted in here from the investment side of the world, a lot of them. So they like sports, yeah. They like making money. They like the stock market. It all works. I'm in the hobby.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
But that's
Right.
the thing. That's the reason why I pose the question to hobbyists, though, because it's like as you go along, if you're a hobbyist for long enough, you're going to get enough certain cards that you're going to become inoculated to it. You're going to become so used to it that it becomes almost commonplace. It's like, well, then what do you do eventually to get that sensation? Like you have to
Rush.
you almost have to keep going up the chain just to feel something, literally,
How do you?
Yeah.
because it
How do
doesn't
you-
mean
how do you go
anything. It doesn't
down?
mean as much anymore.
How can you ever
Yeah.
go down?
It's like betting $5 on the blackjack table for 6 months. After a while, you don't get any juice out of it.
Yeah.
You got to up the
And-
bet.
And I always, and the detachment comes from the fact that it's like, I'm not going to knock you for that. That's human nature. But what I'm pointing out is that we need to understand why we're doing it. I did a video that was called that. Know your why. Why? If you know why, then it becomes easier to reverse engineer what you need to do, because you can figure it out. You don't need
I'll buy
everything.
that.
You probably don't. But maybe there's something that is interesting to you. That's why I say, like, when card stops being interesting, then I'm done. It doesn't matter that I've been doing it for 30 years. If it stops being interesting, I'm done. So I have to find what is interesting.
Yeah.
So going into the nitty gritty, going into the psychology of it, having these discussions, that's what's interesting to me now. The
Okay.
cards are still part of the game, but it's not the main thing. I find it very difficult to get excited for a lot of the cards.
Well, there's a beginning.
You're a
and there's-
hobbyist.
Yeah.
Sorry,
There's-
Joe. Go ahead.
Pardon me. There's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end to all things.
Yeah.
And to, what you're saying, Carlos, is the importance of the moment of acquisition, right? With a card, when you come into being able to access or bring in a card into your collection, that's a really powerful moment for some of us, and it's exciting. It's you probably made a deal, who knows how the deal worked out, but then you get the card and then you get to enjoy the card. And that's the middle part, right? Like it's as much enjoyment as you can get out of the card. And that's a part of some content creators, remind us of the importance of enjoying the card, however long that is. If it's 6 months, 6 years, 60 years, hopefully, if you're a collector or even a hybrid investor collector, you're going to enjoy the card while you have it. And then there's a moment where there's an end potentially. Well, there's an end for all of us, basically. So, at some point along the way, you may either directly or indirectly detach from the card. The card will no longer be yours. And, there's a moment of saying goodbye. There's a financial reckoning at that point that could also be positive, negative, who knows what. And that could be like a card you own for 2 weeks or a card that you owe for 20 years. So I think it's interesting. Like I get what you're saying. You're talking about the thrill of acquiring the card, but there's other stages along the way that I think are important to reckon with.
There are. But that's the reason why I touched on the why. Because if you can get to the core of that, then it allows you to do one thing that can extend that time that I was talking about. If you can go back to the archives and have an appreciation to what's already there, then that extends the time. And if you can do that, then in some ways it takes off the edge of the necessity to necessarily run to go get the next thing right away. And that's one of the issues that people are running into when they're looking at an increasing market. It's that the increasing market only affects you because you feel this compulsion to go get the next thing. If you didn't feel any compulsion, if you were satisfied, if you were good with where you were right now and more would be nice, if that was your approach and your attitude right now, then the increasing prices is a nuisance. Maybe it says, you know what, now is not my time. And then you sit back and you wait until maybe your time comes, or maybe it doesn't come and you're happy with what you got. That's okay too. That's allowed. But a lot of people struggle with that. That's why I kind of chuckle with the folks that are freaking out about retail. It's like, well, what about the stuff from a couple of years ago? You get that. They won't say it. It's like, well, I don't want that. Why not? Because it's not the new thing. Oh,
No.
it's always got to be the new thing.
I
Gotcha.
always like the old things. See, that's the difference.
Yeah.
And I
But
know
the-
what I like and I know what I collect.
But the hobby economy, I separate the hobby economy from the hobby. I make them two distinct things. But the hobby economy runs on the new thing. It's got to be the new thing. It's always got to be the new thing.
it will always have to be the new thing as long as it's
Otherwise,
going
it
in that
stops.
direction.
Otherwise, the momentum stops, the inertia stops, and you're done. Tops can't sell you on the old thing. You already bought the old thing. That's over. They got to sell you the new thing.
They got you addicted.
Yeah,
Now
it's
you
got to be
gotta
the new thing.
keep going.
As soon as you detach from that, you're kind of free.
Yeah.
You can go in any direction you like.
And then you start to enjoy, and that's where there's a lot of guys will shift to a vintage card or vintage cards. They'll want to get their Ruth or Mantle, or they want to get their Joe Namath or whatever, and you start going, I'm not spending all that money. I'm going to try to pursue that. And then they start to appreciate that, I think. I know I do. One of the best collectibles in my leaf room is probably $25, and it's so rare, but I just love it because I love the rarity. I love that it's old. I love that not many are around, and that's the true sense of rarity, and the appreciation of that rarity is where I get the satisfaction out of my collecting.
Yeah, and I think that's one path that you can take, and I think it's a reasonable path.
That's my path. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not
And-
everybody's.
And there's a bunch of us who took the path of the content creation. The reason why the content creation works for us in that path is that it allows me to participate in the hobby, be contrarian, have my fun. But I wanted to, I mentioned this earlier. In the earlier part, when I started doing sports card stuff, I was doing box breaks because I was like, oh, what the heck, I'll try this out. But the problem is then you have to keep buying boxes. It gets expensive.
Not cheap.
Yeah, like,
No
and I
doubt.
did okay on those boxes that I broke and stuff, but it wasn't like, I wasn't passionate about it. I enjoyed opening the packs. That part was fine.
The house
But,
always wins.
Yeah, that part was fun. But the thing is, I can't fake enthusiasm because I've seen enough stuff where it's like, you got to show me something really exceptionally special for it to register for me. So I can't add enthusiasm to it. But then as time went on, I go, okay, let me try something else. Then I got into like, so what are you going to do? That overly analytical thing that Buddy was whining about? It's like, well, that's my lane. That's what I do. I'll go deep into a subject and analyze that. That's where I have the fun. Well, while I'm doing that video, I'm not spending any money.
No.
I'm talking about the hobby topic. So it's like, that's the fun part because it's like, not everybody does that. It's not what everybody else is doing. There's plenty of box breakers. I can direct you to some, and they're great at it, by the way. And they do it 100 times better than I do. So you should watch them do box breaks because they're actually really good at it. And if you enjoy it, that's entertaining.
It is. I think that entertaining, it'll get old.
But the thing is, for some of those guys have been going for years, Bobby. For some people, if they get endless entertainment in it, they will watch it every night. Every night.
There's always those guys.
Yeah.
But it's like anything, we watch a bunch, we go down rabbit holes on the internet all the time. You watch reaction videos of this, and then eventually you just kind of say, I need something different. I need something new, and change, and you change.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will change as things move on and we get out of COVID and we get back to normal lives. There's a lot of big changes.
You're gonna need a lot of time on that, Bobby, because I love that Paul brought up Ziri. I'm not sure if any of you guys are familiar with Ziri. He's a guy who opens hockey boxes.
Mhm.
Here's the thing. Ziri has been doing that for about 3 years. He was doing it pre-COVID. And he gets thousands of views on those box breaks. Sometimes tens of thousands. And the people just like that he has Paul says it, an emotional roller coaster. Because when he pulls a big card, he gets super excited, but when he pulls the thing, he becomes really grumpy and just kind of like mopes and goes through the thing. And it's just hysterically funny.
And
It's
that's
an
Yeah,
emotional roller coaster.
I'll watch them, but I mainly watch it for new product. I want to see,
Sure.
what's coming,
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
coming out.
And for some
the
people,
past.
that's the value, and that's okay though.
Yeah,
that works.
yeah.
Some people just enjoy. If you have a little bit of a character, the people are watching because of the character as much as what you're doing. The fact that you happen to be opening a box is immaterial to the fact that they're entertained. That's why I say Ziri's whole deal. If he was just doing box breaks, I don't think he would get as many views as he does. Part of the reason he gets so many views is because he has that emotional roller coaster. He does the editing where certain players get brought up, and he does funny voices and editing magic to mess around with the thing on the screen. And if a player comes up, you're going to get that certain reaction.
Right.
But because you know that, the audience keys in on that. So when he has mail days, some people in the audience will sell him an entire stack of players that fall under that category just to get the editing thing happening over and over and over again,
All right.
just to troll the audience. That means
Smart.
the audience is in on the joke. So they understand what it is, and they're doing it intentionally.
Yeah.
That's how you know the audience is engaged, because they're paying attention to little in-jokes. We've got that on a smaller scale here.
We got some here. Yeah.
When Ziggy Puffy gets brought up, we know what that is.
We know what
Chicken
it is.
sandwich.
If you're here, you know what that is.
Chicken
If you're here, you know what that
sandwich,
is. Yeah. And it leaks into other podcasts and shows as well. You'll see it from time to time.
It's
on Dave
neat.
and Steve's thing, it'll come up. And it's come up on Jeremy's thing as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, you'll mention it. And I laugh because sometimes be like, oh, the Ziggy Puffy thing is a Carlos show. That was a Meats thing.
Yeah.
You could go back to the tapes. And Meats
Yeah.
the one who kept bringing up Ziggy Puffy in that one episode.
I
and it
watched it.
became a
Yeah,
thing
I've seen
after.
it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
He's eating again.
He is chowing down, man. What you eating now, Joe?
Fuck.
Chips.
Hey,
Man's
have
got
you guys
chips.
bought into mini breaks?
I bought a handful. Buck City Breaks was one that was doing a bunch of different things. I tried it out. It was all right, but it's one of those things where with a lot of these products, you can get like basically nothing.
Yeah.
Most of the products you get
Yeah.
basically nothing.
Bobby, have you bought into some breaks?
One.
I've only bought into one, and it was recently. I paid $20 for NBA Hoops Premium, and I was lucky enough to get the Pelicans, and I got two bases. One had a scratch on it, and I got one purple disco. So it worked out for me, but
Mine was an 84 OPG pack opening.
ooh,
And I got a card. I said, just keep it. Don't even
Really?
bother sending it to me.
don't even mail it to me.
Well, with that kind of
It was-
break though, what could you possibly get other than like was it a team thing or was it
No, it was just a card
pack.
per. So there was 15 cards in a pack. So you,
okay? So it's 1 to 15 basically.
1 to
Whatever
15.
whatever the
Oh,
first
okay.
card was, the
Gotcha.
second card was whatever.
yeah.
So
you
then
got
who gets stuck
Eiserman,
with the gum card?
Chelios, the gum card.
I was gonna say
Number
like, if you
15.
got the pack, who gets stuck with the gum card?
Well,
That's bad
actually-
luck at the draw. It's like no matter what happens, you're not happy.
Yeah.
No, it was protected by the insert.
Oh,
That
okay.
year.
Okay.
And if you get the instant winner card and the gum is stuck, then it sucks because that's a pretty tough card.
Okay, I got you. Okay, that's fair enough. But a lot of the years you have the
Usually-
gum. Yeah, you have the gum attached, and it's like that's basically a disqualification. Don't even bother with that.
You
one.
have gum card and then you have wax card too, because of the back of
True.
the pack and the
That is
wax. You got wax
And the
card.
wax, yeah.
So if you have like a 7 cards at 86, 2 you can be like, gone. So you end up with 5 cards. That's a really tough year, low production year too.
No, that's
Any of
awesome.
you guys, anybody waiting on redemptions?
I have one that's going on 2 years plus.
Oh,
I'll give you a
Who
quick
is it?
I'll give you a quick redemption story. I'll give you a quick redemption.
Okay.
I'll give you 2 quick redemption stories. One, the one I'm waiting on, and then the other one that I got back.
Okay.
So I'll give it to you in a second here. Let me grab this comment because like I said, I feel bad. Mr. LAGN is asking good questions, but
It
then
is-
they get pushed back so long that it's like I didn't forget.
That
forget.
has to be the most expensive card from 2018 to current
Correct.
ever sold.
Yes. It's the
Ever.
most expensive basketball card for sure right now, and the most expensive modern card from basketball without a doubt. And probably honestly, yeah, because the 5.2
Any
is the
sport.
52 toss mantle. Right now, it's the most expensive modern card. Period.
Period. Yeah.
The 52 toss mantle right now is still just ahead of it, but just barely ahead of it.
yeah.
We did mention.
Insanity.
Yeah, that's the reason why I used that as one of the ones that I gave a stack of numbers at the beginning, and I said, okay, so you desensitized to these yet? What's the number
Right.
that I have to give you for it to register for you now? Do I have to
Yeah.
say 10 million, 15, 20, 30, 50? Like how high do I have to go for it to be like, oh, shocking, as opposed to being like, oh, another $1 million card, another one? Oh,
Which
another
the dialectic, right? It's the dialectic of the excitement of the new,
Yep.
and then the backward revisionist understanding of the old, and then they play off each other.
They do.
So quickly, Mr. LAGN here, we did talk about it at the beginning, but I'll quickly summarize. Overpriced is relative because somebody agreed to it, because the guy has a partner. So they came to a deal. They were actually doing negotiating. So in the Instagram post, they actually mentioned that they were going back and forth with the seller. So they came to that number as the deal. So apparently they were going through different numbers before they arrived at this number. Now,
Is it private sale?
it is a private sale, and
Okay.
so they disclosed it basically on the Instagram. Basically, they outed themselves as we have purchased this card for X amount. Now,
Oh God! Now you got to pay taxes.
very much
Dummy.
so.
Dummy.
But the thing is that the second question here, yes, because what you've done when you out it yourself, you're basically saying, "I want you to notice me. We made this deal. Look at how much money we paid," because that's basically what you just did. That's the key.
Because otherwise, you could just made the private sale, whatever, and done it. It's not,
and said it was a lower price and pay a
well, the
little
thing is,
lower
it was the
tax.
buyer. It was the buyer who outed it.
Yeah.
So they're the ones who said, we have purchased this card for X amount. So it's like, so you know what? They definitely want to be in the news, at least hobby-wise.
Yeah.
I assume that will probably make the news somewhere now, but it's early. It's been only a couple hours. So now we'll see how that circulates, because it is a Luka logo man, and Luka is a popular current player. And now that's a lot of money.
And a third-year player.
Yeah, and it's the most expensive modern card sold up until this point. So now it's like, okay, so let's see what that looks like now.
It's an insane amount of money for that.
Yeah. Yeah, Paul's just reiterating what we talked about earlier. It's like, yeah, when prices come in for less than half of what you'd expect, he'll be shocked. Right now, that's true. Right now, for the most part, it's like, so the sky is the limit at the moment. It's just these increases. So it's like, how high do you think you can go? Right now, the answer is very high, really high.
Really high.
Yeah, really high.
And honestly, I'm all for it. It's making my older collection worth more, I think.
Yeah, and that's what I think is true for a bunch of folks, where it's like, but that's what kind of Joe was alluding to. I have the luxury of having the detachment where it's like, I got in on some of this stuff early enough where it's like, look, whatever. If it goes up,
yeah.
If it doesn't, whatever. If it doesn't make it, I never tried to buy it with the intention of profiting. That wasn't the goal. It was, I wanted the card. And once I had the card, then great. And then we move on. But that's why I say as time has gone on, I won't go as far as to say I'm bearish, but as the prices keep going up, a lot of the cards that I'm getting aren't being affected, which is great. But the ones that are being affected, I'm like, okay, well, I just won't buy it. If it's not a price I'm comfortable with or I'm not happy with, I'm not going to touch it. That's okay too.
Do you have cards that you've had for a long time that you would now consider selling because they're so much money?
A whole stack of them, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Not from the Medano collection, because I've spent so much time cultivating and building it, and I kind of want to get it to a certain state. But then what's going to happen, and this is foreshadowing of exactly what's going to occur. Once I hit on a couple of these goals I have for this year, because I kept the goals conservative, I wanted to set myself up so I can hit them fairly early in the year. And what's going to happen is once I hit those goals, which are very reasonable and totally doable, and I'm on track for all of them, once I hit them, I'll be like, okay, we're just going to put a little step down on the slow down here.
Yeah.
Because I kind of want to allocate those funds into some other areas, because there's some other plans I have. And I'm like, okay, does that mean I'm not going to buy any cards the rest of the year? No. But it means it's going to be maybe one or two select pieces per month. So the volume will slow down precipitously.
I've slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
As a reason. Hey, do you have this card? Mike Modano, Fleer 95.
The Slapshot artist? Yep.
Okay.
It's a cool card, though. I'm a big fan of a lot of those cards from that era.
It's a great card. They're pretty cards.
I think they do.
I'd say if you didn't have it, I'd send it to you. But since you got it, I'll keep it.
Yeah. A lot of the, I broke it down into these 5-year spans. The first 5 years up until 95, I am missing 20 cards.
Okay.
From everything he's got. So he's got about 205 cards, and I've got about 180 of them. So
well, are you missing? What are you missing?
It's gotten down to more obscure stuff. Like, I'll be honest, like some of them are like finish issues, team issue postcards.
Okay, yeah. All I would have is like Fleer or Upper Deck or something.
Yeah, I've slowly run out of those. Like I look forward to, it's like, oh yes, sweet, a base card. because when I still need one of those, it's like great. But then I go on ComC and I'm like, okay, click. That's what I mean. Like, it gets hard to get excited, but that's the only time you get excited about base cards. It's like, yes, I needed that one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Bobby, do you collect a player?
Bobby's less cards. He's more like rarities. I would call it rarities. Would be like a fair way of classifying it. You're muted, Bobby.
Yeah, muted.
You're still muted.
Yeah, no, I'm not into cards.
There he is.
Into, memorabilia and what have you. That's my thing. You know, cards, they interest me in the history, but they don't interest me in the physical acquisition of them at all. A few cards here and there. You know, I have a few nice ones, and you know, I would like that Namath one day. I do like the Tallboy cards, but the new stuff does nothing for me at all. Not a thing.
And I think, is it fair to say, like,
scarcity.
rarities in general is kind of an interest of yours? You're really into the rarity side of it.
You know, I'm only interested because I document it. Otherwise, maybe not so much. But when you start digging that information and you find it, it's like a treasure hunt or a gold digger. The guy who goes in and, you know, pans and finds a whole bunch of gold. He went in and he did the work and he got the results, and that's what I get from that. And I keep a lot of those things, especially for my leaf collection. So I enjoy that part of it.
What's Joe doing down there? What are you doing, Joe?
I'm at the river panning for gold here.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's the California thing because it all went down the, you know.
Yeah, I found.
We could start the movie like that. Somebody at a river, you know.
Panning for silver, gold.
Out comes the 52
RPA.
mantle.
The rock, you know, and then somebody drives up with you know, a mega box of Prism, and there's a Zion in there, and then from there,
gold, silver, yeah, Prism.
Hey, listen, if you're gonna do the gold silver thing, Joe, Donruss Preferred had the precious metals, which were actually made out of precious metals.
Yep.
So they put a sliver of gold and platinum and stuff in the card, just the smallest little bit in there, but they actually put a little bit in there just to fit the gimmick.
Well, Eminence, obviously. You know, the Eminence cards with the silver.
Yes.
And the gold.
Oh, the silver one. Yeah.
That's
and I like the flawless cards with the gems in them too. I think that's neat.
Yeah, the engineered gems.
Yeah, I don't have one, but
okay.
Are they engineered? They're not real?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
They're lab made. They're real diamonds, but they're lab made.
But that's the thing, you can get a lot of those that way. Like, it's a very simple way. Like, could you imagine if they sat there and was like, guys, we're getting some nice cut diamonds. I'm like, why would you want that in the budget? Couldn't we just get the lab made ones and say we did? Well, yes. Yeah. That would probably make more sense. Yes, it would make more sense.
Yes, from the lab.
It's like, no one will know the difference.
I saw another modern card and it had some sort of silver bar in it or something.
There have been some, that have done pieces of that. It's not a silver bar, but I'll say another one that has been done that I like the series. I think they're cool.
It's neat.
The Cup did something engravings. I forget.
Yeah, Jeremy showed one, or you showed one.
I have one. I have one from Medano, and basically what they do is they take like a little nameplate replica from the Cup, but what they do is it's a piece of sterling silver that gets put onto the card where they engrave the player's name on it, similar to what it would look like on the Cup. So it's a cool like homage to.
You gotta polish your card, you know.
Well, mine has tarnish on it. That's how you know it's real sterling silver, because it's actually tarnished.
Yeah.
So it's legit. You could polish it if you wanted to. So it is kind of cool that they in fact did put a piece of sterling silver in it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's a little touch. It's something. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I think the virtual cards will be really good. Then it won't fill up your closet full of cards.
Well, they've that was the conversation that I've had fun with it. That was the conversation we had earlier on, where it's like, I don't know where, for the younger generation that may be interesting, but if you like the tangibility of it, I don't know if that's ever going to satisfy you. Like, I don't know if that's going to really check off any boxes for you.
It'd be like that. Remember the CDs they put out, the card collecting CDs?
Yeah, Power Deck.
Yeah. How did those do?
Not great, but it was a mini CD.
And it's a mini CD, but it was factual in your hand.
True.
Oh, Joe's showing a.
Hey, there's a little Reggie Jackson.
Hey, I'll just so you know, Joe, there was a Reggie Jackson that sold in that Heritage auction, I think, for $1 million.
And this one looks basically the same.
Basically,
I mean, Bobby could tell us that it's cut and it's maybe top end bottom.
Well, it is a BVG.
Jeremy can tell you.
It is a BVG, as you know.
But
that's a great card.
Yeah, I'm happy I got it. I got a 6 too. That's legit. But I at the time I was
So that one's not legit.
So the authentic is fake, is what you're saying?
Yeah, this is altered.
That seems a misnomer.
Oh,
That's kind of
sure.
confusing.
Yep.
It's
This
legit, but altered. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm with you.
Yeah, this one's
Legitimately
probably
altered.
cut, pretty obviously cut top and maybe side. But
Can't you tell?
I saw that, Carlos. That's why I kind of pulled it out. Is I was like, wow, Mr. October is like stepping up.
That was the reason why I thought it was interesting. That's the reason why I posed the question earlier about the PSA versus BGS thing or BVG thing. Because I said we talk about the ore, we talk about its stature in the hockey section of the hobby. Reggie Jackson was a great player, a legendary player in the World Series.
Mhm.
But is he a Pantheon level player? No, he's not.
Nope.
But he was an excellent player, especially for his era. He was a relevant player because where he went, he won a lot of championships. The Mr. October Nomer came from the fact that he got, I think it was 3 with the Oakland A's and then 2 more with the Yankees.
And
That's a
lots
lot
of home
World
runs
Series
in the
rings.
World Series.
That's
Lots
a lot of
home
World
runs.
Series rings, man. That's a lot of rings.
He's not in the Hall though, right?
Reggie's in the Hall. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for sure. But the thing is, and I think he finished his career like 560 home runs. So he had all the components to do it. But you go and look, he's a guy who would strike out like 150 times. And he would hit 256 or something like that. But he hit 40 bombs. And then when it came to the World Series, he'd be like, yeah, you're afraid of me. You're going to have to pitch around me, or if you pitch to me, I will crush the ball. Because that's what I do, because I'm Reggie Jackson.
Mhm.
So you have to respect that, and you have to appreciate it. But the 69 tops going for over $1 million, even in that grade, is exceptional. It's very
It
high.
is.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
So, Joe, are you going to end up selling those to upgrade to something else that you really want? Because your non-legitimate cards are.
Hey,
This guy. So
There it is.
I found the picture. So it is championship etchings. So close, hockey guy. Close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So championship etchings. It's a little hard to tell from the picture, but if you look here, kind of on the side, it is especially like where the Medano ANO, there's tarnish there.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
So that's how you know they actually made it out of actual silver. So you got tarnish on it. Otherwise, it would be like a clean piece of metal. It's like that's tin, isn't it? Don't lie. It's like, but no,
It's aluminum.
It's like no, they made it out of material that definitely has some tarnish on it. So it jives with what I expect out of a piece of silver.
And then wasn't it like Topps Heritage this year? They put stamps and coins in some cards too.
I think yes, yeah, they've got like the stamps and coins
Dimes,
encapsulated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
so there's a
those
Panini
cards
version.
are neat.
Very cool.
Answer the question, Joe.
No plans, really. I mean, I have a 6 in that same Jackson, so I'd probably sell this one before I sold the 6, and I'd
Well,
sell
no,
it.
that's what I meant. The altered ones that you have. Wouldn't you sell them to get enough money to get a nice something?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not like, yeah. I think it would depend on whether or not there was an opportunity. To me, it just seemed like good value. I mean, again, this is one of those cards that I probably got for, certainly under $200 at the time in some auction, eBay, like 10 years ago. And it looks roughly similar to, a BGS 7 or 8, except that it's trimmed. So it doesn't, but it has some of the same qualities, and I appreciate them. And so I might keep it in my collection. It's not I don't feel like I have to get rid of it. It's something that can be there and I can still appreciate, even though it's altered.
Let me kind of play off that for a second.
That's a collector.
Let me play off a kind of a question for you, Joe, because this is something that is something that I've considered in the same vein of the stuff we've been talking about and stuff that I think about as well. I was watching an Instagram live that Josh from Cardboard Chronicles did, where he had the chance to show off his collection. He had all his stuff available. He had access to it because usually he keeps a lot of it in the bank, because some of it's a little kind of rare, kind of expensive. He's a big LeBron James collector. So
He's
he likes
got
to collect
the
a lot of
exquisite,
Correct.
RPA.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, those cards have appreciated a lot, and they were already expensive cards to begin with, but they're even more expensive today. So that box is, a 7-figure box at this stage, going up from there.
at this point, he keeps it in the bank, which makes a lot of sense for him. He otherwise lives pretty modestly because he discusses that. He goes, like, I got an old car.
He's got an old Honda or
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because he goes, I'd rather spend it on cards than buying a nice car, and I can appreciate that on several levels. And this is a question that I'm going to pose to him at some point because I think it would be an interesting question to have. Now, for him, the answer right now is no, because obviously everything is subject to change. But kind of playing off what Bobby was asking Joe, the card has appreciated certainly in value because the card is, as these cards go up, the rising tide lifts all boats. When a card goes from a couple of $100 to a couple of $1,000, that's appreciation, but it's also not game changing. It's not something where you like necessarily feel any pressure to do anything. My 53 Topps Mantle, I bought a nice one that I like, that I enjoy. I paid $300 or $400 for it. It's like $1,000, $1,200, $1,500 card now because it's got good aesthetics and everything. It's done very well for me. But even at $1,500, $2,000 and above, it's not life changing. It's not going to change anything for me. No, whatever. But if you have a card that was a couple of $100 or a couple of $1,000 that's now 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000.
Yeah.
What's the threshold at which it becomes almost uncomfortable to keep? Because this is a real thing that some people are experiencing right now. They've had cards that maybe they've had for a long time that they bought relatively low, but they've appreciated so much that it's like, well, this was like a $500 card when I bought it, but the last auction sold for $150,000. I'm like,
and that's the question I asked you earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, you run into this question for some folks because when you start going six figures and above, for some people, that's life-changing money. It's enough money to like, all right, decks are cleared. Bills are paid off. This is all covered. Maybe I move into a slightly nicer house. It doesn't have to be a mansion, but it can be a slightly nicer house or whatever the case may be. Your standard of living goes up ever so slightly, even if it doesn't have to be palatial. It could just be a little nicer version of what you already got. At what point do you like keep the card versus like, oh, well, Right now, Josh is holding firm on like, well, I like the card, so I'm keeping them all.
And he likes the clout that it holds.
And he likes exactly. He likes knowing he has it.
Yeah.
Coleman Cards has talked about this with one of the cards that he was able to acquire, where now the card has gone well into the six-figure category. And his philosophy on it, even though he's a dealer, like what he does basically, he goes like, I kind of don't want to sell it, even at the money it's going for, because I'm one of the few people, because I think it was a Luca out of 10. And he goes, I'm one of the people who can say has this Luca out of 10, and everybody else that has it is rich, and I'm not. I'm the only guy who doesn't fit into this category who has this card. And I kind of like that. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the way he positioned it. He goes, I just like knowing that I don't belong at the table with these other people who have this card, but I do.
Yeah.
There's value to that as well. There's different ways to take this. I'm just throwing it out there as a general thought experiment.
It's a lot. I think a lot of people would feel that way. Yeah. I know I would.
In some ways, it's kind of cool just knowing that, you know what? Technically, I don't belong here. At this stage, I couldn't afford this card even if I wanted it. But here we are. I own it, and so do these guys. And if we all go to the convention and hang out, it's like, so you came in your Maserati, you floated in on your yacht, you did this, you came in your helicopter and your private jet, and I rolled in, and I'm at the Holiday Inn, and I'm at the Holiday Inn here right now.
In my ball-tired Honda.
Correct.
Eating at the big boys table.
Some of the question, Carlos, amounts to if you actually got the hot cash in your hot pocket, would you be able to have the willpower to not just go out and spend it on something else? In which case, maybe you should have kept the asset that you wanted all along. Because
that's fair.
But if you have a larger, I think that's why the question you were thinking about for Sasha or somebody else is like, well, what other goals do you have, outside of maybe the card world, in terms of your, legacy or whatever. And that becomes a question. The other thing for me, at least personally, is like, do I have the time to, monitor a sale or go through a sale that's actually worth, like at some point in my life, I'll probably have a little more time than I do right now. But right now, like the amount of time that it would take to kind of like, exercise the transition and go through it, it's like, it's just not worth it to me on that level. Like I'm not ready to let go.
I think that's and I think that's a fair response. I think though the magnitude
changes the game, because you talk about having the time or not having the time. Well, if it's $1 million card, you'll find the time. So it's like, he's like, all right, guys, I need a couple of days off work. I need to focus in on this. I need to make a decision. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, guys.
Yeah.
Let me work on this.
There's no 6 figures. There's no 5 figures for me at this point.
No, but I'm saying, though, is that like if you
there
reach a
were.
certain magnitude, you're like, hold on, guys. I think I need the day off work. I got some decisions to make. I need to sit at the table and make some choices here. I will see you tomorrow. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. You'll be fine without me for 24 hours. It's all good.
It could use a few hours of good thinking.
Yeah, and but I pose the question because I think there are some collectors that are finding themselves in this position, that are literally sitting there like on these things where they did not expect to be here, and now they've woken up one day and it's like, I don't know what to do, because they're like, one decision, I flip the switch, I hand this off to Golden, he does his thing, I make a lot of money, and then I can do whatever. Whatever comes next is my choice, my decision. And some of them have a plan for it. Maybe some of them don't, but then they've still got a choice to make either way. You can sit on it. That's an option. But if it's worth so much, well, then it's not in your house probably, because you don't want to necessarily deal with the insurance and the hassle and like having a security guard at the door.
Again, can you walk away? Can you, as a collector, as a hobbyist, walk away and take the profit? Or are you going to just turn around the next day and find yourself on some random search on eBay where you're looking for the next new thing? I mean, I know apples to oranges. I mean, if it's a 6 or 7 figure card, that might be a different story. And you could appease your collecting interests with like small potatoes. You could rip some, secondary retail packs. You could even try and get a Panini Dutch auction. You can do all kinds of things, but there's some level, I think, where if you've acquired a card of that magnitude, you're either stepping away entirely from that impulse to like get something of that magnitude. We were talking about grails earlier, or you're not. And then at that point, like, should you really be selling that card if it means something to you?
And if we don't have someone, a family member or something to kick your collection to, in the end, do you end up selling it, before your days are done?
That's the good old estate planning, right? Because at that stage, your hand is a little bit forced, because now you're on the clock. Now it's not even these. We're talking about, in this case, a situation where you're not necessarily on the clock, but you're looking at circumstances. You're looking at the world around you. You're saying like, okay, what you're really asking, Joe, I think the underlying question, what's important to me? Collecting can still be important to me. I've joked about it a million times where I said if Nat Turner got bonked on the head and he decided he has to have my Medano collection and he comes in rolling in with 6 figures, I'm like, dude, I will fly it to you.
There you go.
He's like, Carlos, you spent 30 years working. I will fly it to you. I will hand deliver.
Great opening. Nat gets hit on the head and comes to Carlos wanting all of his Madonna collection.
It's like, Carlos, are you going to talk about it? Hell no. It's like this man clearly has not done his research. He needs to go on his analytics tools. But you know what? If you're not going to do that, my friend, do I have a deal for you? But the funny thing is, kind of Joe's point though. It's like, what do you do with this? Well, for me, it's pay off the condo. Buy a slightly nicer version of said condo, sell this condo, and then
definitely
I build a studio and I do this thing. I'm still a collector, but then the focus of the collection shifts, because this part of it is its own fun thing for me. So I wouldn't stop doing this, but I do it from a nicer setup. Oh, but Carlos, what about your cars? What are you going to do? It's like, well, instead of having 2,000 Mike Medano cards, including a bunch of nice ones, I go back and buy a handful of my favorite pieces. You bought the bulk. I've technically consolidated. Instead of having the big, now I move to the Mount Rushmore, a handful of select pieces that are representative to me of my favorites, and that's what comes back and sticks around. That's what goes into the display, and then I work on some of my other projects, vintage and such. You can find different avenues,
and I think that resourceful collectors will find things that can be satisfying to them in any context, right? I mean, even if you have a very low budget, there's still wonderful cards that you could have, and you could be a big presence in the hobby and the current way that the hobby is constructed with online content and have a good time. I mean, I think that's a great point, Carlos.
Yeah, and that's all I say is that right now there is this association where all of these things that I've alluded to are like right now a lot of folks are like buy the new, buy the new, buy the new, buy the new. That's why I said like sometimes we have to force ourselves to go back to the archive. Why don't you flip through and take a look? Actually, there's some cool stuff. If you've been building a collection curating for years, there's probably some cool stuff in there that you haven't looked at in 5 years that maybe you should take a look at. It's there.
And I always have a great time when I dig in that box too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I forgot about this one. It's great.
And it didn't cost you anything.
No.
All you have to do is go back to the box you already got. That's way cheaper than looking on eBay. And I enjoy looking on eBay. The hunt is fun. But that's why I said the most enjoyable parts are the hunt, the anticipation of the acquisition, the initial acquisition, that early stage, but then it goes in the box.
Yeah,
Like,
it goes in the box.
From Medano collectors, and I've commiserated and conversed with some of the other ones, they'll look at some of the stuff that I've got, and I look at some of the stuff that they've got, and we're collectively impressed with some of it. But some of the stuff is one of ones and things they can't have. So for them, it's like they can't have it. So they have a different appreciation to it than I as the owner have. And I've got it. So it's like it's hard. I almost have to force myself to look at it through their lens because they want it. It's almost more impactful to them seeing it than it is for me when I go until later on down the road. I go to look at the box. I was like, actually, that is a pretty cool card.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? Yeah.
And you get to remember the story or where you ripped it or whatever.
Correct.
When you ripped it or when you bought it.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It takes the time is required, then the separation, and then you come back around to it. That's why when we talked about that thing, I remember it's like, well, yeah, there's that card that has the sterling silver on it. And I went looking through the Instagram and I found the picture of it and I was able to pull it up for us as a reference.
Yeah.
But I know that card, and that's actually one of the cooler cards that that was one of my favorite cards at the year-end thing when I was showing my favorite Medano cards because it's just different. It's a piece of sterling silver attached to a card. It's a little weird. Yeah. It's a little unusual. It's not the rarest card I have. It's not the most valuable card I have, but it sticks out in a crowd.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's one of those things. It's like, and that's why I do that qualifier. When I do the favorites, I go, these are my favorites. This is not the rarest. It's not the most valuable because if I want to do that, it's easy. I'll grab a bunch of one-on-ones. Those are the rarest.
Well, that one's to 25. So it's not too shabby in the rare department.
But that's the thing. But after a while, it's like there are so many cards now manufactured in the current day that are out of 5, out of 10, out of 15, out of 20. And it's like, yes,
it's confusing.
They're rare, but there's so many variants of the same thing.
Yeah.
So you have to look for these little nuances to find the little pieces that are interesting to you. But it's not the same as it once was. There was a time where it's like, where your perception of it would have been very different.
I love it. Yeah. I mean, I wonder how many rookie cards Zion Williamson really has.
It's got to be. With the amount of products Panini's been pushing out, if it didn't push 70 or 80, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, it's got to be. Really I'm going to try to find an answer for us, but
I will tell you
be
that Chronicles bumps that up because Chronicles has a bunch of different base card inside of that one set, probably like 20 just in that one set. And they're all.
Is there that many? I was going to think like 6 or something.
It's got to be a lot. I remember it's a lot of different sets.
Pro Panini set.
But remember, Bobby, I told you that was one of the nuances that Victor and folks trying to do that type of research were going to find with products like that. It was like pack pulled, commonly available. They're not serial numbered. None of them are more sure printed than the other. There's no special thing. There are variants of it, but that's separate from it. They just printed them out. Technically, they're all base cards. So technically, they're all rookie cards in the same pack. You can have like 10, 15, 20 Zions in the same series, all rookie cards, technically, because of distinct designs.
It's crazy. So Prism alone, I mean, if you counting colors as different rookie cards, they've got probably 8 of them. I mean, who knows?
Exactly. So which question are you asking about, Hockey Guy? I'm not sure. There's a couple of things. So you say print-wise or unique cards. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Oh, here we go. ComC shows 326 rookies for Zion. You know what? I can't pretend that's not possible. That would be ridiculously high.
That's crazy.
You know what? I'm actually curious. While we're chatting about it, I'll see what Beckett has to say on this, because they put their own little list of what they consider with the
that's a
RC
good way to look it up.
designation. So I will quickly look that up. I'll find it for us.
That's a good way to see it.
So anyway, that's kind of the. We'll definitely revisit this conversation later, because I do enjoy the intellectual concept of what is that threshold? What is that line where people think, because it forces them, and I make it dramatic here, but it forces them to question their hobby mortality in terms of like, you've been working on these projects or this thing for this period of time, whatever that happens to be. You put in this much energy and thing, but is the $1 Million Man, is there a price? For a lot of folks, the answer is yes. We don't know what that number is. For everybody, it's different. But what is the price? At what point are you done? By the way, not done collecting, but maybe
Right.
this part of your journey comes to an end and maybe a new part begins, but then you've got that cash in the interim and you can take care of everything else you want to take care of. It's kind of nice to know your house is paid off. It's kind of
Yeah,
nice to
it
know you
is.
don't have any bills or anything. That to me transcends what the cards can do for me. The cards are fun, but just knowing that I don't, imagine if you had enough money where you didn't have to go back to work right away. That's kind of cool. That's a very different vibe, a very different perspective. It means for a brief shiny moment, we can almost live like Joe.
Did you say vibe? Did you say that's a different vibe?
It is. See, I see. I figured that would summon you. I figured that would summon you. I figured that would summon you.
Somewhere in like the East Coast or Canada or somewhere, but you're talking about vibes.
We
So
have to get philosophical here, Joe, because it gets cold. So otherwise, we slowly die on the inside. So we have to be philosophical about this. It's absolutely critical.
Well,
But
that's for sure.
I figured that would appeal to you. I figured that would summon you there.
I got ahead of you guys. I got to get up in 4.5 hours. So
Oh
Sounds
boy.
good, Bobby.
I
We're
should
gonna-
probably
I
turn
think
in.
we'll start winding it down over here as well.
This is
Yeah.
an awesome show.
Beckett says Zion has about 30 rookies, so I don't know. ComC might be doing a bunch of variants because they also include like graded cards as separate listings and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how they do it. Oh, here we go. Hockey Guy says that includes parallels. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So that's kind of rookie year, basically. Inserts, bring it up to 758. Yep.
amazing how the rookie year has been thrown around lately.
That is a lot of Zion, man.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Absolutely. There you go. Good vibrations. Absolutely.
Positive vibrations, yeah.
Well, Marky Mark is an investor in Golden. It comes full circle, Brian. Comes full circle.
Hey, Mark, you're right.
Marky Mark.
Doing the funky bunch.
That's right. There you go. It all makes sense,
Joe's
guys.
like,
It
what?
all comes together. It all comes together. But sounds good. No, I appreciate it, Bobby. We'll definitely chat again on a couple of other things. But
Have a good
it
night.
was a good conversation. Have a good night.
Thanks for
Bobby.
having me on. See you, Joe. Nice
See
to
you,
meet you,
Bobby.
Brian. Take care.
Sounds good.
Good night, Bobby.
So we'll start to wind it down here. Any last minute comments, guys? You're more than welcome to throw them in there. We'll start winding it down. I will say as well, though, awesome conversation. That was really fun. I wasn't sure exactly where we were going to go with it at the very beginning. I did have my fun, kind of debating Jeremy back and forth on the Bobby Orr a little bit. I knew I was going to have some fun with that. Being contrarian is kind of fun, Brian. Like it's really a lot of fun to be able to contrarian. You got to push a couple of buttons because it forces people to really. I want to find out how serious you are about the position you're taking, because a lot of people will throw stuff out and they'll say things, but then I'll be like, well, are you sure? Is
Well-
that actually what you think? Or are you just saying it because this is what you're used to? Is this
Now-
habit?
Carlos, now I've been watching you for a while now, and it seems like you're getting soft as time goes on. You need to.
Oh, but
You need to get a little-
you literally
get
say
a
that on the
little
show
meaner,
where
dude.
you literally say that on the show where I blocked the guy and I just threw Justin off. That's the show you decided to go with that on. Nothing personal to Justin, but I've had him on a couple of times, and at a certain stage, if the contributions are getting a little bit tricky, I'm like, okay, it's just uncomfortable to have that as part of the conversation. And he knows this.
Yeah.
So I have to be like, I like the guy, and when he's contributing, I'm cool with it. That's why I made that rule. That rule is not an accident. That rule was
No.
like, you want to come on and chat about something? Please do. You have a topic or question? Please do. I'm happy to have that. Please. If you want to show some cards, please. Joe showed a bunch of cards. Like, I'm happy. By all means, please do. But then I added the don't show me the price. That's kind of the Justin rule. Like, I'm tired
Right.
of listening to what you paid for it. I don't care.
Where is
It's nothing personal. I don't care. I just don't. And I think it cleans it up a little bit because I'm like, look, no, you want to show us some cards? Show us some cards because you like the card. Talk about why the card's cool. I want to hear about that. Tell me about that.
That's more interesting.
Where is it? Where is it?
You know, whereas while you're doing that, I'll grab some comments here. You guys said like the lure, 20 parallel cards. That's right. Yeah, some players have more unique cards than the rookie. Yes, very accurate. Now you got to have a bouncer, my friend. You got to have a bouncer, hockey guy. No, like I've been very patient. I've been very lenient on a couple of different folks in the chat sometimes where they get a little snippy, and I'll let it. I have a pretty long leash on that. But at a certain point, it's like, okay, now you're just being a nuisance. When you're being a nuisance, I'm like, it's not a democracy. It isn't. It's not a democracy. Lest I accidentally mislead you down the Primrose path here, like it's never been a democracy. But I like the participation, but it is a dictatorship. Exactly. This card is cool because it's my card. Hey, listen, it's my Latin American heritage. This is my birthright. We don't do democracy. Or if we do, it's fake democracy. Or it's like, yeah, you can vote. You're voting for this person. But isn't that the same person that was related to the dictator? Yes, it is. That's who you're voting for.
I can't find it. But what a card that I really like is the Mark Jackson 1990 Hoops card.
the one with the Menendez brothers on the back.
Yeah, I got a couple copies of it.
That is an infamous card. That is a unique backstory. Infamous card, yes.
Big time.
Yeah. So yeah, hockey guy says, yeah, that's the thing. I will say, like I said, and I make this clear, I like Justin. He seems like a swell guy. He's fun to chat with a little bit in spurts. But it's one of those things where I like to have my beer when we're hanging out here too. But I also have to steer the ship. So it's like you got to pick your spots a little bit. Yeah, you got to take it easy on that one. Otherwise, it's like it gets tough to say. It gets tough to add to the conversation. It gets a little bit tricky then.
Yeah.
Then if you're not really contributing anymore, then you're kind of taking up space because you saw at one point we had 6 people on the screen.
Yeah.
It's like, look, if I'm going to have that many people on the screen, I need you to kind of chip in a little bit.
Is that a record?
I try to keep it to like 4. I really do. I have the Joe Perot rule where I will go beyond the 4 if Joe's here, but that is the one exception that I have to the overall rule. That's it. Otherwise,
Joe always
it's 4
has
maximum.
good things to say.
Yeah, it's like that's it. I will allow it, but under those circumstances only. When Amit came on, I don't know if you caught when Amit came on. I literally brought him on, and then I go, okay. That's
yeah.
I pulled the plug on him immediately. I'm like, now you're done. I wanted to make sure people understood. It's like, no, Bobby was having fun. It's like, oh, Carlos is in a sassy mood. It's like, Carlos is always in a sassy mood. He holds it back a little bit sometimes, a little bit. But today is like, no, I'm not tolerating it. Not today. Not today, my friends. Not today. Yeah, Paul appreciates your collection, Joe. And it's very eclectic. I do enjoy that it has a lot.
Collection, yeah.
Yeah. But I do like that you do touch on a lot of different themes and categories. And I think that's what makes a collection interesting. Mine has become kind of myopic, but it's only because of focus. Because it's one of those things where I don't get a chance to dip into the vintage section very often. And it's one of those things like, no, I have vintage and I've been collecting vintage for a very long time, but I only get to dip in once in a while because a lot of the focus has been on that collection right now. That's part of the reason I am so keen on hitting those goals in the first part of this year. Because once I do, it'll be like, those mail days are going to be like, it's going to be less quantity, but you're going to start to see a heavier dosage of vintage. Because it's not the Grail card, but it's one of the ones on my radar screen. My 54 Bowman set is coming to its last legs. And one of those last cards is going to be the 54 Bowman Ted Williams. I gotta start setting aside the fundage to make that one happen. But I want to get myself a copy because to me, the set is not complete without the Ted Williams.
Yeah.
It's got to be part of it.
You got to be part of it.
Heavy card there.
It is. That's why it'll be a fun pickup when I get a chance to do that on the pickup video. That's going to be a fun card. But that's why I say, like, I've got beautiful Medano cards for days, and I've enjoyed putting together a collection, and I'm still going to keep building off of it. But once I hit that kind of threshold, it's 2,000 cards right now is the number, and some of the other subsets I'm working on. Then it's like, okay, I'm still going to keep adding, but we're not going to be in a hurry to get to 2,500, 3,000. We're going to take our time. We're going to work on some of those 50 sets. I love them.
Well, I mean, I'm still struggling with the existential question that you posed about, if it's a 5-figure, a 6-figure, like somebody's offering you, or, it's available to cash out on a card that maybe you've had for a long time in your collection and the hobby's changed. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Like, to me, it's so, it may even amount to like the mood I'm in, right? Like it may not be entirely rational, And in any given moment, I might say sell, or I might say no.
What's rational about collecting pieces of cardboard with people on them?
With
This
men on
entire
them.
thing is forget about the few good men. It's like you're irrational. Brian's irrational. You're all irrational.
Yeah.
You're sitting here, depending on your time zone, depending on your time. If you're on the East Coast, it is nearly 3 a.m. and you're watching 3 men debate pieces of cardboard people on. Take it to another level.
So true.
And on that note, I think I'm going to try and go to sleep before I am on the opposite side of Sunday night. So it's been wonderful, you guys. Good to
Sounds
meet
good,
you,
Joe.
Brian.
Appreciate
Nice
you
to
hanging
meet you
out,
finally,
always.
Joe.
Carlos, always a pleasure. And we'll catch up hopefully next week.
Absolutely. Next week.
Absolutely.
We'll be back to Sunday. We'll still stick with the Sunday schedule. It's going well, and I think we're back in our sweet spot. Football's over, so I think now we're not being competed with here on Sunday. So I think we're good.
Awesome, possum. Okay, guys, take care.
Night.
Have a good night. So Brian, thank you for popping in. Thank you for joining.
I enjoyed it immensely. It was great.
Yeah, long
Had a
time
lot of
listener,
fun.
first time visitor. You are always same as Joe, same as Bobby, same as all the regulars. You are more than welcome. Always, please feel free. Do not hesitate. Feel free to pop in.
I won't.
So, last thing, folks. Those of you in the chat who have been hanging out, hockey guy Paul, of course. Paul's always here. He's the champion. He's the marathon man as well. So let me see if I got anybody else here. Mr. LAGN, who has had great questions that sometimes have taken me a very long time to get to.
He had some
My
really
apologies.
good questions tonight.
Excellent questions.
He did.
I want to show appreciation for that as well. Jeremy, of course, for popping in and hanging out as well. Justin, of course, for hanging out. I gave him a little bit of a hard time. We do it with love, but also like,
With
control
tough
yourself.
love.
Control
Tough
yourself.
love.
No, like I like to think I'm fair, Brian. But at the same time, like, no, you gotta bring your A game. Bring your A game. Bring your A game. And if that means you gotta switch to water after a little while, then switch to water, my friend. Do what you gotta do.
I quit drinking a long while back.
That's fair. I respect it.
Yeah.
I respect it. But no, it's been a great chat. It's been a lot of folks hanging out and chatting, so that's been good.
Yeah, still got. Well, we just lost 5. Now we're down to 10.
Yeah, no worries. I think not
No,
too
they were
shocking.
there just a second ago.
Yeah, not too shocking after the amount of time we've had. Do I have any European countries from Banana Starf? I do not. I definitely have to try and see if I can make that arrangement. I have to look at that list again and get myself reacclimated to it because I do want to start bringing that section of it. It's in 5-year chunks so that I can see kind of where I'm at. The first 10 years is really my main focus right now, especially now going into this latter section where I really want to get that down. That's a goal because if I can get that last section to this really tiny checklist, I'll feel like I accomplished something great because I love those cards. I think they're excellent cards. It's the 90s. It's my favorite era of collecting when I was collecting the most.
Me too.
It's going to have that nostalgia for me. So it's like, it's got all the pieces and some of the designs and cards in there. Fantastic. So it's always a fun part for me.
Are they still putting Madonna in current products?
He has a bunch of cards in the cup and I made fun of a bunch of them
Okay.
last episode because
Cool.
some of them are hideous. So I felt compelled to make fun of them. I was like, you guys save me money. These things are ugly. I was like, okay, we're going to do it. So thank you, guy, as well. Thank you, Hockey Guy, as well, for mentioning that. Like the video. Yep, just shy. We're going to stop shy of 6 hours. We won't get there. We're not doing the marathon thing anymore to that same degree, but it was a good chat. So I was happy to have the conversation because if folks are willing to engage in chat and we had some good topics, I got to see it's week by week because the first segment is whatever comes up in the hobby. If a story came up, the Luca thing dropped out of thin air hours before. I was like, thank you. That's fantastic. Gave me something to talk about.
And next week I'll try to do a little homework, maybe come up with some good things to talk about.
I want topics, Brian. If
I will come through for you.
Yeah, if anybody,
through
and
for
that goes for those of you still in the chat. I do that on the Instagram because I'm like, no, give me topics. If there's something interesting you want to talk about or hear about, even if you totally disagree with me, we can do that. I'll have the debate. It makes it more interesting. I'd rather you disagree with me. It's fine.
Disagreeing is fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but please don't just agree with me just for the sake of agreeing with me. No, but have a good counter. Even if you want to be contrarian, build a good case because that makes it more fun. It's more fun for me. If your case sucks, well then I'll trash it, but then it's no fun.
Yeah, you gotta fire real arrows in there, tight, man.
Yeah, you got to come up with something. So yeah, Medano's, yeah, I agree with you 100%, Hockey Guy, because he does it. Yeah, who for Legends? Dino Cicerelli, yes. They do occasionally throw in there like Neil Broughton and guys like that. Yeah, Shane Churla. I think Neil Broughton more than Shane Churla, but I love the references, Paul. I love the references. All right, guys. So it is out on the West Coast. We're going to stop shy of their midnight. We're going to stop just shy of that. But on the East Coast, it is already March the 1st.
Woo!
So happy March the 1st.
Happy
Hopefully
March.
the first 2 months were okay for you. We're heading into the third month now. We're almost ending the first quarter of 2021. Time is flying. We're now
Flying.
approaching it. So hopefully it's been going well for you. Hopefully the rest of it goes well for you. More live streams, more videos, more things coming up on the channel. We'll have some fun. It'll be good. Have yourselves a good night. Take it easy, and we'll catch you in the next one.